We had a little bit of a problem this morning. I don't know if anyone is out there, but I'm here. I'm trying to run a stream for 24/7. And I don't see it pushing out to Twitter. Oh, there it goes. All right. So I think I might have got a strike against me on YouTube. I got a little frisky with playing videos to see how far I could get away with it. And I realized the limitations. So in the meantime, I'm just having fun, just hanging out, waiting for someone to show up. But I guess I need to tell people to show up. So where do we start? Well, first off, what am I doing here? That's a real good question. And we're going to figure that out. In the meantime, let's put on a video to buy me some time to get organized, because I had like a day and a half of preparation for this event. And I think maybe we'll play this video of me and Jay.
All right, let's see if this is working.
Here we go. So right now what I'm doing, because I'm completely unprepared, is I'm just playing videos straight through my browser and then streaming them out, which is sort of resource intensive.
All right, let's see if this is working.
And I'm here with myself.
Oh my goodness. Yep, I can see myself now. Oh my goodness. Now I just need to figure out how to pull Jay in here. Well, I don't know. Ooh. Got it. We don't need that. We don't need that. We could need that. Now, why isn't share slides? Oh, well, how do I share my screen? That's what I want. Select. I want to show that screen. Yes, that's what I want. So, ooh. Now, how do I invite Jay in here? So, if you don't know, oh, I got to invite people here. I've got no viewers. I don't care. Let me just make sure it's working, though. All right. Yeah, it looks like it's live. My problem is now,
Oops.
I don't know why these assets
Sorry.
are not showing up. I didn't even start trying to figure this out until like 30 seconds before. I mean, I played with it before, but I just upgraded to the new version, and this new version, let's see. Ah, I see. Ooh. Okay. Scanners. Ticker. Oh yeah, where's my ticker? This one. Now why is it? Now, if I'm going to use the browser to broadcast, maybe I should slide this window to my second monitor. So now I can look over to my right. Oh, there's Jay. Hey, Dr. Lou. How you doing, buddy? Man, I missed you. I'm here. Well, you want to hear something crazy? I don't know if it's going to work. Oh, Samara's calling. She doesn't know how to get in. Hold on. You got... Talk to me, though. I need to hear volume. I need sound check.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Keep talking.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, hey, sorry. We're in motion. Jay's on. I'm inviting Samara. How do you want me to send you this invite? You're on your phone, right?
Whatever is easier for you. I can be
It'd be better if you were on a computer. Do you have a computer? I mean, or it doesn't matter. Email? Okay. So the screen I am emailing you from is being broadcast. Or no, it's not being broadcast. I could broadcast it. It's broadcasting my lovely face. I'm still trying to figure out. Oh, there's my screen. Okay. So we're gonna do this. I hope there's no. Hey, Jay, is this? There could be a sensitive information here that might be a privacy violation to one of my clients. What do I do? There you go. Cover the screen. To one of my clients. We're gonna say hi just for all. Invite. Okay, so I got this stream running to 3 different locations. It's going to my Twitter account. It's going to my. I sent you the thing, by the way, Samara. Can you hear me? Yeah. So Jay, get this. I'm talking to Samara on my Google Voice number. So that's going through my Wi-Fi. Then it's uploading the stream of me with the video and the content on my desktop. And it's pulling your feed in at the same time, which is having to, I don't know what. It probably goes through a centralized server. So that's part of, I don't know how it works. Who cares?
I'm blown away that it's working. I mean, it just shows what a pro you are, Dr. Wu.
Dude, I was trying to fix this stupid SSL certificate problem on GoDaddy.
Yeah.
See, look. Here, listen.
I'm blown away that it's working. What a pro you are, Dr. Wu.
Dude, I was trying to fix this stupid SSL certificate problem on GoDaddy. Okay, shut up, Doug. Quiet. Anyway,
Hey, Doug,
where's Samara? Well, let's get Samara on here. She's on the
tomorrow
phone.
we're going to get you on the phone. This is
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me make sure it's set. Go ahead, Jay.
So you have to develop in our intro that qualifier that there's no legal advice given on this broadcast that anyone can rely on ever. In fact,
Yeah, thank you.
less than worthless legal advice from an attorney.
Right. I love it. I love you, man. Okay, so, dude, did you see what I put on the blockchain?
I have not. I was too busy writing a reply to your Hive. What was the post that you made about Jesus? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Can you see? Does it show up that I put a reply in there?
Yeah, I thought I saw it.
Jay Taylor. It's long-winded. Jay Taylor node. Where is it?
Whoa! I thought I saw a notification, but all you got is a game stocking thing.
What?
Isn't that? Hey, does this blockchain stuff really work, Jay? See, look, there's my notification. It just needs to be refreshed, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So the page didn't refresh, but the notifications push
Okay.
faster. That's probably what happened. Wait, it's still not there. Let's refresh the page. What is going on?
It's long. I wonder if I try and check it on my end.
There it is.
Is it there? All right.
Okay. Hey, Samira, did you get the email?
Hey,
I
Doug,
sent-
do you have the power to click the link to your blog post and put it in the? Do we have a show notes thing for the StreamYard?
I don't know. Jay. I'm learning.
A live chat. So let's put a link to your.
So this thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so how will we put it in the chat? Well, this is the way I would do it, because if we put it in the video, they can't click on it. You know?
Right.
And so you go like this.
That was actually
Just,
incorrect. I could use
For the
the
record, my
interface.
reply to your post is hopefully entertaining and worth reading, and it gives a taste and a flavor for I think what we want to try and accomplish between the two of us with our back and forth.
Oh yeah, man, I'm loving this. You have no idea, because I was feeling so rough, like not having any preparation, and and like always wanting to feel like polished. But I realized this whole experience that I've been living for quite some time now, and including with the EOS faculty communities, I'm just having fun, like not caring, shooting from the hip. Like if I'm not bothered by it, what do I care about other people? Because I'm okay with this. Like I don't need to change myself to fit everyone else's deal. And I was like, just even from the shirt I'm wearing, my hair is messy, my back, where's the chicken? She's gonna probably come up here, Like, what will people say?
I forgot to have my hair done.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, no, I got stuff to do.
So we're content providers. We're creators.
Yes,
We're writers. We're poets.
yes. Okay, so she says, no. Okay, I'm getting. Oh my gosh! See, like this stuff, Jay. Can you? Oh wait, how come you don't see the screen? Well, that's so weird. Are you seeing? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
When I pop up Telegram, I don't see it display. It's like Telegram's invisible. Oh, I know why.
So throughout the process, Phantom actually sunsetted their original liquidity incentive program, which was very successful, but they literally sunsetted it to move towards more almost like a Pomelo system. They moved their incentive program to Gitcoin grants, which is the same thing as Pomelo essentially, to kind of have a different mechanism for choosing which projects are getting the Phantom incentive. So it's pretty interesting because we kind of went the reverse order where we had the public funding through Pomelo first, and then we're rolling out the liquidity incentives, but they'll kind of still be going in parallel. I thought that was pretty interesting to see that they were kind of following the same path with the quadratic funding and matching.
Yeah, this is a recent article that Phantom just published this week, I think, even very recent. And yeah, they're going kind of sunsetting and going towards a Bitcoin model. So maybe Yield Plus V3 goes into Pomelo somehow down the road. We don't know, but I think it's really interesting to see these chains adapt. So every chain is in a different state of liquidity incentives. Phantom has been operating, I believe, a year and a half or maybe a year, their liquidity incentives. So maybe the final form of Yield Plus is a Pomelo version yield initiative quadratic funding mechanism. We don't know. But I think what's nice with EOS is we already have Pomelo, and it could be the next versions of Yield Plus. But I think we need to go through the first steps. And I think we have minimum 1 year long of liquidity incentives in a traditional form. And then we can kind of get fancier with the quadratic funding mechanisms.
I'm interested to see how the DeFi projects utilize their EOS liquidity incentive. So there's different tiers. They'll get a certain number of EOS, which is going to be detailed in the blue paper. And I'm interested to see all of the different options for what they do, because you think about it, like they don't have to deliver that EOS as a liquidity incentive. So if you're staked to like a box EOS pool, for example, like they don't have to just deliver the EOS directly. They could take that EOS, they could do a buyback with it. They could incentivize like lockups, and maybe you got to lock up your tokens, your liquidity, and that's how you get the extra bonuses. But regardless of how they decide to implement it, it'll be interesting because they'll all do it a little bit differently. And also all of the yields will go up. Like most of the existing DeFi projects, at least the bigger ones on EOS right now, are all going to qualify for more than the first tier. All of the DeFi projects most likely are using a project that has enough TVL that it will qualify for this. So it's pretty much a guarantee that all of the yields will go up in some way, shape, or form, but it'll be interesting to see in what form that yield does go up. I think with the EVM projects, because once the Trust EVM goes live, obviously there's no projects there yet. So you could see project like a Sushi Swap or someone who does like multi-chain deployments. They have already got a token. But what I think will be cool is if a new project launched. So if you guys were around when Box launched and DFS launched, they all did the fair token distributions, which were popular at the time, like a YFI like distribution for locking up liquidity. So it'll be interesting to see if any new projects pop up, whether on native EOS or the EVM, it doesn't really matter. But if it's a new project that launches and it's able to have a brand new token and it's able to attract at least $500,000, ideally way more, like DeFi Box and DFS were really successful getting tens of millions of dollars of liquidity really quick. It'd be interesting to see different like buyback and burn mechanisms or just pure buyback mechanisms on new projects with limited supplies.
I did mention, and I'll mention it again, that there will be advantages in the token itself for EOS token holders. Without going into detail, because we're still ironing out the detail, airdrops historically are not very successful unless the superseding asset is quite successful. In our case, one of the largest issues with EOS is there's no capital. We need more people. We need external capital coming into the ecosystem. We've been very public about this, where What's missing in EOS, a big part of it is people making money. People have not been making money. You need people to make money in order for then an ecosystem to start thriving, because when people make money, they start deploying that capital and it starts forming a cycle of capital generation. EOS at this stage, if the EVM token or any token right now were deployed 100% as an airdrop, it would be a failure. The token holders would take that token and immediately sell it off, and you would not have any external capital being brought in. I'm not saying that there won't be any airdrop. I'm saying that the model of 100% airdrop to token holders would be a massive failure. There would be no incentivization for anybody to continue developing the product. There would be no money being made by those who are actually putting in the work. There would be no long-term effect as well for the EOS token holders, other than they would get the token and would immediately sell it off. It's bad all around. It's a flawed model.
One more thing is, like, would you guys like to see people swapping their BNB for EOS or swapping their Ethereum for EOS? Like, that's essentially what will happen here, because what do you expect the majority of the Trust EVM's team's treasury to be? Like, do you think that they're going to hold all of these other assets? Maybe some, but I would imagine that the majority of their treasury is going to be EOS. So whenever it goes through this launchpad, it's going to be bringing external capital and most likely swapping a large portion of that into EOS as a treasury. Also, the team itself, if we want the Trust EVM to have a 10-year runway, if it was 100% airdrop, then like, where are they getting their capital? This just came up last night on the EVM call. We're lending developers to the EVM team, and he was very strict. He said, Marius and the rest of the team, like, you guys could use our egg, you guys could use Bucky, but it's temporary. As soon as you guys launch, you guys have to have your own team of developers ready to go and on standby, ideally starting before that, because as soon as you guys go through this IO and launch your project, you guys are on your own in a lot of ways. So they're going to have their own treasury, their own runway, and they wouldn't have that if there was 100% airdrop, and that's like the entire supply. It's all about external capital. It's all about growing this ecosystem and giving upside to the new people coming in, and then they'll stick around. You open the door with the Trust EVM, and then it introduces a whole new audience to EOS. And that's the idea.
I called my
This is the absolute best possible way to introduce EOS to a much, much larger audience in the community than what is on this call hanging out in the Telegram groups on the day-to-day. And the other thing is, I keep saying the protocol-owned liquidity should not be understated. So it's the same thing as an airdrop, except instead of everyone getting EVM tokens, the network itself has a stake in the EVM tokens, because in a liquidity pool, you have half of it as EOS and half of it as EVM. If the EVM is successful, it's essentially buying everyone's EOS tokens, because the liquidity pool is going to fill up with EOS and it's going to have less EVM tokens. Just think of it like that. Think about like you're getting a EOS buyback out of it. That's what it's essentially going to do if it's successful.
So mostly the reward incentives is to promote active DeFi protocols, which means that if you are a DP and you want to collect, let's say, rewards, or you're an actor in the ecosystem, you will need to develop an active DeFi protocol, swap pool, lending, derivative, something. So this is purely a liquidity reward program and not a voting mechanism revenue model. So you will have to build and develop and attract liquidity to an active DeFi protocol to participate. So that way, the liquidity that is rewarded is an active use, right? It's actual liquidity in the ecosystem doing DeFi work. Doesn't matter what protocol you're hosting, but it needs to be in a protocol. It really just tracks liquidity, it tracks how much EOS you have or Tether, and it rewards you based on holding asset liquidity into your protocol. EOS has DeFi, right? So we have applications that are already deployed on EOS, which means that any application that has, let's say, like active liquidity, let's say an example, some lending protocols like Pizza or DeFi box lending, swap pools like DFS, again, DeFi box. There's a few other swap pools in the ecosystem, but practically any protocol that have liquidity currently, they will have to meet a minimum TVL requirement to be eligible to join the program and maximum of TVL threshold. So that way we share the reward incentives among many protocols and not just one dominating protocol. And yeah, and just to give a little heads up, The model is based from Phantom and Polygon. They have both released liquidity mining rewards or liquidity reward programs in the last year or two. So we modeled off those programs quite heavily with some slight modifications to adapt to EOS mainnet in the current condition. We're more in the final delivery of Yield Plus. So right now we're kind of in the stage, the last leg of writing the blue paper for Yield Plus, which is mostly the document assembly, editing, proofreading, making sure the English, not one English, there's UK English, US English, those small little details. The document should be delivered by this week. Once it's delivered to ENF, then it goes into another review stage. The graphic designers will be involved to kind of create the final paper. It will be sent to translation for Chinese and Korean. That way, we kind of have that multilingual blue paper that you would see from all the different blue papers that are released. Once the paper is released to the public, we will schedule sort of community feedback sessions, Twitter spaces, even fireside chats. And then we can all talk about the details. We can bring on board the Yield Plus team. So it was a joint venture with many teams. We can have everyone who's involved in the paper on those sort of community feedback sessions. But yeah, I'm looking forward to having it released, having the community have the eyes on the blue paper, and we'll collect as much feedback as we can after it's released. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Hernan asks, who's the team behind Trust EVM? I mean, it's the Trust EVM team. When they launch their website, they might have bios. Like, it's a team of probably 6 people that I'm communicating with. And one of them, for example, Dr. Yarkin, who you guys met for the first time on the Twitter Spaces, he's a PhD in cryptography. Other members of the team, I'm not sure of him, but other members of the team are all Y Combinator graduates. They are alumni, I should say, and they've had startup exits of numbers of over $100 million. They're super experienced in startups. They're very connected in the Ethereum ecosystem and wider crypto ecosystem as a whole. They're a Chinese and Singapore-based team as far as like where they're located, and they're very experienced. I mean, they've got connections to VC firms. They've got connections to other projects already on Ethereum who could potentially partner to deploy on the Trust EVM. They're very talented. I'm only on one weekly call with them every Tuesday night US time, but just from these calls, they work night and day on their time. But they keep, for example, track of everything in a Notion board, like typical project management stuff. But the level of detail and how well they execute on their work and how, I keep saying detailed they are, I could speak on that. As far as knowing them personally, I know them on a work basis, but I know Eve and one of the ENF board members, they headhunted this team. One of our Asian counterparts who attends every crypto conference met them at a large blockchain or crypto conference, and they met over the course of weeks over the Chinese New Year holiday. So they were meeting during the holiday, which in China, nothing happens during Chinese New Year except family. And that's when the business deals were made to like have this team is now known as the Trust EVM product team. So I think you'll be seeing a lot more of them. I can give you like first names, Ben, Josh, Sean, Dr. Who, but that probably means nothing to you. All I could speak on is how well they are working and their Y Combinator background. And as you saw with the success of the event, this is a team that could execute, and they'll continue to execute. I'm sure you'll be hearing more from them at future events on their own website and through their own communities, because right now we're incubating them within the EOS Discord, for example. Eventually, in an ideal world, their project's going to get so big that they're going to have to spin out their own Discord and have their own communities, and they're not kind of incubating within ours. So that's all something that you guys are going to see happen in real time over the next coming months and years. I'm really excited about this team, and I'm excited for you guys to get to know more. Dr. Who only spoke for a little bit during the event, but you'll probably be hearing a lot more from him in particular.
And Yield Plus has a goal to create economic incentives that brings more liquidity and yield earning opportunities on EOS mainnet. As a result, this will also bring a lot of development in the EOS DeFi ecosystem because of the liquidity reward system. And this will grow the overall total value locked in DeFi. Zach also mentioned that initially this will launch with EOS and Tether as one of the core assets. So this will be the core main pillar assets that are going to be calculated in the TVL reward. This will be the 2 assets that you will need to prove your on-chain liquidity to claim rewards through this Yield Plus.
All right, she's already there. I'm sorry.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
All right, let us know when you're there, Susan. That's my car beeping. All right.
Yo,
Hey, how's it going there?
hey, what's going on?
All right. The wonder of technology.
Woohoo!
So what we're going to do real quick here is take advantage of this because everybody's time is always tough to hook up. What I want to do is Douglas is recording this, so we want to cover as many topics real quick, kind of cover what our objectives is, what's the nature of the game, what's kind of our where we came from, where we want to go. It's just as quick a synopsis as I can break it down. Are you all game with that?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, it was a good marker 5 years ago. I got one of those pictures from Google. It showed me in New York City, which was with the first consensus blockchain meetup when Ethereum was $40. That's 5 years ago, which is a good marker. We started out with a small team, and we were working on Ethereum like everyone else. Like I said, Ethereum was $40. That gives you kind of a time frame there. Then you had the big run up in 2017 where Bitcoin went from 1,000 to 20,000. At the same time, we formed a team and we would start working on how we would approach the market. At the same time, EOS started to become a thing. They were going to launch a new blockchain. We thought that was a great opportunity. We loved Dan Larimer, Steam, and some of the other blockchain shares that he produced. And also the fact that it was being coded in C++ language as opposed to Ethereum, which has designed its own language, which is Solidity. So C++ is a very strong, older language that a lot of developers use. So it seemed like it made sense. So working with my associate Jawar, we decided to create an MVP, minimum viable product proof of concept. At the time, a really very successful application came out called EOS Bet Dice, which was actually a gambling app. And even though we're not into gambling, we thought that would be a great way to show our skill set and try to make a competitor to EOS Bet Dice. And we did. We pulled that off. We created a slot machine, which had algorithms, the math, live feed, and also random number generator, all of which are very difficult propositions. But working with Jawad and had a new developer, Kevin, who had just finished a project with that, with like the showing the lifetime feed and the math to do the payout. So it was a pretty complex little application. The name of that, we gave it a name and we called it the Enigma Machine. And I soon realized that the whole concept of the Enigma Machine probably had room to grow beyond the slot machine. So we started developing that idea as well. But right at that time, they had the Malta blockchain event, and that was where they were making a lot of progress for regulation. We knew that we were going to have really good regulations, and there wasn't much going on in the States to make some contacts. So I went to Malta for 3 months. We took the application there, which was a great way for us to meet people from Dubai, and I still have many of the contacts that we made in Malta. So right after that, we had the event known as the Crypto Winter, when the Bitcoin that reached all-time highs at $20,000 dropped, and then it really stayed almost down for almost like 2 years, But it gave us time to develop and check out some other avenues, bring on team players. That's when I developed a relationship with Ezra Yao, YouTube influencer, crypto dunker. I made some more contacts. We ended up going to Korea. I sponsored him on a trip to Korea. And that's where we met David Drake, who's one of the top investors and proponents of cryptocurrency. And he liked our concept of the Enigma Machine and how we had developed that. And since then, we've stayed in relationships with him and some others. And in the most recent time, we became interested in what was going on in Australia. And since the market was kind of down, not a whole lot going on, other than us working on that proposal to get to David Drake a pitch deck, I worked on this project that I call Boomerang, which is a game designed specifically for Australia. And I know absolutely nothing about Australia, but it was kind of a good concept to draw me into Australia and just give me something to flesh out some ideas as kind of a staging area for some of our other ideas also. So in the meantime, I met Susan, who is expert on all things Australian, which is really great because I've learned a lot from her. And she's got a film background, which really fills out what we're trying to do as far as really find that medium and cross-platform between blockchain games and filmmaking and some of this other platforms like social media, Discord, and games now are very much cross-platform. We have Twitch, all these social media, and it kind of gives us the impetus to create a new genre, which we refer to as social gaming. Because gaming right now, a lot of people actually has different categories. They even have a category called popcorn gaming, which is a whole bunch of group of people who don't really play the games, but they love the game concept. They like to watch other people play games. Just like surfers, there's a big market and merchandise for surfwear. People like the entire culture that goes around it. So there's an entire merchandising culture that goes around gaming that we're looking to tap into that actually is not necessarily directed exactly towards gaming. Now, in the meantime, a lot of stuff is going on EOS, and we decided that's going to be basically our blockchain that we're going to use. Covered the idea of C++ language. It's a very stable, dedicated proof of stake, and it's just very advanced. It's ups and downs, but the whole market has been up and down. That just goes for the territory of new technology. Now, most recently, one of the developments in EOS was a thing called Fractally, which is a new project by Dan Larimer, which is where I met Douglas Wu. And Douglas got a lot of energy, really has a lot of skill sets for social media and web development and marketing and a lot of different things. And not only that, he's got that new energy. You know, after 4 years, many people in the US community, their energy is waning. So that's like any project, you depend on new people coming in, bringing new ideas, new energy, and that's where Douglas has come in. So what we want to do now is kind of set up our expectations of moving forward. We've got a few proposals. Susan was able to make it to this pitch event in Sydney, which was great, in the Haymarket headquarters square there. And it's a big tech startup area, and we made some contacts there. And then also Silicon Beach in Melbourne, which is right next to Melbourne Connect, where there's a lot of startups also. So we have a pitch party coming up that is coming up on June 2nd. Tonight we're going to be talking with, which is 14 hours ahead tomorrow in Australia time, and meet with David and just kind of go over what our plan is here. So that covers this and brings us up to date here. You guys want to add anything real quick?
What can we say after that?
Question. I have some clarifications. All dates, pretty much. The Malta blockchain event, what year was that? What month? Remember?
Okay, that was November 27th. I'm going to have to go 2017. I have that on a roadmap.
Okay.
And
then what, the crypto winner, when the 20,000 high?
It was right there, January 2018. So right when 2017 turned into January, when 2017 turned into 2018, that was the crypto winner.
And then
you go back on this.
Susan, when did you make that pitch in Sydney? How long was that?
Sydney, we just got it in the night before, so I went, and I think we put the proposal in, but we hadn't done any presenting of slides or information.
Okay, so, but you went to an event, right? When was that event?
Emails.
Which I cannot open up in this.
Right, that's fine. We'll just get back with that. We'll confirm it.
Okay, we can confirm that later. All right. What else? Anything else?
Well, what I want to do real quick is talk about what the game is and just real briefly kind of our expectations of working together and what our might touch on that real quick. How's your time? Go ahead.
Just confirming, pitch night. Hey, David, Leafy, Boomerang. I look forward to seeing you. And yeah, I've got Doug 4:30 to 5. It looks like it.
You gotta be real careful because he changed it. At first we had it, and he said, then he called back, hey, do you mind if I change that to Tuesday? So.
Okay, I haven't got any updates on my email. That's the latest. Let me go to my Boomerang account. Maybe it's different. Okay, the 31st. Let's just double check. Next May 31st. No. Okay, Telegram. So it would be in.
I think I forwarded everything to you. So.
Yeah. Just wondering.
It wouldn't be in Telegram.
It wouldn't be in Telegram?
No, those are all emails, so I've always emailed them to you, forwarded the email. But what happens is I always put them and it ends up sending the entire link, so it's this whole conversation, so it's probably something you have to like scroll down.
Okay, got you. Okay, so I'll go back to the email. Yeah, keep talking and I'm looking.
Okay.
That's the latest on the 29th for the pitch night.
Yeah, it's not the yeah.
So that's the last thing I've got. That's from David Hauser, Tuesday the 24th. Would you like to see if you can find a time in my calendar? Blah 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 blah. Okay, then it's just that. Yeah.
So Douglas has it. We'll confirm that, but everybody is looking for that confirmation because this is one thing that we're going to run across this as we do these time zone things. So we're going to go ahead.
I've got Silicon Beach 5:30 to 7 on June 2nd.
Yeah, that's the actual virtual pitch.
Yeah.
So that's the one. So to get Douglas locked that one in, I think he does have that locked in.
5:30 to 7. Yeah, that's
5:30 to 7. June 2nd.
Yeah.
Whoa, June 2nd, I had 1400 AEST.
That might be for what's tomorrow, but June 2nd is 5:30 to 7 on the Silicon Beach. Can we email Doug that? Doug, do you want us to shoot you the email as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. Hit me up with your email address then.
I'll send it to you through Telegram.
Claire.
Okay, cool. No worries.
So let me do a real brief recap. And also, Douglas, and you can use this if you want to share this with somebody else just to show where we're at.
That'd be awesome, Rick. That'd be great. I think it's what you did there. Actually, you explained a good amount of history too in that story. Honestly.
Yeah. So that brings
not just but the ecosystem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So yeah, and then this, if you have anybody else, we can start speaking in shorthand. And this is a good way to do business because this kind of sets the stage. When we're doing business, the basic rule is this: we want a square deal for everybody. We want everybody to feel like they got their, it helps everyone and hurts no one. So that's what we want in a square deal. Now, as far as just real briefly on the game, the concept of the game is, in a nutshell, is based on like Decentraland and some of these other games like Upland, which basically are using a Monopoly template where players move across the board. They have the option to purchase land, and then the blockchain component gives them scarcity and validates their ownership so that they can trade it. And as other players come in, they can charge rent. That adds what's referred to now as a gamify or DeFi component. So, I mean, ultimately, all of those are very easily expressed in Monopoly, which has its own in-house currency. You've got the bank in Monopoly. You have deeds and ownership. You have resources. You can imagine the electricity and water. And so all those components make for a perfect game. Now, we obviously are going to rewrite it so it has a adventure mystery component. And our backdrop is Australia 1,000 years in the future. Now, that leaves it open. I want all the different players, Susan, yourself, to be able to contribute, other people we bring in, contribute ideas that we incorporate into the game. But, I have my ideas, and it's designed so it can incorporate several different storylines. But the main game loop is the board of Monopoly. But we're using Australia itself as the board, and I've already produced that, and I'll show you the copies of that. So we're using the slot machine that we already designed as the random number generator. So we already have that main engine built, as far as our component, and that's why people like blockchain, because it's provably fair. You can audit the code, you can audit the game. So as people come online, they're never playing a fair game. So that covers the game. Now, as far as working together, I like to follow templates. So when you follow templates of, let's say, distribution of shares. So cryptocurrency and blockchain actually is like shares in a company. So if you imagine Boomerang, we're going to create an in-house currency. Pick a name. We haven't chosen a name. We use EOS as the cryptocurrency now, unless something else comes along. There's a lot of bridge technology now, so we can incorporate some of the people who play games in Ethereum, and they can easily play in this game as they work on the EVM, and you've been doing some research on that, Doug. So as far as our working together, what is available, and the other thing I was just telling Doug is I like to work with people who are other captains. So everybody's a captain of their own ship. We're banding together now because we're on a common goal to get some foot in on base and in success. But we want to design it so that people are free when opportunity strikes and they're able to go on their own. There's no that's what we're planning for in the future. We're planning it. Everybody's going to get up and then start sailing their own ship. So we want to have agreements in place, one, so that when investors come, it's all very clean. Because if investors see any quarreling or anything like that, it really upsets the whole thing. They're scared. So everybody, it's really critical to speak with one voice, clear ownership, and how's the company structured. And we've been talking about Montenegro. So I went to Malta, just kind of learning about that because that's where a lot of people are setting up their shops. But that's kind of drug along, so it's not really the best place. It sounds like Montenegro is probably a hot place right now. So I'd like to explore that. But what's available as we reach milestone, it's okay with me because we're early in the game that Susan and Doug, what is available, I'll be real critical on that, is essentially, whatever I make, you guys can make. So that's not to be confused with like partnership agreements or decision making. But generally speaking, we'd just say I would be gaining if it was amount of cryptocurrency, I would have 10% more than you guys at the end of the day if the milestones are met. Now, obviously, if we work 1 week and everybody wants to go their separate ways, we haven't really achieved any milestones. So that has to be taken into consideration. But if we get this thing, we'll just say to a pre-funding stage or the initial funding, that then that particular milestone is met, and then people become vested. So these are also diluted shares because we have to bring on more people. But the easiest math is whatever I get, you guys can get. We hang in there and we bring this to fruition. And people who want to invest in stuff, they want to have the exit strategy. If they're investing, they want to know how you make money and then how we're going to get out. Are we going to sell the game, which is really what we want to do. We would like to build the game up, get it momentum, get it with some legs, and then sell it up. And that's the whole idea. And everybody has a square deal. It's a very clean business for everybody to make some money. Nothing huge, I would like everybody to be able to buy piece of property in Australia on the beach. That would be a great goal. Not millions of dollars, but hopefully, I would like to see that we make $150,000 a piece out of this effort. So, of course, we can go for more, but I think that's very reasonable. I think we have a real hot, marketable plan here, and I think if we all put our energy together and everybody just stays in their focus group, like Susan is, the Australian expert, original tribes, culture, plant life, animal life. Also, she's got her background in film and education, so we've got all those things covered. Douglas, you have to tell me what your zone is, but just for talking purposes, marketing, the community building, setting up the tech infrastructure, getting this stuff organized. We got so many categories and fill in the blank. So anyway, I think that covers it pretty good. So anybody want to add anything, or we can wrap it up here?
Just quickly, if I could just chime in, the merchandising of the product, the planning of merchandising like t-shirts, yada yada yada, using various imagery relating to Boomerang. If we're gonna sell it on straight away after the, like the game goes, maybe we should do two separate components. I think I aired that to you before. That the merchandising company is like a secondary company within the company, like a lot of film companies who do that. They have our in-house marketing. So, but we're more like merchandising, and that could dovetail start marketing to the tech industry. Whereas I'd be looking at, per se, the marketing, like it's a separate, like we were talking about Billabong, the surfing industry, which is huge globally. And we're kind of going to catch in the back of that right now. I don't know if you guys know, we recently had a federal election. Also, this is giving kudos to our first, national people, and for the first time ever, we had this humongous swing for Indigenous representatives in our federal parliament. So it's kind of very topical, and Indigenous folk are really coming into the Uluru Statement, which is now they're trying to get a form of political suite so they can enshrine it in the Constitution. Yada yada yada. That may well not happen, but it's the buzz, it's the go, it's the big momentum that Indigenous folk and all those for it have been waiting for decades.
Hey,
So
can you send some of that information to our group? I'd love to learn more about that.
Sure. I'll draft it up in the email I send you, and I'll try and include some of our really cool senators. I've met a few of them at a CPAC event, and they're just really switched on people. It's so cool.
You bring up some really excellent points. I mean, it's early on, and many, it's kind of like, a lot of people would use an example like Star Wars. They would say Star Wars isn't, just the film franchise. It's all the merchandise that goes with it. Is a lot greater than the actual movie. And the same with games. The merchandising may be the actual revenue stream. And then we have the umbrella, which we developed is Boomerang Earth. And I think Susan's right. Little children's books. There's a lot to touch on, so I haven't touched on all the stuff that we've come up with. But children's books, the educational component, yes, the Aboriginal component. We always want to be respectful. We don't want to be like we're
super nasty.
You're out here like we're doing everything in a real classy way. I mean, I think there's so much room to move in this game because the other thing that was what David Drake has brought up. We want to kind of bring this around to that. Is one, he's talking about the different niches that are available, and one, creating non-toxic games. The game industry is full with violence and all this kind of stuff in it. So I think there's a lot of room to move. Not only that, it's the advancement of Unreal Engine 5 gives us the level playing field that's never been available to small game shops like we're trying to create. So we can actually take on some of these bigger AAA game development companies who have to take years to develop stuff.
Man, this post-COVID, like in educational circles, they've been out about the let us say, byproduct of computers and computer gaming on kids. Post-COVID, they're just calling it like COVID myopia. There's so many kids falling behind the mainstream. It is, it's a tsunami of educational disasters. I'm not sure at the States, but here it was bad when I left formal teaching, like, I don't know, 8 years ago. It is just so far gone. So
that's a great point. I just want to wrap this up so that Douglas can keep this.
I've got to say a word for Douglas too. There's a word, pedagogy. It means it's teaching you something. If we're using a positive image or a positive intention, an educational basis there, we're not just filling people up with computing games that are going to fill their brain with, empty voids and their hands with RSI. We're going to give them some quality stuff that is knowledge-based, that it's going to enhance, it's a humanitarian concept. We're building something into kids' minds that's history, it's a global thing. Like, wow, this is just, gaming has had a bad name because of the lack of quality, intent and content. Like, this is so classy, this is it. This is great.
Love you, Susan. I'm so glad you said that because I'm all about what you just are mentioning because I've developed my own methodology of learning and teaching.
I'd love to talk to you about that. I'm so onto that too. I'd love to have a chat to you about that. I enrolled
Zoom meeting us, just me and you, and talk about that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so that's perfect. You touched on great points. I mean, we've got so many. Susan and I brainstormed so much on this. We can go on for hours. But let's wrap it up here. I think we covered some good points. It was a great introduction for Susan, a great introduction for you, Douglas. You can feel free to use this, kind of tell people and bring them up to date on what we're working on.
Oh, yeah. During my June 1st anniversary celebration, I'll tell a story a little before live, and then I'll play the video, and then I'll go eat lunch.
Hey, we're June 1st veterans, We launched our main component, which is Big Bios games on the Genesis account snapshot. We have 2 Genesis accounts, and we were there from the get-go. So there's a legacy there for sure.
So just so you know, content-wise, where this will be distributed, more than likely, I haven't fully decided yet, but it will definitely be going up on Twitter on my account. It will definitely be going into a Facebook group called EOS Open Stage, and I might also post it in the EOS Blockchain Facebook group, which is the channel that's managed by the ENF or the EOS support team. It also will be embedded in the website at some point in the future once I get time to build it up. But my main concern is capturing the data and information and immediately getting it live so that it can be manipulated if need be.
Can you send me a link to your Twitter account, Doug, and also I'll send you a thing so you can access the Boomerang account, and I'll give you the password. So if you want to moderate it anytime, feel free. I've just done it. I've set it up. It's there. It's like if you want to start engaging with it, that'll be great, and I'll give you my Twitter handle as well.
Oh yeah, sure. I got you. Okay. Very good.
Can we make it multilingual so that all sorts of different cultures can do it? Is that possible?
I will translate this video into probably 60 different languages, and it will take some time.
You're a legend.
All right, fantastic, guys. Well, let's wrap it up here so it makes it nice. You can feel free to edit it as you like, Douglas. And then just keep in mind on the branding, Doug, and you can help us with that. So I think we have a strong brand in our website, boomerang.earth. So Boomerang Earth to me is a strong brand. The game itself, Boomerang, but then Boomerang Earth is kind of the larger thing that you're touching on, the education, the merchandise, etc. Go ahead, Susan.
Just thinking like you're talking about merch, Lee. If we call the secondary component like BE, we've got Boomerang Earth, the main ship, and then BE is the secondary company, like the marketing aspect, and we're just using the initials BE. B. Like that's almost omnipresent. B, you know what I mean? BE. So.
Wow. Susan's on fire.
I'm gonna actually have to rewatch this video myself. I'd love this.
Right, excellent. But yeah, we want team players for anybody who thinks that they have the same, kind of, they're tuned into what we're working on. Like you said, we want square deals for everyone. We don't want any drama. We already have the developmental team that's second to none. They're working in the profession as Kevin himself, who started and we developed that first our first MVP. I mean, he's worked on the with the Winklevoss twins doing Gemini, Goldman Sachs doing Square. He worked side by side with some of the original Bitcoin Core developers. Jawad is overseeing like 50 developers where he's at. Made several trips to Dubai. We have lots of contacts in Dubai. So we're development strong. I mean, we're they're obviously working in the profession and now working more almost like paid contractors, but they're ready to come in and do what it takes to get the thing done. All right, Douglas, excellent conversation, and hopefully.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, I just invited Susie and Lee to a meeting for Boomerang. And what is happening? What does enabling and disabling the waiting room? Because if I disable it, they just come straight in? That's what I want to know. So let's do this. How do I do this? Oh my gosh. Here we are. I want to share my screen. All right. So now I'm screen sharing the controls over here. There you go. Okay. Hey, Lee. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
All right, there we go.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, So see if you can get Susan on there. Just talk to her. Say we're calling right now.
I sent her the link. I can send it to it. I mean, you have the link. She has the link, as far as I know. I could send her another link.
It's like she's not looking on her Telegram.
It's possible. Does she have a cell phone number I can send it to?
35.
I just called her. I said we'll be looking for it.
10.
Oh, UK, you got a message that this is recording when you entered, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have her. Is it S?
Yeah, he sent you the link. We're waiting for you to join the meeting there, Susan. He sent you the link. What did you send on Telegram?
Yes. I don't. It's the only way I have to contact her. It's no way.
That's the only way we get to contact you. Send it on Telegram. Okay. It's coming from Doug, not from me. Yeah, I'm gonna hang up now so that your internet's free. We're on the Zoom call now, so wait for you to join. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna hang up here so it doesn't jam up your internet. How are you doing on the computer? Okay. All right.
She's already there. I'm sorry.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
All right, let us know when you're there, Susan. It's my car beeping. All right.
Yo,
Hey, how's it going there?
hey, what's going on?
All right, all right. The wonder of technology.
Woohoo!
So what we're going to do real quick here is take advantage of this because everybody's time is always tough to hook up. What I want to do is Douglas is recording this, so we want to cover as many topics real quick, kind of cover what our objectives is, what's the nature of the game, what's kind of our where we came from, where we want to go. It's just as quick a synopsis as I can break it down. Are you all game with that?
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, it was a good marker 5 years ago. I got one of those pictures from Google. It showed me in New York City, which was with the first consensus blockchain meetup, and Ethereum was $40. That's 5 years ago, which is a good marker. We started out with a small team, and we were working on Ethereum like everyone else. Like I said, Ethereum was $40. That gives you kind of a time frame there. Then you had the big run up in 2017 where Bitcoin went from 1,000 to 20,000. At the same time, we formed a team and we started working on how we would approach the market. At the same time, EOS started to become a thing. They were going to launch a new blockchain. We thought that was a great opportunity. We loved Dan Larimer, Steam, and some of the other blockchain pictures that he had produced. And also the fact that it was being coded in C++ language as opposed to Ethereum, which has designed its own language, which is Solidity. So C++ is a very strong, older language that a lot of developers use. So it seemed like it made sense. So working with my associate Jawar, we decided to create an MVP, minimum viable product proof of concept. At the time, a really very successful application came out called EOS Bet Dice, which was actually a gambling app. And even though we're not into gambling, we thought that would be a great way to show our skill set and try to make a competitor to EOS Bet Dice. And we did. We pulled that off. We created a slot machine, which had algorithms, the math, live feed, and also random number generator, all of which are very difficult propositions. But working with Jawad, and I had a new developer, Kevin, who had just finished a project with that, with like the showing the live time feed and the math to do the payout. So it was a pretty complex little application. The name of that, we gave it a name and we called it the Enigma Machine. And I soon realized that the whole concept of the Enigma Machine probably had room to grow beyond the slot machine. So we started developing that idea as well. But right at that time, they had the Malta blockchain event, and that was where they were making a lot of progress for regulation. We knew that we were going to have to really be into regulations, and there wasn't much going on in the States to make some contact. So I went to Malta for 3 months. We took the application there, which was a great way for us to meet people from Dubai, and I still have many of the contacts that we made in Malta. So right after that, we had the event known as the Crypto Winter, when the Bitcoin that reached all-time highs at $20,000 dropped, and then it really stayed almost down for almost like 2 years, you know. But it gave us time to develop and check out some other avenues, bring on team players. That's when I developed a relationship with Ezra Yao, YouTube influencer, a crypto dunker, and made some more contacts. We ended up going to Korea. I sponsored him on a trip to Korea, and that's where we met David Drake, who's one of the top investors and proponents of cryptocurrency. And he liked our concept of the Enigma machine and how we had developed that. And since then, we've stayed in relationships with him and some others. And in the most recent time, we became interested in what was going on in Australia. And since the market was kind of down, not a whole lot going on, other than us working on a proposal to get to David Drake a pitch deck, I worked on this project that I called Boomerang, which is a game designed specifically for Australia. And I know absolutely nothing about Australia, but it was kind of a good concept to draw me into Australia and just give me something to flesh out some ideas as kind of a staging area for some of our other ideas also. So in the meantime, I met Susan, who is expert on all things Australian, which is really great because I've learned a lot from her. And she's got a film background, which really fills out what we're trying to do as far as really find that medium and cross-platform between blockchain games and filmmaking and some of this other platforms like social media, Discord, and games now are very much cross-platform. We have Twitch, all these social media, and it kind of gives us the impetus to create a new genre, which we refer to as social gaming. Because gaming right now, a lot of people actually have different categories. They even have a category called popcorn gaming, which is a whole bunch of group of people who don't really play the games, but they love the game concept. They like to watch other people play games. Just like surfers, there's a big market and merchandise for surfwear. People like the entire culture that goes around it. So there's an entire merchandising culture that goes around gaming that we're looking to tap into that actually is not necessarily directed exactly towards gaming. Now, in the meantime, a lot of stuff is going on in EOS, and we decided that's going to be basically our blockchain that we're going to use. Covered the idea of C++ language. That's a very stable, dedicated proof of stake, and it's just very advanced. It's ups and downs, but the whole market has been up and down. That just goes for the territory of new technology. Now, most recently, one of the developments in EOS was a thing called Fractally, which is a new project by Dan Larimer, which is where I met Douglas Wu. And Douglas got a lot of energy, really has a lot of skill sets for social media and web development, marketing, and a lot of different things. And not only that, he's got that new energy. After 4 years, many people in the US community, their energy is waning. So that's like any project, you depend on new people coming in, bringing new ideas, new energy, and that's where Douglas has come in. So what we want to do now is kind of set up our expectations of moving forward. We've got a few proposals. Susan was able to make it to this pitch event in Sydney, which was great, in the Haymarket headquarters square there. And it's a big tech startup area, and we made some contacts there. And then also Silicon Beach in Melbourne, which is right next to Melbourne Connect, where there's a lot of startups also. So we have a pitch party coming up that is coming up on June 2nd. Tonight we're going to be talking with, which is 14 hours ahead tomorrow in Australia time, and meet with David and just kind of go over what our plan is here. So that covers this and brings us up to date here. You guys want to add anything real quick?
What can we say after that?
Question. I have some clarifications. All dates, pretty much. The Malta blockchain event. What year was that? What month? Remember?
Okay, that was November 27th. I'm gonna have to go 2017. I have that on a roadmap.
Okay.
And
the crypto winter, when the 20,000 high
is right there, January 2018. So right when 2017 turned into when 2017 turned into 2018, That was the crypto winner.
And then
And you have to go back on this.
Susan, when did you make that pitch in Sydney? How long was that?
Sydney, we just got it in the night before, so I went, and I think we put the proposal in, but we hadn't done any presenting of slides or information.
Okay, so, but you went to an event, right? When was that event? How long ago?
2 weeks.
2 weeks ago. Okay, so that's May.
Correct.
Okay, and then the pitch party, the most important thing, on June 2nd, coming up.
And just while you're doing the calendar, we have a application deadline of June 5th that's coming up for a film. I think it's a film and cult. You know, a lot of these grants are coming up. They're combining film and gaming, so that's really in our favor. So we really want to be riding on both of those rails.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Because the more specific the grant is towards what you're doing, you know, and we want to leverage both sides of that. It's a better fit. We're more likely to, you know, fit that than people who don't fit that. So, right. Okay, so get a draft here. Let me go do some time checking now here. So 1400 AEST conversion. How do I do this? I don't even know what to do. What should I do? GMT. So,
Doug, what you do, type in Google search or whatever your search engine is, type in Australia time, AEST, and then just go equivalent of Oklahoma time.
Yeah, okay, so,
Right,
so I have, see, it's right here, actually.
We can do a timestamp right now. It's exactly 10:30 Atlanta time right now.
10:30, so you're 1 hour ahead.
You're 9:30, and then Susan is 12:30 midnight on Tuesday morning. So it just turned to Tuesday for Susan.
Yeah, we crossed the date line, so it jumps the day ahead.
Mm-hmm.
No, it doesn't jump, but it seems like it does.
12:30.
Yeah.
12:30 a.m.
Okay, so the simplest way to do it is just put in the time zone and type conversion, and if you have Google set up to see your location, it knows it. To see what I did right there, that's the fastest way I could figure out how to do it.
Yeah, cool.
So
I'm not just for you because I deal with this with clients all day long, and I always get mixed up because I'm trying to keep track of not only my time zone but theirs time zone to be understanding of, you know, where they're what time of day it is.
Yeah. I was going to download a clock, you know, a digital time clock, and do the whole world myself. But I started it, and I thought, no, it's just going to be more energy, and I've got to focus on this. So that's way better if you can do that, Douglas. Instant.
And then, so this is on June. June. Let me go back here. I just want to make sure we got this right. Where's my blog post? Okay.
Tomorrow
June
night.
2nd. Because 1400 AEST,
Australian Eastern Standard Time.
right, is I want to just is what my time then? Is 11 p.m. my time. So that's really all I need to know. But I sort of like to put Leaf's time. Leaf's is an hour ahead.
right.
Okay, and so then so this pre-meeting thing.
Do we all three need to be there? Like,
No, it can be just me and Doug on this one. If you want to be there, you can, but it's just me and Doug.
Let's clarify that time, Lee.
Okay, I believe it is 3:30 to 4 Australian time in Susan's time. 3:30.
4:30 to 5.
Are you sure you've seen that?
I've seen it in communication from you, but if you have the original source, just double check.
And that is Australian time on what day?
Tomorrow day. Well, actually, no, it's today because it's 12:30. So,
but give me the day.
Yeah, it's today.
Okay.
Today is 12:30 a.m. So it's another 4 hours and another 12 hours. So it's 16 hours away, Doug.
Okay, so
it's the 31st.
So it is actually
Today
It's actually
is
tomorrow because it's after midnight, I guess.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah.
so it's the 31st.
But okay,
We're still on the 30th.
so we need to confirm whether it's 4:30, 3:30 or 4:30 AEST.
Right, and that's on your latest email.
Which I cannot open up in this
Right,
window.
that's fine. We'll just get back with that. We'll confirm it.
Okay, we can confirm that later. All right. What else? Anything else?
Well, what I
Yes,
want to do real quick is talk about what the game is and just real briefly kind of our expectations of working together and what our core competency, what zone, what lane we're in. So I touch on that real quick. How's your time? Go ahead.
just confirming, pitch night, hey David, Leafy, Boomerang, I look forward to seeing you, and yeah, I've got Doug 4:30 to 5, it looks like it,
You gotta be real careful because he changed it. At first we had it, and he said, then he called back, hey, do you mind if I change that to Tuesday? So
okay, I haven't got any updates on my email, that's the latest.
So,
Let me go to my Boomerang account. Maybe it's different. Okay, the 31st. Let's just double check. Next May 31st. No. Okay, Telegram. So it would be in.
I think I forwarded everything to you, so
Yeah. Just wondering.
it wouldn't be in Telegram.
It wouldn't be in Telegram.
No, those are all emails, so I've always emailed them to you, forwarded the email. But what happens is I always put them and it ends up sending the entire link, so it's this whole conversation, so it's probably something you have to like scroll down.
Okay, right, yeah, okay, so I'll go back to the email. Yeah, keep talking and I'm looking.
Okay.
That's the latest on the 29th for the pitch night.
Yeah, it's not the
So that's the last thing I've got that's from David Hauser, Tuesday the 24th. Would you like to see if you can find a time in my calendar? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, then it's just that. Yeah.
So,
No.
so Douglas has it. We'll confirm that, but everybody be looking for that confirmation because this is one thing that we're going to run across this as we do these time zone things. So we're
I've got Silicon Beach 5:30 to 7 on June 2nd.
Yeah, that's the actual virtual pitch.
Yeah.
So that's the one. So to get Douglas locked that one in, I think he does have that locked in.
5:30 to 7. Yeah, that's
5:30 to 7, June 2nd.
Yeah.
Oh, June 2nd, I had 1400 AEST.
That might be for what's tomorrow, but June 2nd is 5:30 to 7 on the Silicon Beach. Can we email Doug that? Doug, do you want us to shoot you the email across?
Absolutely.
Okay. Hit me up with your email address then.
I'll send it to you through Telegram.
Okay, cool. No worries.
So let me do a real brief recap. And also, Douglas, and you can use this if you want to share this with somebody else just to show where we're at.
That'd be awesome, Lee. That'd be great. I think what you did there, actually, you explained a good amount of history, too, in that story, honestly.
So
not just for you, but the ecosystem, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So yeah, and then this, if you have anybody else, we can start speaking in shorthand. And this is a good way to do business because this kind of sets the stage. When we're doing business, the basic rule is this: we want a square deal for everybody. We want everybody to feel like they they got their, it helps everyone and hurts no one. So that's what we want in the Square deal. Now, as far as just real briefly on the game, the concept of the game is, in a nutshell, is based on like Decentraland and some of these other games like Upland, which basically are using a Monopoly template where players move across the board. They have the option to purchase land, and then the blockchain component gives them scarcity and validates their ownership so that they can trade it. And as other players come in, they can charge rent. That adds what's referred to now as a gamified or DeFi component. So I mean, ultimately, all of those are very easily expressed in Monopoly, which has its own in-house currency. You've got the Bank of Monopoly. You have deeds and ownership. You have resources. You can imagine the electricity and water. And so all those components make it for a perfect game. Now, we obviously are going to rewrite it so it has a adventure mystery component. And our backdrop is Australia 1,000 years in the future. Now, that leaves it open. I want all the different players, Susan, yourself, to be able to contribute, other people to contribute ideas that we incorporate into the game. But, I have my ideas, and it's designed so it can incorporate several different storylines. But the main game loop is the board of Monopoly. But we're using Australia itself as the board, and I've already produced that, and I'll show you the copies of that. So we're using the slot machine that we already designed as the random number generator. So we already have that main engine built, as far as our component, and that's why people like blockchain, because it's provably fair. You can audit the code, you can audit the game. So as people come online, they know they're playing a fair game. So that covers the game. Now, as far as working together, I like to follow templates. So when you follow templates of, let's say, distribution of shares. So cryptocurrency and blockchain actually is like shares in a company. So if you imagine Boomerang, we're going to create an in-house currency. Pick a name. We haven't chosen a name. We use EOS as the cryptocurrency now, unless something else comes along. There's a lot of bridge technology now, so we can incorporate some of the people who play games in Ethereum, and they can easily play in this game as they work on the EVM, and you've been doing some research on that, Doug. So as far as our working together, what is available, and the other thing I was just telling Doug is I like to work with people who are other captains. So everybody's a captain of their own ship. We're banding together now because we're on a common goal to get some foot in on base and in success. But we want to design it so that people are free when opportunity strikes and they're able to go on their own. There's no that's what we're planning for in the future. We're planning it. Everybody's going to get up and then start sailing their own ship. So we want to have agreements in place, one, so that when investors come, it's all very clean. Because if investors see any bullying or anything like that, it really upsets the whole thing. They're scared. So everybody, it's really critical to keep one voice, clear ownership, and how's the company structured. And we've been talking about Montenegro. So I went to Malta, just kind of learning about that because that's where a lot of people are setting up their shops. But that's kind of drug along, so it's not really the best place. It sounds like Montenegro is probably a hot place right now. So I'd like to explore that. But what's available as we reach milestone, it's okay with me because we're early in the game that Susan and Doug, what is available, got to be real critical on that, is essentially, whatever I make, you guys can make. So that's not to be confused with like partnership agreements or decision making. But generally speaking, we'd just say I would be gaining if it was amount of cryptocurrency, I would have 10% more than you guys at the end of the day if the milestones are met. Now, obviously, if we work 1 week and everybody wants to go their separate ways, we haven't really achieved any milestones. So that has to be taken into consideration. But if we get this thing, we'll just say to a pre-funding stage or the initial funding, then that particular milestone is met, and then people become vested. So these are also diluted shares because we have to bring on more people. But the easiest math is whatever I get, you guys can get. If we hang in there and we bring this to fruition, and people who want to invest in stuff, they want to have the exit strategy. If they're investing, they want to know how you make money and then how we're going to get out. Are we going to sell the game, which is really what we want to do. We would like to build the game up, get it momentum, get it with some legs, and then yes, sell it up. And that's the whole idea. Everybody has a square deal. It's a very clean business. We want everybody to make some money, nothing huge. I would like everybody to be able to buy a piece of property in Australia on the beach. That would be a great goal. Not millions of dollars, but hopefully, I would like to see that we make $150,000 a piece out of this effort. So, of course, we can go for more, but I think that's very reasonable. I think we have a real hot, marketable plan here, and I think if we all put our energy together and everybody just stays in their focus group, like Susan is, the Australian expert, original tribes, culture, plant life, animal life. Also, she's got her background in film and education, so we've got all those things covered. Douglas, you have to tell me what your zone is, but just for talking purposes, marketing, the community building, setting up the tech infrastructure, getting this stuff organized. We got so many categories, and fill in the blank. So anyway, I think that covers it pretty good. So anybody want to add anything, or we can wrap it up here?
Just quickly, if I could just chime in, the merchandising of the product, the planning of merchandising like t-shirts, yada yada yada, using various imagery relating to Boomerang. If we're gonna sell it on straight away after this, like the game goes, maybe we should do two separate components. I think I aired that to you before, that the merchandising company is like a secondary company within the company, like a lot of film companies here do that. They have their own in-house marketing. So, but we're more like merchandising, and that could dovetail with marketing to the tech industry, whereas I'd be looking at, per se, the marketing, like it's a separate, like we were talking about Billabong, the surfing industry, which is huge globally. And we're kind of going to catch in the back of that right now. I don't know if you guys know, we recently had a federal election. Also, giving kudos to our first, national people, and for the first time ever, we had this humongous swing for Indigenous representatives in our federal parliament. So it's kind of very topical, and Indigenous folk are really coming into the Uluru Statement, which is now they're trying to get a formal political suite so they can enshrine it in a constitution, yada, yada, yada. That may well not happen, but it's the buzz, it's the go, it's the big momentum that, Indigenous folk and all those for it have been waiting for decades. So
can you send some of that information to our group? I'd love to learn more about that.
Sure. I'll draft it up in the email I send you, and I'll try and include some of our really cool senators. I've met a few of them at a CPAC event, and they're just really switched on people. It's so cool.
You bring up some really excellent points. I mean, it's early on. There are many, it's kind of like, a lot of people would use an example like Star Wars. They would say Star Wars isn't, just the film franchise. It's all the merchandise that goes with it is a lot greater than the actual movie. And the same with games. The merchandising may be the actual revenue stream. And then we have the umbrella, which we developed is Boomerang Earth. And I think Susan's right. Little children's books. There's a lot to touch on, so I haven't touched on all the stuff that we've come up with. But children's books, the educational component, the Aboriginal component. We will always want to be respectful. We don't want to be like we're
super nasty.
You're right, like, we're doing everything in a real classy way. I mean, I think there's so much room to move in this game because the other thing that was, what David Drake brought up, we want to kind of bring this around to that, is one, he's talking about the different niches that are available, and one, creating non-toxic games. The game industry is full with violence and all this kind of stuff in it. So I think there's a lot of room to move. Not only that, it's the advancement of Unreal Engine 5 gives us the level playing field that's never been available to small game shops like we're trying to create. So we can actually take on some of these bigger AAA game development companies who have to take years to develop stuff.
Man, this post-COVID, like in educational circles, they've been out about the let us say, byproduct of computers and computer gaming on kids. Post-COVID, they're just calling it like COVID myopia. There's so many kids falling behind the mainstream. It is, it's a tsunami of educational disasters. Not sure at the States, but here it is. It was bad when I left formal teaching, like, I don't know, 8 years ago. It is just so far gone. So
that's a great point. I just want to wrap this up so that Douglas can keep this.
I've got to say a word to Douglas too. There's a word, pedagogy. It means it's teaching you something. If we're using a positive image or a positive intention, an educational basis there, we're not just filling people up with computing games that are going to fill their brain with, empty voids and their hands with RSI. We're going to give them some quality stuff that is knowledge-based, that it's going to enhance, it's a humanitarian concept. You're building something into kids' minds that's history, it's a global thing. Like, wow, this is just, gaming has had a bad name because of the lack of qualitative, intent and content. Like, this is so classy, this is it, this is great.
Love you, Susan. I'm so glad you said that, because I'm all about what you just are mentioning, because I've developed my own methodology of learning and teaching.
I'd love to talk to you about that. I'm so onto that too. I'd love to have a chat to you about that.
Soon meeting us, just me and you, and talk about that sometime.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so perfect. You touched on great points. I mean, we got so many, Susan and I brainstormed so much. We can go on for hours. So let's wrap it up here. I think we covered some good points. It was a great introduction for Susan, great introduction to you, Douglas. You can feel free to use this, to kind of tell people and bring them up to date on what we're working on.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully, during my June 1st anniversary celebration, I'll tell the story a little before live, and then I'll play the video, and then I'll go eat lunch or something.
We're June 1st veterans, We launched our main component, which is BitVios games on the Genesis account Snapshot. We have 2 Genesis accounts, and we were there from the get-go. So there's a legacy there for sure.
So just so you know, content-wise, where this will be distributed, more than likely, I haven't fully decided yet, but it will definitely be going up on Twitter on my account. It will definitely be going into a Facebook group called EOS Open Stage, and I might also post it in the EOS Blockchain Facebook group, which is the channel that's managed by the ENF or the EOS support team. It also will be embedded in the website at some point in the future once I get time to build it up. But my main concern is capturing the data and information and immediately getting it live so that it can be manipulated if need be. Because there's a tool that makes the regular.
Can you send me a link to your Twitter account, Doug, and also I'll send you a thing so you can access the Boomerang account, and I'll give you the password. So if you want to moderate it anytime, feel free. I've just done it. I've set it up. It's there. It's like, if you want to start engaging with it, that'll be great, and I'll give you my Twitter handle as well.
Oh, yeah, sure. I got you. Okay. Very good.
Can we make it multilingual so that, all sorts of different cultures can do it? Is that possible?
I will translate this video into probably 60 different languages, and it will take some time.
You're a legend. Yeah,
All right, fantastic, guys. Well, let's wrap it up here so it makes it nice. You can feel free to edit it as you like, Douglas. And then just keep in mind on the branding, Doug, and you can help us with that. So I think we have a strong brand in our website, boomerang.earth. So Boomerang Earth to me is a strong brand. The game itself, Boomerang, but then Boomerang Earth is kind of the larger thing that you're touching on, the education, the merchandise, etc. Go ahead, Susan.
Just thinking, like you're talking about the merch, Lee, if we call the secondary component like BE, we've got Boomerang Earth, the main ship, and BE is the secondary company, like the marketing aspect, and we're just using the initials BE. Like that's almost B, you know what I mean? BE. So,
wow. Susan's on fire.
I'm gonna actually have to rewatch this video myself. I'm loving this.
Right, excellent. But yeah, we want team players for anybody who thinks that they have the same, kind of, they're tuned into what we're working on. Like you said, we want square deals for everyone. We don't want you to. We already have the developmental team that's second to none. They're working in the profession as Kevin himself, who started when we developed that our first MVP. I mean, he's worked on, the week with the Winklevoss twins doing Gemini, Goldman Sachs doing Square. He worked side by side with some of the original 24 developers. Jawad is overseeing like 50 developers where he's at. Made several trips to Dubai. We have lots of contacts in Dubai. So we're development strong. I mean, they're obviously working in the profession and now working more almost like paid contractors, but they're ready to come in and do what it takes to get the thing done. All right, Douglas. Excellent conversation.
That was great. Thank you, guys.
thank you. Yes, thank you.
All righty, here we go. So I just realized I had the incorrect it already changed. I had the incorrect date on the description. It was saying happy June 1st, 2022. So I changed, happy June 1st, 2020, when it actually is June 1st, 2022. Now, mistakes like these happen easily when you're rushed and trying to pull something off with very little and short notice, but it's all right, because part of the game of life is learning to deal with failures, mistakes, and just transform that into a learning process, a growth process. So I'm really happy that Kabanka up there pointed that out to me. And I wish somebody could tell me if it actually is corrected now, because I see in some of the Telegram chats where I posted the link, it pulled in the wrong. Oh, okay. So Patrick of MindWeb wants to join. So let's get him in here. Bam. Let's get Patrick on here. And then I guess I have to change the banner. Well, let's just turn the banner off at the bottom and see if Patrick can join in. See what he's up to. Well, what I was going to do, if Patrick didn't join, was start talking about YouTube video subtitling. But you know what? Maybe it's a great time to talk about that with Patrick here. Patrick, if you don't know who he is Patrick Schmidt of mindweb.io. And I think he just should be getting coming into co-host, it looks like, possibly. I'm not certain, because none of this is planned. It's all spontaneous. Just here having fun, taking advantage of the tools and resources that I have available to me, and learning and growing. Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to look at the camera, but I look at that screen to figure out what the heck I'm doing. So next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and post the invite link. So anyone who wants to come join in and ask questions and join the party can do so. And so if you see that StreamYard link there, go ahead and click on it. And what that will do is it'll allow me to pull your video feed as well as your audio feed into this call or this live stream session, assuming it's working. but I'm going to assume it is. And see if Patrick is coming, because he just messaged me. I'm going to move on. I'm typing him, are you coming? I'm going to move on to explaining YouTube language translation native style. Okay. All right. So first off, what we have here is a video I just made out the other day. It is just a simple little video that has the captions now. And what I mean by captions is the text that is spoken in the video. So now closed captions differ than what's called open captions. And this example, and I'm going to close this window, you see here, this little purple area with where it says Dr. Wu, what's up, people of Earth unite. This is what you would consider open captioning. So that's actually embedded into the video feed. Oops, let me turn this off. So this is embedded into the video feed. And because it is, and so like this bubble below, because we have a video in a video. So the live stream right now is displaying a video in a window that has open captioning and another window which has open captioning. So the video that will be produced at the end of this has text in there we can't get rid of. It's going to be permanently in there, and that's just the nature of the beast. And that text is in English. Now, if we actually jump back out here, you see this little button? This is what enables the closed captionings to appear. And so if you see this button white, it looks white here. I can give you another example of the difference, because I was looking at this video trying to figure out where's the one that I wanted. This one right here, you notice it doesn't have any subtitles yet. It only has the title and description. And I'm not sure why that is. Maybe it usually would have been processed by now, but for some reason it hasn't. Maybe it's because it's a longer video. Maybe they don't want to transcribe it. I have no idea. But what I'm talking about is that there's an automatic captioning process that YouTube utilizes to using machine learning algorithms to listen to the audio and display it on the page. And so this process has finished with this video here. See, it's because this video testing StreamYard out with an ADA and no takers. That's my joke. ADA means Ask Doug Anything. But anyways, this is the same video. And so it's a little funky how YouTube works, in my opinion. But for some reason, what you want to do is hit this duplicate and edit button and then just hit publish without even doing anything. Okay, now what you have here is two columns where there's a title description and a published for both the title description and the subtitles. Now, it doesn't really change anything here. Like if we refresh this page, what I just did over here is not change anything because it still has the closed caption ability. So you can see the whole transcript here. You can see all the ums and ahs. Oh my gosh, what happened? Oh, interesting. That's not good. That is unusual. 9:35, 10:05. Let's go to that section. Let's try and figure out what's going on here. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that does make sense because that's just me talking to myself. I thought it like deleted words or something like that. Okay, so basically, we're back here. Now what we're going to do is hit add language. And let's pick a language. Let's pick something easy for me. So not Chinese, but Spanish, or just because it's on my mind. just did. Now you notice there's different language versions of Spanish, and I guess there's slight variations in Spanish, just like Chinese has traditional versus simplified. So I'm just going to choose Spanish, and then I'm going to hit add. And so in this area, because I don't have an auto translate feature from YouTube to do this, I just slap it in Google Translate. Google is owned by, or YouTube is owned by Google. Just paste that in there. Whoops. A little more than I wanted. And then copy this. And then copy that and paste that in there. Okay, bam. Now I hit publish. And now I have my Spanish title and description. So what that means is this is the title and description. This is the title. This is the description. Or actually, this is, well, there's no more to see. So that is the description. All right. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to go here and hit add subtitles. And you can see here, it gives you some options how you want to add captions. We're going to go ahead and auto translate. Now, auto translate only works as good as the base English. So sometimes in YouTube, the captions that appear don't match exactly what you said, because you have like synonyms or words that, you know, ums and ahs and weird things that maybe don't get translated properly. So it's always good to look at your captions, what they're starting from. In this case, the origin language is English, and the destination target language is Spanish. But if you got a word wrong in English, you're going to get a word wrong in Spanish. And so the translation process, if all your words were correctly rendered in English at the starting point, there can be some situations where translating it doesn't translate right. So it's really good to make sure, especially if you understand the originating language, to make sure there's no mistakes. And we can get into how that works too here in a second. But I'm just going to go ahead and hit publish. All right, so there we go. So now I have Spanish and I have English. Now I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to refresh this page. And now you can see, if I play the video, you see the closed captions are on. Let's get to where I'm talking somewhere. And the way we can figure out where I'm talking is you can see the entire transcript here. So the beginning I talk. So 37, so right here.
Everyone wants to see my pretty face, right?
All right.
Oh, we got to get it.
Okay, so now what we do is we come over here, we go to English, we go to Spanish. Espanol. See, YouTube is a little tricky because they have the languages in the language of the language. So instead of saying Spanish, it says Espanol. So when you want to do like Arabic or Punjabi or Korean and simplified Chinese, it's sort of hard because like if you do something like this, okay, now look at your interface. See this? See how this all changes? See how this all changes? But the title and the description does not. Why? Because there are no translated versions of this. And if we look at the closed captions, okay, see it's still in English because there are no translated versions of this. So now the thing is that's funny is if you get stuck like this, sometimes it gets scary because you want, oh, how do I get back to English? You got to remember there's this line here on the screen and it's the second one below. So you sort of navigate based on structure and not by symbology. But it gets worse when you do stuff like this, like one of these languages, I think. Because then, not this one, but Arabic is one of them where the screen actually goes from right to left to right. And that is because in certain languages, the writing is from right to left. And so that kind of reversal, there's an example of that. That looks sort of strange to an English language speaker. This is all based on internationalization standard called I-18N. But anyways, so when you want to get back to English, you got to come over here. And the reason I'm showing you all this is if you start doing a lot of languages, you want to test them sometimes and see them render. So now we're back here to English. Oh, I forgot we never checked Spanish. So we go back here, Espanol. And I guess I'm in the US, so I'll put here. And then we should see, it's in Spanish. That's the title. That's the description in Spanish. And then here's the Spanish. All right. And then we play it from the beginning where there's some talking. Oh my gosh, it's showing English. Why? Okay, so we got a little kink. And then you know what? That's what I've been noticing with YouTube's.
Who keeps messaging me?
Okay, so that makes no sense to me because it's displaying the correct language here and not displaying the correct language here. You see, it says English, and it makes no sense. Let's try refreshing it. It may just need refreshing. Could be something. Oh, shoot, Patrick is out there. I didn't even notice. Sorry, Patrick. I didn't even realize you were there. I got so carried away into focusing on what I was doing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello, Doug.
Hi, good to have you. Hey, listen, I'm so glad you're here because you're my first live guest. It makes me so happy.
Yeah, I want to show you some respect, you know. It's and to EOS, it's June 4, June
Yeah.
1st, sorry, June 1st.
Yeah, isn't that exciting? I had a reason to...
We have to show some respect to EOS and to Doug, who also organizing this. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Patrick. You know, I have to admit, I just love having fun, and whenever there's an opportunity to throw a party, I want to.
And shout out that you organize this because there are not a lot of people that are doing this, I would say. Yeah.
Well, that just gives me a better opportunity to stand out as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. And this is well made, very well made with StreamYard and also YouTube. So very well made.
Thank you. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. I've been working my butt off trying to pull this all together because I was trying to get like assets and videos and like curate all the information that I thought could be useful. But yesterday I wanted, basically, you know, I was just adamant about running a stream for 24 hours because I've never done that before. And I thought it would just sound like, you know, it's like gimmicky, you know? And so my original idea was like try to get everybody streaming. And like, I'm thinking like Patrick of MindWeb. I want to be the MindWeb where I'm like everybody doing something else and then we can promote all these different things. But that idea, of course, didn't happen. But the funny thing was in the process of building this, I realized that there would be times where I get stressed out and worried about like trying to be perfect and trying to have everything right. But when I just let go of that attitude and just said, you know what, I'm on this path, I'm wherever I am, I don't have to be perfect. I just got to start from where I'm at and just try to keep continually moving forward in a positive direction. That really helped me because I don't like to be stressed out in work, and I don't like to be motivated by, you know, deadlines and things like that. I like to be able to be motivated by my passions, and the EOS and Fractally communities have been able to provide that to me. So I'm very grateful for that.
I am the same. I will say, don't ask any permission and do just what you want to do, what you love to do, and you will find also why you do the things. And you don't need any permission. That's the beauty. As you said, no put dates on the things because otherwise we are disappointed at the end because the things are not coming enough soon. So don't put any date and just doing the things. That's the beauty. And you do the things very well organized. That's the point. You can do the things with passion, but also you can do the things very well structured. And shout out to you, man.
Thank you. So how much time do you have today? Is there anything that you would like to talk about or share with us on this celebration day?
Oh, there is a lot of things coming into my head of this day. I remember June 1st, 2019. That was, yeah. when there was still the Block One event in that was in Washington, correct? There was the announcement of Voice. There was the announcement of the YubiKey. I remember that, and the new version of EOSIO, version 2, that was expected to run Voice. Yeah, that was the time where you had Daniel Larimer working for Block One with Brendan Blummer. That was an epic day. We were all excited about this day, and then the things have moved on, and that was a little bit changing. But the fate in EOS was not going down for me, and I think for the true believer of EOS, we are still here today after 4 years. Celebrating this epic day, so that's mean a lot.
Well, that's awesome, Patrick, for you to share your context and background, because I understand very well that you've been sort of, to me, in my mind, a pillar in this community from its onset. Anyone can look at your history through your mind webs and see not only your history, but the whole history of the ecosystem and develop over time. My learning experience in this ecosystem was a large part of it was provided to me through your efforts. So I recognize you for that, and I appreciate you for that. And I'm really excited to be able to just have access to be able to talk to you and have you as my friend, and just so many other people that I'm meeting. You know, if you really think about it, you know, it's what, June? It's been now 5 months since or it's the 6th month now. Yeah, so it's been 5 months since the January 1st, and it was around that time when I first got introduced to the EOS community, and even I would say to blockchain and crypto technology in general, because from most of my life experience, you know, I've always followed technology, but when it came to the blockchain stuff, it just didn't make any sense to me, and I just felt as though there was a lot of fraudulent, scammy kinds of things going on. So I didn't want to open my mind to what potential it might have in a positive way, because I just sort of, I think, feared it because I didn't understand it or didn't know it. And so when I got introduced to, you know, Dan Larimer and, you know, delegated proof of stake versus proof of work, there's a video that actually in my early explorations done by, what's the guy's name? He used to work for Google. Tech lead. He did a video called The Dark Truth of NFTs. And when I watched that video came out January 10th. I'll throw it up here and it really explained to me something that became very bothersome, because, you know, the idea of blockchain technology is to be decentralized, but really what you have over here with OpenSea is a layer which is centralized and very concerning to me. And so when I got introduced to Dan Larimer and delegated proof of stake and just this whole history with Hive or BitShares and Steemit and all this stuff, I really realized that Dan had a vision and an understanding of pretty much what I just say is efficiency, you know, doing things intelligently and efficiently. And as a techie who's used Windows most, you know, or supported Windows, you know, I use Linux too. I've always learned that when it comes to running your computer or even just the code of your computer, I like to run things lean and fast and not have a lot of bloat, and have things be designed to scale, you know, with the growth of that software platform. And so to me, I was very much captured by Dan's vision, you know, and even listening like to your video from January that you did with Dan about the token standards and stuff. It was like those were the first explorations into the technical side of the blockchain that I found fascinating, and I'm just like hooked. I can't. There's too much to learn, right? It's just like never ending. So it's great.
Yes. For me, it's always an excitement because we have so much I would say, circle around EOS. We have Hidden on EOS, we have Fractally, we have EOS Bees, we have EOS Support, we have also the U5 movement by Maurice Vanegas, human generated finance. We have a lot of initiatives going on, and we just have to collaborate. Not mesh together maybe, but more collaboration, and also doing our things on our side to be independent. But at a point we will collaborate more, and there is no rush. You can do your things on your side in submarine mode, or into I would say in university mode, and at a point you collaborate. And you are here since I remember I was meeting you into Discord or into Telegram. I don't remember, and that was 4 months ago, something like that. Yeah, and January, basically, end of January, or maybe some at this point, at this period, and you are learning every day, and you are all the time connected. Never sleep.
I sleep just very little.
Yeah, I say always never sleep. It's impossible. We have to sleep a little bit, but that's into the meaning to say you are always awakened. You are always ready to learn the things at the core. And that's very important, because you have to do your own mindset, your own mind map into your mind, and you have to learn. And you have a lot of background also that gives to you the possibility to learn how to learn. You have learned how to learn. So that's all people are able to do so. And I'm very excited for sure to be into this EOS ecosystem, as many of us that are still here. We have many OGs that are still believing, because we have signed that EOS is going well. We will have the Mandel new protocol. We have the Trust EVM network coming, Yield Plus. All will be aligned together, because all is connected. So that will be just incredible.
I really appreciate you, Patrick, and you cover a lot of topics. I mean, with your mind web, just keeping across the ecosystem. But I also hear you say a lot of the same things repeatedly, and as a kind of a mantra. And just in this dialogue here, there was something that I wanted to pull out and elucidate, and what you sort of described to me, a sort of balance between learning to collaborating with people, and I'm going to do this, and collaborating with people and working independently. Because one of the things I realized, I'm a big fan of a gentleman named Stephen Covey. He writes the book called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And there's 3 habits that are what he calls personal, which are, let's see if I can remember them. Be proactive, begin with the end in mind, and then put first things first. Okay, those are the 3 personal habits. Then the 3 interpersonal habits are think win-win, seek first to understand, then to be understood, and then the last one is synergize.
Yes.
Okay, and so for me, a lot of what I realized about Stephen Covey is what he emphasizes is proactivity, that before you can run, you need to walk, and before you can walk, you need to crawl. And that if we want to be a collaborative, interdependent people, interdependent meaning I depend on you, you depend on me, and we work together for a greater good, we first have to be independent people. If I can't be independent, if I don't know how to control my own choices. I have addiction problems. I make promises to myself that I don't keep. I'm going to have a real hard time dealing with other people. And so there's this notion that Stephen Covey introduces called the emotional bank account. And basically, the emotional bank account is, imagine if in all your interactions with people, you have a balance, and either like a bank account balance, and either you're making deposits or you're making withdrawals. You're very rarely in an interaction just staying at zero. And the simplest way that I remember understanding this is that if you create expectations or you make promises to others and you don't follow through with them, or you don't explain why you don't follow through with them, that creates a withdrawal. People feel let down or whatnot. If you always have the integrity of character to keep your word and do what you say you do,
Yes.
that creates a sense of trust, that balance grows. Now, the fact is that people aren't perfect. And there are times when we have all the good intent, all the desire to do something, and we express that and create that expectation, but we might not reach it, or we might not achieve. And I feel that it's really important to remember in that kind of situation, it's okay to make acknowledgments and awareness over our own deficiencies. And, that's why I keep bringing it up. It's so important to have sort of patience and forgiveness in this ecosystem and environment, because the way, how it is, just the way these decentralized autonomous organizations and just the how we govern ourselves, a lot of these things are being worked out, and we're participating with it, and it's changing, and we're influencing it as we speak. And things aren't always going to be perfect, but if we really want to see the best come out of this process, a little bit of patience and a little bit of forgiveness and a little bit of understanding goes a long way.
I agree. You know what? When I was joining EOS, and I was always independent. And I remember the first year, 2018, when I was in, my goal was to learn a lot of things by myself. I would be like a kind of machine to absorb all the raw materials of EOS, to understand the fundamentals and all this stuff. And I have spent a lot of time to read, to watch videos, and all this stuff. And that was 2018. 2019, that was another year. That was the year where I was thinking, okay, now I have to do what I love indeed. My love is to develop. But I was thinking, if I want to succeed into this EOS ecosystem, not myself, but with the other people, and let them know that EOS is a good ecosystem. We cannot just develop. We need also to educate. We need also to do some marketing. I am not a marketing guy at the base layer. I am a developer or software engineer, and I have denaturated myself. Let's say extraverti a little bit myself, extrovert myself, to say, okay, I have to educate the others. I have to, because I want to educate myself also. So I have begun to do these workshops, those workshops online. And for the MindWeb, that's something that came obvious on first Pomelo season. I would say August last year. I was thinking, okay, I love the mind mapping. I have always worked with mind maps to organize myself, to organize my life. I use a lot of mind mapping to do my software engineering. I use a lot of mind maps also with my customer. And I was thinking, is there a chance to have that on EOS? Because that will be a good way to organize the things. So I have begun with MindWeb. I was thinking that's a nice way to to collaborate around EOS, EOSIO, EOS, where everyone could contribute onto those mind map. That was in last year in August. And Pomelo Season 2 has begun this year. So in the first quarter of this year, we have Pomelo Season 2. And I arrived to the conclusion, not a conclusion, an intermediate conclusion. How can I continue? Because you have a lot of people, they have no time to do the things. They have no time. We have all our own things, and that's okay. That's okay. And I said, okay, I will maybe create some mind maps. EOS Digest mind map. That's the last menu on the right. EOS Digest, and there I have compiled different mind maps. And I was thinking, okay, I have to do those mind map myself first, and I will connect all the IDs, the information into those mind map, and turn that into knowledge. Because when you have all those data, all those IDs, those information into a mind map, that's the time to structurate those mind map. That those mind map are very well structured, and that's what I say. Turn information into knowledge. To make it simple, we turn information into knowledge, and maybe the people will dive into those mind map. Maybe they will use that as an entry point to learn. Everyone can learn EOS as he wants. You have no recipe. You have Dugvu, he's learning on his way. Patrick on his way. Other people. Everyone has his methodology to learn. But mind maps are just documents. And if you want to use those mind maps, use them as always. The community is giving you the tools. After that, maybe you will use, maybe you don't will use. That's up to you guys. But I am happy to continue to do this MindWeb.io platform. For the moment, it's just a website. It's this website. This is not yet collaborative. That's what I am building. So the only thing that I can show to the people for the moment is those mind maps that I have into this page. These mind maps will be multilingual. For the moment, the only mind map that is multilingual is the first one, the EOS Digest mind map. The first one into this page. The first one is
Let me go back.
Korean. Yeah, this one, yeah, is in English, Korean, and Chinese. And there will be also German, Spanish, that is translated by the EOSBs. And then I use the translation text that I receive, and I update the mind map automatically with a process that is automatically updating this mind map. So I am very in favor of translation, because if we do the things without to translate them, the YouTube video, we have to translate them. We have to do some transcription. We need to translate the things. Maybe not all, but what does it matter? For example, this mind map is the EOS Digest one is to onboard in, and the branch, sorry, the branch in blue are pointing you to other mind map. So, for example, if you click on the branch, I don't know, click on a branch in blue somewhere. Fractally, for example, the EOS Fractally MindWeb mind map. This one is opening this mind map in English.
Right. So like the branch of one arm is like the beginning of another one. So it's like continually branching. Otherwise, it's too much to have all on one screen, probably, huh?
I call it a mind map that is pointing to another mind map is a fractal mind map. That's nothing to do with fractally.
Right.
It's to say that in nature, it's fractal because it's fragmented, because it's going to other mind map. And a mind map that has no blue branch into it is a standalone mind map because he goes nowhere. He's going nowhere.
Right,
So,
right.
for the moment, we have, and you see into those mind map, for example, if you go on fractally on EOS MindWeb mind map into this one, you have a category, voila. And there you come onto the fractally brainstorming session on EOS that we do on the Monday with Jesse. Doug, you were also in.
Right.
And into this mind map on the bottom left,
Let me
on
zoom
the
in a
very
little.
bottom, yeah, on
Oh,
the very
not that much. I overdid it. Sorry.
yes, on the bottom left, very bottom, you have submit data to this MindWeb mind map. If you click on,
What is this?
on the link,
Oh, see, I was clicking in the wrong spot. That's what
okay.
it was.
So you see, you have a data submission for MindWeb mind map, and you see the URL on the top. It's written circle equal brainstorming, mind map equal fractally on EOS. So the submission form is to send data to a mind map. For
Does
example,
it have to be a 12-letter account? Could it be an anchor? Can it be like that?
No. There is no control on that. EOS account is not mandatory. Twitter handle is not mandatory. And even the name is not mandatory. But Doug is not a bot, so he will put his name. Then what is very mandatory is the URL. For sure, the URL. The URL is very mandatory. And the category, the category, you have to put a category that is into the mind map fractally brainstorming session.
Hey, I'm trying to break the thing.
You will not send that. That's just an example. Don't send that. I will refuse for sure. But
I'm just messing around.
So you put your URL. That could be a YouTube video. That could be a Google document. That could be every kind of content. And you put a category that is into the mind map, and you put a topic. Maybe the last one thing that you have to put is the topic. If you can show the screen, maybe the topic.
Oh, is it not? Oh, yeah, it's under the thing. Hold on, let me get that banner out of the way. There.
Voilà. The topic. So the topic, you basically it's the subject of what you want to talk, and the category, it's the category. Then you submit that. You can submit, no problem. You can submit that.
Oh, submit it. Okay.
Yeah. Data are sent, and the web form is cleaned for another submission. When you do that, I receive that into a repo, into a database of MindWeb. I call it the MindWeb store. I receive the submission into the MindWeb store, and if this submission seems to be not a bot, something intelligent, something interesting, and all, I include that into the mind map. That's the point. That's not automatized. It's impossible because that's need a human to check if the submission is acceptable. And then there are other processes that are automatized. What are the processes that are automatized into MindWeb? The process that are automatized into MindWeb is create the mind map automatically from a Discord server, for example, or create a mind map automatically from translation file that I receive from Jesse Jaffe of the EOS Beast, for example. So that I can automatize, or create an SRT file for YouTube video in order that the video are translated into 11 languages, for example. So that is possible. But for the moment, I accept the submission through a web form, and into the future, not very far future, the people will be able to come directly on mindweb.io, log in with your user and password with an EOS account tied to your MindWeb account, because the MindWeb account will be just an email, a password, and that will be tied with an EOS account. That's the goal. And also with Eden on EOS account. If you are into Eden, that's a good point also, because you're already
Okay.
trusted.
Let's take a look at some of those. So is it on
Be able
this?
to collaborate.
So there's Ian. This is. So hold on a second. You said the Eden. Oh, there it is.
Ah, this mind map, I have to refresh him maybe. Yeah, this is the original Eden on EOS mind map that I have made on first season of Eden. Now,
Okay, need an update.
yeah. Now I have another one, but I have not published it into the EOS Digest menu. I will give you a link.
Yeah, please do.
I will give you a link like this. You can show.
And you know what I wanted to see if I could find is, I think it's in here somewhere.
Okay, so I will put the link into your Telegram.
Okay.
Okay. And
I saw the outdated map in the past, and so I asked for it to be updated, and they updated it. Anyways, Telegram. I'm lost. I got too many windows open. Okay, here we go. Telegram. Where's Patrick? There he is.
Yeah, I will send you just a link. So, Doug.
Okay. Are you still there? Uh-oh. Did I do something? Patrick? Patrick. Oh, we lost him. What happened to Patrick? Well, we're experiencing some technical difficulties here. I don't know why. We got 2 viewers out there. Telegram just updated. And here's a new link from Patrick. And I'll drag that over here. Telegram just updated again. Yeah, I see that. You have to rejoin. Click on the link, Patrick. I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. Don't know what happened to him. And what happened to my screen share? I don't know what happened to that. I think I might have. Oh, cannot allow permanent access. That's unfortunate. All right, Patrick, are you coming back in? Dude. Maybe I should push out a new link to him. I don't know if it makes a difference. I don't think it's changed. All right, well, we lost Patrick, it looks like. I'm not going to wait for him anymore. I don't know if I'm having problems with technical issues with the stream or if it's on Patrick's end or not. If there's anyone out there that wants to comment, I see I have one viewer. I'm happy I have one viewer. Maybe that's Patrick. I guess I'm just going to move on. So that's unfortunate, abrupt ending. We're going to go ahead and close some windows here, free up some resources. Let me go ahead and play this. There was an interesting discussion that Gabrielle Shaw had on the recent Breakfast and Blockchain with Jesse from the EOSBs. This is from May 27th, streamed live. That was just, what was that? 27th was last Friday. Ah, here's Patrick. He's back. All right, very good. Patrick, you're back.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I was so sad that you were gone. I didn't know what to do. So glad that you're back. It was such an abrupt ending. I wasn't ready for you to leave.
Have you received the link?
Yeah, no, I did. I had it open, but then I thought you were gone, so I was like, okay, I'm just.
Okay. I have other mind map that I have not published into the EOS Digest. That's this one. Is the Eden dashboard. I update this Eden dashboard mind map at every call of the Chief Eden delegates. So, for example, this week on.
Oops. Patrick got disconnected again. That's unfortunate. Okay, here he comes. He's back.
So, for example, this Thursday, there is the 6th episode of the Chief Eden Delegates. That's right. That will be the 6th one. And I will update this mind map with the YouTube video, with that are on the bottom right. You have the videos of every Chief Delegate meetings of this season 2. And on the left of the mind map, you have basically things of the past. So
Right.
On the left, that's the things of the past. The left brain is the past, and the right brain is the new stuff. Because the mind maps is very good.
That's brilliant.
Sorry?
That's brilliant, because actually that makes sense. That mirrors the human brain, honestly.
Exactly, because it's a heuristic schema. The mind maps are mimicking the heuristic schema, where you put into the center the ID, and around the center you put the information, the data, and that's let you use the two parts of your brain, the left side and the right side. So that's very well useful for brainstorming, for knowledge management, for education. So in this case, this mind map is an educational mind map, but you can have also mind map to brainstorm, mind map to organize a new project, a new ID. That's a very powerful tool. And at the moment, it's myself that is updating this mind map, but into the future, you can imagine that someone else can come with you online, as we do today, for example. And during that we speak, we update the mind map together. And Dugvu is doing a new branch. Patrick is also doing a new branch. And at the end, we have something. That's free mind here or free plan.
That's free plan. This was just a way I was trying to organize my
this mind map, for example, that you show me now. It's in free plan. It will be uploaded on. It could be uploaded onto MindWeb, into the knowledge builder of MindWeb, and it could enrich another mind map that I have, or it can be a standalone mind map, or it can become a fractal mind map with another mind map that I have already. So that's totally compatible. It's not. I am not doing something that is just for Nova Crypto, and that's all. The goal is that's become totally collaborative. That's the goal. That's the.
So I just want to show you a couple things here, Patrick, since we're talking about MindWeb and what work you've done, because I want to build on top of your work. And these are domains that aren't ready to be really released, but because I'm doing the live stream, rather than finish the websites and have them be like publicly released at a certain point, I just decided wherever I'm at, I'm just going to open up, show people, and just show them how I build the site, like the process of actually from beginning to end, And so right now, I just did a lot of work on this yesterday. This is a WordPress site. I changed the theme. I made this little, what do you call it? A logo. But what I've been doing is actually video recording and live streaming me working on the computer. And what I intend to do is just make just video document the whole growth and record it, upload it to YouTube, just to use YouTube as a repository where I can get it off my hard drive. And then I'm developing students I'm developing a process where they're going to help me version it by reviewing the videos, looking at the timelines where sections can be removed or edited or chapter sequences involved, and facilitating the opportunity for this publishing to be a learning experience for friends that want to get involved with web marketing or whatever, and as a way for me to get assistance. Because now what's happening is I'm actually recording my dialogues with them, and they're listening to our own recordings, and we're using it as a very powerful way to not only learn skill sets, but to transform ourselves. Like, I'm having these really personal, deep dialogues. In fact, I'd love to share one of them with you if you're interested in hearing some of them.
You know what? If you go on mindweb.io again.
Yeah. Mindweb.io is back here. I know.
I will just explain you something. Mindweb.io. Yeah. You see on the top left, you have a EOS Translation Foundation.
Yeah.
Yes. That's the website of the Fractal Group EOS Translation Foundation, where I am in collaboration also. And if you go back on mindweb.io again.
Hold on, I want to say something else too. Something I just started work on.
Yeah. I have put a EOS Translation Foundation on the top, on the left. Why? Because all the mind map will be translated. So if you stay on the page, I want to explain you something. So because all will be translated, I have put EOS Translation Foundation. You have also EOS Support, Bywire News, EOS London, EOS Biz, Fractally, and MindStore. You are already, And all that is the mindweb.io, your visual knowledge base on EOS. So the goal is to connect with the maximum other website like this that make a good SEO.
Because absolutely.
No, for the SEO, I admit for the SEO, we don't need only to have links. That's more than that. The SEO is not just links, but that's very important if you want that your information is found, that your website are interlinked.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I will link the eosopenstage.org that you have. I will also
don't link it yet. Don't link it yet, though. Give me a little bit of time to fix a few things, because I still have to set up CDN and I got some security stuff. Like, I don't care if anyone.
Yeah, sure.
And so once I'm ready to, because content-wise, I don't really care, but I just want to tidy up some behind the scenes stuff.
And
I can't disclose too much without it being a risk to me.
Yeah. About the mind map, also something that I have think is very useful. It's for the SEO. If you do a mind map.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what I'm going to do, Patrick? I'm going to help you with SEO and your mind webs, because I'm going to have a lot of SEO tools, and I want to get a sort of like a cumulative way of because when I do metrics, like I realized back in the day, I only had like a few domains. Then I realized if you have control and command of a lot of domains, you can really do a lot more. And not all domains are the same, and not all users are the same when it comes to link juice, whether it's social media or just web. Not like each inbound link is not the same. Like if it's coming from a
I'll
spam
send you
black.
another link into the Telegram. If you can just open,
Yeah.
you will see something very nice.
So what you're doing is you're actually in a really good position because you've curated all the best links.
That's the
Essentially.
last workshop, number 14, that I did last week.
But I still haven't got the watch. I'm too busy. Remember when we made Tony third event? I was like waiting for it.
Problem. I say just last week that was the 14 workshop,
Yeah.
and before, I was doing the workshops, YouTube video, without any mind map, nothing. So there is no chance that someone will see. Now with
Right.
the mind map, there is another chance that the people see. And
Right.
it's not about just that the people see, it's also that the people learn. So by doing mind map, you are, one, maximizing the education and the onboarding. Second thing, you have a good visibility on the web, on the search engine, and also your YouTube channel. Your YouTube channel will increase in subscribers. Since I do the mind maps, the Nova Crypto YouTube channel is increasing. The bandwidth of the YouTube channel is increasing into subscriber because there are more chance that someone see the information.
Right.
And your website EOS Translation Foundation that you are in progress is very well made, and the
where is it? I lost it already.
EOS Index also. I remember I have used EOS Index in 2018. I have published something on the EOS Index website. I remember.
Not mine though.
Not yours, but the
Right.
original one. The original one.
I didn't know there wasn't an original one. That's funny.
Yeah. So
and Jay Taylor said
WordPress is a good one to use. WordPress is very nice because you have the word proof of Sebastian van der Lands.
This is hot off the press from Jay Taylor. This is not legal or financial advice we're talking about today. We're just having a good time. Anyways, we'll have to get Jay on here later and see what this thing he sent me is all about. I have no idea what that is.
I am ready to jump on another subject because MindWeb we can talk, I think, a lot of hours, and this is ongoing. This is not finished. This is always improving, and I am in season 2. I have finished season 2 thanks to all the people that have contributed, that have donated, and I will continue. And thank you to ENF. ENF has given me a direct grant contribution for MindWeb. So I was very happy. And there will be Pomelo season 3 coming on Q3. So I am ready for that. This is not finished, We are not heroes just for one day.
No. As far as I'm concerned, Patrick, this is like the beginning of a journey for me. Because
for a long time. I see you here for a long time. You are.
I'm not to win. I'm not giving up. I'm going to the bitter end.
Yeah, testifying to intent. Now you are doing the things, and you will deliver. So for me, you are. Trust is a so bad word. The word trust should never exist. Normally, you should just testifying what you want to do the things, and deliver, and know why you do the things. That's all. And I think trust. You can only see that if someone is someone is reliable, and you do the things repeatedly. You speak with the same people repeatedly, like this. Okay, this guy or this woman, I love her, I love him because he has good ideas, good information to share. So I think it's fractal in nature, So we use the word fractal a lot because it's something natural into the nature, So I'm so happy that Daniel Larimer was coming with the fractal paradigm. That's just what we need. And the more equal animal book also with the lion and the sheep. And we are we are lions. We are not sheep. We are lions because we want our best freedom, best independence. We never give up. So if you watch this event at any time, guys, you can think, what are those two guys that are speaking now? But you know what? We are in loss and we believe in Yeah.
Did you see what I just did? Can you upload that? Do you have a Hive account?
Yeah, I have an Hive account, not on. You use which platform yourself? SNC. I don't use SNC. I use the original.
Watch this, right?
That was frustrating to create an account on.
Oh no, I can't. I'm so pissed off at it. Wait, so Hive. I like ECC's dark mode.
I have read this article. I was just on the floor when I read this article. I was like, what a crazy article.
Listen, I gotta take this. I gotta ask you a question because I feel like we can talk about this. I want to know about your thoughts on where is it?
Oh, I love the banner. I love the banner on the top, the blue banner with the little dots.
Oh, you like that?
I love this banner. I remember this banner very well.
Yeah. Here we go. What do you think about this, Patrick?
The blockchain.
Listen, I want to talk about something, and I get accused for being off topic. I'm like, well, wait a second. Where can I take this conversation where it is the topic, where it's on topic? And I feel like there's a lot of different kinds of conversations that are worth having, but we don't need to try to shove it all into one Telegram channel. And so I wrote this just because, I wanted to say something controversial to stimulate thought. What is this actually mean?
Very loud. Your mic is loud.
Oh, my music is? Oh, my mic is. Let me turn it down.
Your mic is very.
It's overblown now. I've had that problem with it. I see that. Let's see.
Some noise, Okay.
Okay, here you go. How's
this?
It's
better.
Yeah. It's better. Is that better? Thank you so much for telling me that, man. I didn't even think about that.
We need to tokenize Jesus Christ in and on the blockchain. What does that mean? I am not sure yet, but I have a lot of ideas about that. Maybe we can arrive at a consensus later today around or after 4 p.m. CST. If you want to join that conversation, sure, there is a lot of, myself included. So when I was beginning with EOS, I was like a lot of people. I think I am not the only one that was at the time of into your life searching for something or looking for something new, or maybe you were lost, or maybe you have experienced something not easy to your life. And if you are already connected with Jesus Christ, for sure, that's the perfect way to testify your love for Jesus and to tokenize your IDs and your information onto EOS. You are tokenized at the same time your love for God or for Jesus. So for sure, I see that on a good eye. I don't know what is your on that, Doug. I have just expressed my doubt, but I don't know what are your thoughts.
Well, here's the deal: is they have all this talk like DAO and Fractally will Fractally be able to run on EOS, and in the Web3 world, everybody thinks blockchain tokenization, and so it's sort of like I sort of feel like that saying, if your only tool is a hammer, you hit everything like it's a nail. Well, I just want to ask the question: When I'm asking Jesus Christ in or on the blockchain, I'm asking the question of, what does Jesus represent to you? I don't care what you think of Jesus as God or man or both or just a human or a fiction or whatever. But whoever Jesus Christ is, however that appears to you, what would it mean to put Jesus Christ in or on the blockchain? You know, what does that actually mean? And so what it means to me is that Jesus is
I have my answer on that. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
For me to
Is my mic still too high?
Mhm.
Is my mic? Let me check my mic again. Okay. So to me, what I wanted to do with this is say something controversial to get a lot of people of different opinions and perspectives to have a mutual dialogue. And not in a way that's hurtful or harmful or destructive of each other's egos and beliefs and emotions and futures, but in a way without judgment and with just interest of coming to a consensus about, can we all agree to initially disagree, but find a way that we can all agree. And I don't know if that's crazy, but see, I'll tell you one thing is people can argue about Jesus being God or man, or he died for our sins or all this kind of stuff. You know, some people say that he never existed as a person is just a myth. But one thing I bet you, I guarantee you, that you ask most any person that you know, or in the history of however long since Jesus was around, if they believed that Jesus was human, they would say probably yes. And not only that he was human, but that he had somehow exemplified what it means to be human in the fullest capacity. And this notion of sacrifice, you know, of death bringing life, symbologically what Jesus represents and the spirit of, you know, light and life, is something that I think that is universal, but if it were expressed multiversally, could be universally accepted. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, you know, I am based in Switzerland. I am a Catholic. You can be in the US. You are also Catholic at some place. You are in Colombia. Colombia is a country where you love God at a point. You have different cultures. So, but what is common to all the culture with Jesus, or what you want to name it, as you want to name it? We agree that we want to have good people in interaction. We want to be a better version of ourselves each and every day. We want to be a better person. And Jesus Christ, for me, represents this kind of man that was able to endure a lot of things. He was very resilient. He was very resilient, Jesus, with all what he has experienced. He was able to. He was able to pardon. He was able to say, okay, I give you my. He was able to accept you as you are, and I was coming to a conclusion. Something that we need more. We need to testify our intent. That's the first point. Then we have to try. I say try because you can always have an impeachment, but you have to try to reach your intent. You have testified your intent, and then you need to try to reach your intent by your actions, and then you deliver. So that's a constant pendulum to find the best way how you can prove that you have delivered. It's by doing action. And first you have testified your intent, because like this, when you are looking backward in 6 months or in 1 year, you will know why you had decided on the 1st June 2022, like today, for example, why you have decided to do those things. And it is all recorded. It is for the prosperity. It is on the EOS mainnet, and that could be also on IPFS for an immutable storage. So the perfect wedding, EOS plus IPFS, perfect wedding to avoid the Rashomon effect. Maybe you are familiar with the Rashomon effect.
Oh, let's get into that. Yeah, you're the one who introduced that to me, by the way. I love it. I'm so glad that you
Rashomon
brought that
effect, yeah. Yeah, there is a nice video. Oh, yeah, there is also Wikipedia for sure. But in basic word, what does it mean, Rashomon effect? You can have Doug and myself. We are today on June 1st, 2022. We have connected together now. And Doug is seeing the things on his own. Patrick is seeing the things on his own eyes. And we can be the both human in the same time, at the same place, but we are not seeing the things on the same way. So to minimize, because you cannot avoid, but to minimize the Rashomon effect, it's called Rashomon effect because it's the effect to see the things different for the same event. The good point is to have the blockchain. Like this, you can prove later on what was said was stated and was recorded. That's nice. It's the radio station. It's not possible to say after that Doug Wu was never stating that Patrick was never stating that. So we need to timestamp. That's the word here. We have to timestamp on the EOS mainnet.
The Rashomon effect is the situation in which an event is given contradictory interpretations or descriptions by the individuals involved. It is a storytelling and writing method in cinema meant to provide different perspectives and points of view of the same incident. The term, derived from the 1950 Japanese film Rashomon, is used to describe the phenomenon of the unreliability of eyewitnesses. The Rashomon effect is the situation in which an event is given contradictory interpretations or descriptions by the individuals involved. It is a storytelling and writing method in cinema meant to provide different perspectives and points of view of the same incident. The term, derived from the 1950 Japanese...
It's nothing, huh? I was like, what the heck? What's it going to end? Did you like that?
I send you a link now. Can you just play this video?
Sure, absolutely. I'd love to.
That video is just...
Let's turn off my music here, though. Hold on a second. Yeah. I'm sorry.
That's the video to watch. Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this... Where is it? Which one do I want? I think it's this one. Yeah, that's the one I need. I got too many windows open. I need to get
understand why it's important to have the blockchain also.
Cool. Thank you, Patrick.
A samurai is found dead in a quiet bamboo grove. One by one, the crime's only known witnesses recount their version of the events that transpired. But as they each tell their tale, it becomes clear that every testimony is plausible yet different, and each witness implicates themselves. This is the premise of In a Grove, a short story published in the early 1920s by Japanese author Ryunosuke Akutagawa, though many know this tale of warring perspectives by a different name, Rashomon. In 1950, Japanese filmmaker Akira Kurosawa adapted two of Akutagawa's stories into one film. This movie introduced the world to an enduring cultural metaphor that has transformed our understanding of truth, justice, and human memory. The Rashomon effect describes a situation in which individuals give significantly different but equally conceived same event. Often used to highlight the unreliability of eyewitnesses, the Rashomon effect usually occurs under two specific conditions. The first, there's no evidence to verify what really happened, and the second, there's pressure to achieve closure, often provided by an authority figure trying to identify the definitive truth. But the Rashomon effect undermines the very idea of a singular, objective truth. In the source material, Akutagawa and Kurosawa use the tools of their media to give each character's testimony equal weight, transforming each witness into an unreliable narrator. Without any hints on who's sharing the most accurate account, the audience can't tell which character to trust. Instead, Each testimony takes on a truthful quality, and the audience is left doubting their convictions as they guess who ended the samurai's life. Some might find this frustrating because the plot subverts expectations of how mysteries usually end, but by refusing to provide a clear answer, these two artists capture the messiness and complexity of truth and human memory. Neuroscientists have found that when we form a memory, our interpretation of visual information is influenced by our previous experiences and internal biases. Some of these biases are unique to individuals, but others are more universal. For example, egocentric bias can influence people to subconsciously reshape their memories in ways that cast a positive light on their actions. Even if we were able to encode a memory accurately, recalling it incorporates new information that changes the memory. And when we later recall that event, we typically remember the embellished memory instead of the original experience. These underlying psychological phenomena mean that the Rashomon effect can pop up anywhere. In biology, scientists starting from the same dataset and applying the same analytical methods frequently publish different results. Anthropologists regularly grapple with the impact personal background can have on an expert's perception. In one famous case, two anthropologists visited the Mexican village of Tepoztlan. The first researcher described life in the town as happy and contented, while the second recorded residents as paranoid and disgruntled. Experts aside, the Rashomon effect can also impact the general public, particularly when it comes to the perception of complicated world events. For example, following a 2015 security summit between the United States and leaders from the Arab states, media reports about the summit varied enormously. Some stated that it had gone smoothly, while others called it a complete failure. It's tempting to fixate on why we have competing perceptions, but perhaps the more important question the Rashomon effect raises is, what is truth anyway? Are there situations when an objective truth doesn't exist? What can different versions of the same event tell us about the time, place, and people involved? And how can we make group decisions if we're all working with different information, backgrounds, and biases? Like most questions, these don't have a definitive answer, but the enduring importance of the Kitagawa story suggests there may be value in embracing the ambiguity. When it comes to determining the truth, what's more reliable, ambiguity or unanimity? Strangely enough, sometimes the closer you get to total agreement, the less trustworthy a result becomes. Unpack the counterintuitive paradox of unanimity with this video.
The paradox of unanimity
Hey,
is also
that was
very
awesome, Patrick. Thanks for sharing that one with me. In fact, what I want to do is like it, subscribe to it, and save it.
And the
And
conclusion on this nice phenomena, there is no true, there is no false. There are just events, and there is no evidence of those events. So we just have to store them for the posterity on IPFS, immutable. Then we have to timestamp them onto the EOS mainnet. And you add to that your YouTube video, your video that you are doing, put them on IPFS also, if you can, because you can minimize the Rashomon, not avoid, minimize the Rashomon effect.
right.
And when you see the hidden on EOS induction, there are inductions to be on hidden on EOS. You have to show your face, you have to testify your intent, you have to pay for a membership. Okay, but that's all recorded, and that's on IPFS, and that's on the Atomic Hub, on the EOS Atomic Hub as an NFT, as an NFT. So that's nice.
Hey, listen to this clip with me, okay? It's a short one.
Very much to the point that founders, especially if they're technical, do not value and appreciate enough the benefit of having good community management. And so if you can and you are investing in development, try and balance that out as much as you can do.
From where it is? From when?
Because it comes back to one of the key problems that we go through in the Infodata program is that we can often be too in love with our own idea, and we do not invest enough time and space and energy and money and effort to go to where the potential customers are and have authentic, genuine conversation to help steer what we're going to develop. I can't even tell you how many projects I've been involved with over the years of founders who I still agree very much with the point that founders, especially if they're technical, do not value and appreciate enough the
Anyways, that clip was I thought that was interesting.
This video that you are playing now, it's was already on the 27. That was on the 27. This one, breakfast and blockchain with Jesse.
Yeah, that's Friday.
Yeah, I have no time to see that. I have to see that. Yeah.
Yeah. You want the link?
Yeah.
Let me start in the chat. Let me just start in the chat.
Yeah. Good idea.
Oh wait, that's the wrong one. I just closed it. I didn't copy it.
Wednesday I was still into my workshop week. I was totally.
Hey, listen, you know what I've been doing? I've been experimenting with YouTube Shorts, like clips.
The clips, yeah.
See this right here? Let me send this to you, same thing now through Telegram. Okay, so I go share clip.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, copy. Now I'm going to send it to you in Telegram and watch what it does in Telegram.
Okay.
I'm actually going to pull Telegram over. So I'm pulling Telegram over here. Watch what it does. See that?
Perfect.
I beta tagged it. And so you'll notice, let's see, maybe I can find some. Like, watch this. It's changing a lot, though.
Who is Volker Who?
See, it's changing. Earlier, oh my gosh, it's hilarious. Look at this. Have you ever seen a Google search result that only has 8 results? Look at that. 8 results, dude. What the heck is that all about? Look. They removed their DMCA redacted by. Look at that.
Your sound is very loud. Your mic is very loud. You have to settle.
Oh, sorry. But dude, have you ever seen that before? I've never seen that before. That's to me like normally it used to be back like 1 million. Now it's going lower, smaller, and smaller. Now it's down to like 9. That's weird. See, but if you take this out, watch what happens. It'll jump up. It's like they're de-indexing me. See how it jumps up?
Yeah, no, it's normal. Yeah.
Because watch this.
The more you are precise, more it is fast. That's normal. Yeah.
It's interesting. That's funny. Look there. Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Write the word Nova Crypto and you will see.
No. What I'm trying to tell you is that back in the day, didn't matter what you searched for. You could have a word that doesn't exist on the internet. It would show you 1 million results anyways, right? Yeah. Now it's like 318 or 9 or 8.
No, that's incredible.
The way Google's is changing. It's crazy.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Anyways, let's go back to what are we talking about next. Now, I was in the middle of fixing a language translation problem because somebody needed something translated by tomorrow. And I sort of want to I don't want to leave him hanging, but and now Jesse, I think, is trying to help him, but I actually already translated one of the videos. So I'm going to need to, I'm going to just pull that in. I don't think Jesse will mind if I do this. So basically, let's delete this message because they all seen that. But there's a guy here who was trying to, I already translated it, but YouTube was glitching. I will see where it stands at now. Okay. So we go here, and that's not what I want. I want my, I don't have it open. I'll see. Maybe it's behind that thing, but I don't know. And so Captionizer, all right. And okay, see, I translated into Spanish. It shows here, but when it was in the playing in the thing.
Muchas gracias a la comunidad tecnológica.
Okay, it's working now. It's working. Yeah, it's working. Okay, so go back to here. Go back to here. Ugh. Oh my gosh, I hate typing. All right, so that's out of the way. But you know what? I don't know if I should have put that on a live stream, but I just did. I didn't get permission from the anybody, but I just do stuff like that. And I hope if I get in trouble for it, that people forgive me. Are you still there, Patrick? All right. Oh, he muted himself. Okay, so let's move on, I guess, since goes that. We can do that. I feel like it's time for another movie. And I want to watch the one that I don't even know anything about this, but this is like retro. So this is a time period of EOS that I wasn't around for. So let's see what this is all about.
Yo, good afternoon, viewers of YouTube. My name is Tyler of ChicoCrypto.com, and welcome to another episode of a Crypto and a Cold One. Today's featured guest is Kona Brewing Company again. Not the Cocoa Brown like yesterday. It's Anale Island IPA. Fruity. I like fruity stuff. Orange, guava, passion fruit. It says easy does it. Just like me. Oh yeah, a lot better. Adding to my tower. Remember, if this falls during the video and you're the first to comment, I will send you an email. So the reason to watch the video, besides excellent content. So today I'd like to look into a project that I should have reviewed a long time ago. All I have to say is 4 words, and it will hint you at what project I'm talking about. Delegated proof of stake. Still haven't figured it out? How about BitShares? How about Dan Larimer? Enough yanking or shame. Today's review is going to dive into the world of EOS. So let's first take a mile-high look down at EOS and then do a deep dive into what the platform offers. So what is EOS? EOS is a smart contracts platform founded and designed by cryptocurrency genius and serial entrepreneur Dan Larimer, who was the brains behind both BitShares and Steam. In my opinion, he resembles a healthier Vitalik Buterin. Or maybe he's a copy or an upgraded clone of Vitalik because EOS is an upgraded version of Ethereum. So EOS focuses on performance and usability. It uses a delegated proof-of-stake consensus, or DPoS, and it allows it to have fast block times just like Neo's delegated Byzantine. EOS aims to solve the issues that have been plaguing Ethereum DApps, such as high fees and slow transaction time. The main goal of EOS is to create a business-ready blockchain that, in the hands of businesses and enterprises, doesn't feel much like a blockchain at all. So let's dive into the design of EOS and what sets it apart from other crypto projects. Number one is the delegated proof-of-stake consensus, which was invented by Dan. In this type of system, a technological democracy is created by a community of block producers and stake users that agree to a common set of rules. So in a regular proof-of-stake system, every wallet that contains coins is able to participate in the process of validating transactions and forming consensus.
Hey, Patrick, I understand you gotta go.
Yeah, experiencing some technical problems, but
yeah, no, well, I seem to have those follow me everywhere I go. Hey, Douglas Button is going to join us, me or you. I thought it'd be cool. It would be a nice transition to catch him before you left, but that's all right. You know, I love you, man. Oh my God, I need to get a new mic. I'm sorry about that. Let me see.
I just want to say thank you, and I hope you will have more people coming today.
Well,
but you know, it's to me it's 6:30 p.m. In Switzerland, so in US that's behind. So that will come. You will have more people joining for this June 1st event, and maybe I will try to join later on. I just have to go, and maybe I will connect later on because you said you will do a 24. You say you will do a 24-hour.
And listen, I started at exactly midnight last night.
I believe you. I was connected.
Yeah. And the stream had to be rebooted because I was still uploading stuff and it sort of crashed my deal. But anyways, I've been going at it since then, and I've been either playing videos, queuing them up, or making assets or whatever, you know, contacting people. It's crazy.
Yes. About the Lingo tool that you use for the SRT file translation and all, there are a lot of tools to do the SRT translation, and
there's tons of them. Yeah, and I want to explore that. I mean, that topic right there. If you explored it, not only you discover all these different things, but you find like more things keep changing on you. New things come out, you know.
Yes, and for the last video that we made with Jesse Jaffe, that is on Bywire, to explain the update about EOSBs, this video was translated into 11 languages by EOSBs. The English auto translated was very bad on YouTube. You cannot trust the auto translation English. You have to clean up first the English one, and then you translate into other. When the English one is good translated, you just have to publish again and auto-translate into the other languages. And when you
I understand that. That's a good point you made there.
And when you auto-translate into the other languages, sometimes in Spanish or in other languages, there are some glitches that you have to fix yourself. But I will say with YouTube, original YouTube, no API, nothing to do with API, worked relatively well. And now what I am trying to do, I am creating a MindWeb translator. And this MindWeb translator will be, when it is finished, I am in development of that. That could be used by anyone. The goal is you can upload an SRT file that you have exported into English from your video, and then this SRT file will be uploaded into MindWeb on a translator tool, and then this same SRT file can be exported for whatever you want. For example, you want to do a video description just with the timestamps, the timestamp and the text.
Yeah.
You can do a file for that. If you want to do from your SRT file, I don't know, a transcription, a transcript.
I
with
think what it's really good for is having the chapter sections in like an outline format.
Yeah, and also who is speaking. For example, now
okay,
I am.
I'm getting to know who is speaking. Now you're talking VTT because that's a new standard that actually that's called diarization. They have AI that can not only transcribe it but can sort out the speakers.
Yeah, but I take the SRT file as a base file to do all the kind of files that you want in order
Douglas is coming. Doug 2 is coming. Patrick, Doug 2 is coming.
No, it's not yet finished, but that's for.
No, Doug 2. You know Doug 1, you call Doug 2? He's coming to join us.
Who?
Douglas Butner, Doug 2.
Ah, Doug 2.
Yes.
Oh.
He just got his
Douglas Butner, the only one.
Don't leave just yet. Hold on, let's see if he gets on here.
A good transition because after I have to go.
In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just play this video for a short bit. If you want to leave, that's fine. But if you can stick around just long enough to say hi to him before you go, that'd be cool. I'm going to go get a refill on my coffee too. You don't mind?
You have to settle your mic, man.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Every wallet that contains coins is able to vote for a representative. These reps validate transactions and warn consumers, and they are paid for their efforts through the system. Now, Dan created BitShares on July 19th, 2014, and it was the first crypto to use BPOS. Now, BitShares was by far the fastest blockchain on the block, and Larimer actually declared that mining was no longer needed. This basically caused a panic among those who were invested in the proof-of-work system, and power is never given up without a major fight. The industry rallied behind Ethereum, and a snubbing of BitShares commenced, opening the door for Ethereum to succeed. BPOS had definitely a rough start, but the consensus would not be ignored. Today, Steam, a Steam port called Bolos, and BitShares process half of the industry's transactions.
What up, Douglas? Doug 2.
Hello, my two dogs.
So how's my volume right now? Is it all right? Is it blown out still?
Yeah, your audio. It sounds like your level is too high. If you go into the settings on your computer, you might be able to adjust the microphone level so it doesn't
It's almost
peak.
all the way down now. I'm just afraid that you might not hear me. How's that?
Oh,
Is that better?
not really.
Wow. I'll just try to talk quieter, I guess. I don't know.
No. Yeah, I think it's a little bit better than before. It's just like kind of lower volume.
It's already better. Yeah.
I can hear you.
Can I hear it all the way down and see what happens?
We are only two guests. Incredible.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. What's up?
Oh, some noise.
So you know what I actually have up right here? I've been waiting for you.
No, Douglas Wu. Sorry, Dr. Wu. Your mic is very noisy. I don't know what.
I wonder if it's like, are you using like a different hardware mic? Like the setting is using.
Webcam mic. I need to get a better rig. Everything I have is free or recycled.
Yeah, because like I know that in the meetings, like your audio seems fine. So I'm
Yes.
wondering if there's like another input you can use, like maybe using your built-in computer
StreamYard.
mic instead of
StreamYard, yeah.
instead of
StreamYard is
the other
using
one.
maybe another mic, yeah. Yeah.
Well, you can go to settings and then audio in StreamYard and change your audio device too.
Because
And yours is okay, Douglas Butner. Yeah, it's okay.
oh yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
And mine is okay also. Mine is okay, yeah. Yeah. How are you, Douglas?
I'm good. I'm very good. It's a
Nice.
beautiful day here.
In Medellin?
Just been working a lot during the week and doing crazy music stuff on the weekends. So being really,
Nice.
really, really packed to the brim of my consciousness. But yeah, I'm still in Medellin and it's still enjoying it here. How about you?
Yeah. How can't you enjoy there? That's so beautiful there. Yeah. I enjoy also here in Switzerland. It's not the same place, but yeah, basically it's okay. We have one foundation.
What up? We have one. I like the name. I'm not familiar with the foundation, but very cool.
What's that? We have one foundation. Who has written that?
I think it was a YouTube comment on StreamYard. Yeah, you can like highlight YouTube comments.
Ah, yeah, in the YouTube. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we have fun. We agree, we have fun. No, I said to Douglas who shout out for this organizing this, because we have some people into the community that have forget maybe that we have the 4th anniversary of EOS.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. I didn't realize that was like the theme of the stream until today, but love it.
Yes, I was aware of that already yesterday, and I was thinking, no, I have no time to join. I will never join, and I have no time. And finally, I said, no, how can I do this? I am in EOS, I love EOS, and you have Doug Wu that is doing that. How cannot we showing him some respect for that? So,
all right, we got Doug Wu with the gamer mic on.
Well, it's actually another free.
We are interested in using our vast network while we network the networks of non-profits around the country and around the world. We can partner with EOS to bring many groups and individuals on board. Yeah, totally. Thank you, One Foundation. We have one foundation. So true. We are one nation.
Can we guys? Is this even working? It's not working, huh?
You are not finding your mic.
You got it. If you go to settings here in ScreenYard and then audio and then mic, you should be able to select a different mic. I'm not sure if it works while you're in the middle of streaming or not, but
yeah, setting audio mic, and then you choose by default the microphone array. Microphone array. That's the default for the microphone. Can you share your screen, Doug Wu?
I think he is.
Ah, yeah.
Giving a CXC shout out.
Oh, he has shared, but that's like
okay,
voilà.
Yeah.
So built
It's not
webcam.
Oh wait, no, it's back. Can you hear me?
Go to built-in.
Yeah, but
And your mic volume.
And
mic
echo
volume's at
cancellation
0,
you have
maybe.
made. Yeah, you have made.
I don't know. Maybe no, that's not it.
No, automatically adjust the mic volume.
No, it looks like your computer's not registering that output or something. Built-in audio analog stereo. That's weird.
Speak, Dougou. Test one, test. Okay, we can message us. No problem.
Messages. I mean, I don't mind your terrible audio, like as long as we can communicate honestly.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I'm sure next time we can figure it out a little bit better.
All right, so yeah, let me turn this down.
No, it's okay now.
Okay, so
automatically click on automatically adjust mic volume.
Well, I had it there before it was overblowing.
Ah non,
See?
c'est pas bon.
Yeah,
That's not good.
So I'd rather manually adjust it down to where it doesn't over.
Okay.
I was trying to get it around 3 is what I had it at before.
Okay.
So basically, just so you know, Douglas, what I keep trying to tell you guys, but you can't hear me, is that I long concluded that the audio input does not work on this computer in Linux. I can't get it to work. And so I'm actually surprised that I can stream in Linux, because OBS Studio and anything like a native application in Linux can't access the sound drivers reliably. There's like some sampling rate issues that come up. That's why that's why I have the squeaky mouse syndrome. And then when I go through StreamYard, which you suggested, Douglas, thank you very much. I love it. It doesn't have that problem because of the web interface. I don't know exactly how that works, how it differs. Is anybody there? Uh-oh.
I don't check it.
Okay,
we speak already 1 hour. I have begun 1 hour ago, and I have soon to go, and maybe I will join later on. But you know, here it's already 7 p.m. in Switzerland. So, but I will join maybe later on for sure.
Okay, sounds good. Well, Samira's out.
I stay maybe 10 minutes more, and after I have to really go.
Yeah, well, you said that earlier, so I know you really need to go now. So
I say always I have really to go, and I don't go. Last Saturday, Fractally stand-up meeting, my wife was calling me, and yeah, you said, oh gosh, yeah, and I have not responded, and after I can tell you that was not really good. Because I have not answered to her, and she told me, oh, when you say you come, you have to come. You don't have to stay into a meeting. And
right.
Yeah, but
here, Ben, if you need to go take care of family and wife, that's fine. We'll let you go. Come back if you can.
It's okay. I have still time.
And you want to listen to Doug's music? You want to play some? Can I play some music?
I have the chance. My wife is comprehensible with EOS. She's very comprehensible, but she don't want to go with EOS. I don't know why, but I have tried to convince her. But
Dougie, what song should I play?
Of me?
Yeah, can I pick? Or do you
I play. Yeah, you can pick. I like the song Space Love, but
as many as you want, man. This is
the new album's cool too. Yeah. So I can explain a little bit like about I guess the music I've been releasing. So I kind of started my rap career when I was about like 16, and I just got really into like freestyling and rapping. At the same time, I started programming too. So I started writing code and really sort of getting into music at the same time. So a lot of my work has been like freestyle songs. I recorded like over 300 freestyle songs within the first 9 months of rapping. Not that they were all good, but for me, it's been like a healing experience, and also sort of like a spiritual growth, both from the aspect of unleashing my creativity, unleashing my blocks, but also like connecting to higher consciousness. So I've had this desire to make music for a long time, but just like being with my girlfriend and being traveling and being working, I haven't really been able to. But now that I'm sort of by myself for a few months in Medellin, I started writing some more songs. But then also, like, there's this whole thing about I don't have enough time to write and really produce really good songs. So I've been just kind of like freestyling songs and doing it, with the intention of connecting to higher energy, with the intention of like channeling my higher self. So I started a new artist profile actually a while ago, A Moon the Wind, and all of the music there is just like, it's just freestyles that I have recorded, and then later I do edit a little bit. I don't edit the actual words, but I edit the mixing and stuff like that. So I've gotten to the ability that I can sort of do that and make songs good enough to hopefully that people can enjoy them. And it also, it helps me to complete my purpose of spreading like specific messages, which are kind of scattered throughout that music. Messages about consciousness, about connecting to different energies, about unlocking our human potential. So, while I've also tried to just, I guess, write down things like with the Universal Consciousness course, it always seems like the more you can just sort of explain your own perception and put things in a way that can be digested in a pleasurable way, it's more likely to have an impact on people's lives. So I'm hoping that the music that I make can influence people in a good way.
Absolutely.
That's so awesome. So awesome. Thank you so much for coming and sharing all that, Douglas. I just want to let you know that from the first time I set eyes on your Linktree thing that I already shared in the chat, and I was like, who is this guy? And I was like, Sir Douglas, and like this rapping, coding, spiritual, super highly hyper intelligent person. It was like I was so enamored with the multi-dimensional aspects of you, and I was very intrigued by your character. I was like, dude, I gotta be friends with this guy. I'm digging this whole thing. It's fun for me because EOS and Fractally and all of this blockchain stuff is so new to me, and it's really just been like 5 months now, pretty much since the turn of the year, that I really just started digging into trying to understand it. And so for me to be able to participate, as just another community member in some meaningful way in such a short period of time is just a tremendous blessing to me that I somehow was able to pull off, I guess, and so your friendships and your energy and your ideas, I mean, each of us are different, obviously, and contribute unique contributions to the group. But yours, Douglas, is very unique, and I very much appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure you knew that. And I was about to say, I was like, when we come up, I was like, yeah, how many people do you know that are druids? I love to say that just to see like what other people, how they react to it. Because my friend Eric calls himself a shamanic programmer, and he has this whole a way of understanding programming languages based on tarot. And so when I connected it with him, it was like, dude, I got to get you and him talking because I would think there'd be just some awesome conversations to be had.
Yeah, dude. And I definitely think like the people who are sort of spiritual programmers can have like a wider perspective. And I appreciate your words, and I also like I love you too, and I like appreciate your energy and your enthusiasm, and you're fulfilling this, bringing people together, and Patrick as well. Patrick's bringing people together.
Thank you. I want to shout out also before I go, Douglas Butner, because I remember after an event some 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I was kind of like upset also. I say I was upset, yeah. And I was not able to say myself why indeed I was upset. And I was going to your channel, YouTube, and I was seeing you, and also you were singing, speaking what you feel. And I was thinking myself, wow, he has the ball to do that online. to sing, to speak, and to be natural, and just let his voice heard. And I was like, wow, wow.
Hello, Samara.
Oh, hello,
Hey.
Samara. Nice to meet
Hey,
you.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Doug fixed it so I could go through StreamYard now. So he's fixing me up. I don't know about him. Can you hear him?
He fixes always the others and not himself. That's just incredible. Huh?
It sounds great about your music. I can't wait to hear it.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And to follow up on what Patrick was saying, like for you to come into the group and the after group, and then you sang for us. Patrick sang for us in the after party. To me, that was very fulfilling because you said that I had partially inspired that. So my mission with CXC is to encourage people to share their creative expression, because I think it's a huge part of the healing process and an integral part, as well as one of the most fun ways that you can sort of heal this creativity. So thank you for bringing that full circle, for bringing it up now, and for singing in the group. That really touched me.
Yeah, thanks for reminding about that. I almost forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys know Kid Vonk?
What's that?
Do you know this guy? I met him through EOS.
Yeah, I don't think we can hear the
Can't
thing.
hear the audio.
Oh, you can't hear the audio?
No.
Okay. What happened to that? It was working before. I think it's because the audio must
Maybe you have to restart your StreamYard, maybe. I don't know. That could be.
Weird.
Maybe.
Can you guys hear me right now?
Some noise into the background. Yeah.
Can you hear my voice though?
Yeah, it's understandable.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me
So,
check.
Are you guys gonna be going all day, Doug?
Till midnight. Can you hear me?
Till
though?
midnight.
Oh,
Huh?
no, you can't hear me. Can you hear me? I don't know if you guys can actually hear me. Let me turn my mic volume up and blow you out or something. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. So now, why was it that I could play videos earlier and the sound worked and now it doesn't?
Just don't talk too loud. It's something about your voice triggers it. So just talk kind of soft, and it seems to work when you talk soft.
Can you hear the music now? Do I play it?
I know what it is. You have your mic too much close of your beard. That's for this reason.
Okay, I turned off the echo cancellation now. Does that make a difference?
Yeah.
That makes it more noise.
More noise?
In the background. More back.
I need to get a better miking system. Honestly, this is a ghetto. I just webcam my music I got for free.
If you have any like Apple headphones, like they actually have like a really good mic, even for years and years. Like the old Apple headphones.
Yeah.
I've recorded courses just using that mic.
Well, I'm sort of bummed that I can't play the videos and have you guys hear them anymore. I'm wondering if I should try to do a reset or not.
I wonder if you switch to a different audio device just for like a minute, if that would work.
Well, see, the thing is that right now I only have really two audio inputs, which is the USB camera and then the standard mic that's built in. I mean, I could use that, which is just a monitor. I don't know if that's
monitor. Click in monitor, because I'm wondering if it's like a monitor should be playing exactly what you're hearing. And now play the song. Play the song. Just to see. To satisfy my curiosity. The love song.
More than shy and paralyzed.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I can spit 16 bars of tongue twisters without stuttering, stumbling, dropping out, but I cannot speak when you're We should know I L to the O to the W to the E to the U Y to the O to the U, but I cannot speak when you're around. We should know I L to the O to the W to the E to the U Y to the O to the U, but I cannot speak when you're around. Yeah. Love the way we more than
Ooh, sorry. Shit.
The microwave. No, I know it's a car. But it sounds like a microwave.
when you're around.
Oh yeah.
No, I L to the O to the W to the E to the U Y to the O to the U, but I cannot speak when you're around. We should know I L to the O to the W to the E to the U Y to the O to the U, but I cannot speak when you're around. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice voice. Kilian Kivank Izulu. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nice.
Love the nature too. Beautiful
Oh yeah.
video.
Beautiful, yeah. So we have to Douglas. Do you want to sing a song for this June 1st EOS birthday?
You want me to sing a song?
Yeah, I will also sing a song if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can put on an instrumental and I can just rap.
You can take your guitar and I sing. I am inspired now. So before I go.
You're never leaving, Patrick. You're gonna sleep here on the stream. There's just gonna be Patrick like asleep on the stream.
No, I will sing a
and
song
like a note that says,
go.
"I'm leaving soon."
Yeah, I know.
No, yeah, no, it sounds like a great idea. I'm sorry, I'm
15
just
minutes ago that I will go and I am still here.
But no. Sure, I don't have a guitar. If that's what you were saying, if you want to play guitar, I can make up some stuff.
No. Okay, let's go.
Song
Let's
about
go.
EOS.
Okay, let's go naturally. Okay, so let me try to sing something without any preparation.
You want me to beatbox or something? Or
You can do the. We can do the. Okay.
Okay.
So
tap me out
I
a
will
BPM
try to do my
that you
best
want.
English in this live. I will try to do my best English. Okay. Okay. Okay, so
I lost the beat.
No, I am ready. I am ready. I will go. I will go. Okay. EOS, since I met you. Oh, EOS, since I met you. You make me crazy doing my stuff because I love to do the things, never thinking what I am doing, just doing, just feeling the vibes, the love, the sharing, collaborate with anyone into this community. We try to be the best each and every day, to improve us each and every day. We have the right to do failures. If we want to improve, we need to do some failures first. So I love to be in contact with great minds like Douglas Butner, like Dr. Wu. I like to say Dog 1, or for Douglas Butner, Doug 2. Samara is with us. I love this girl. She don't see her face. I want to see more people joining this 1st June event, birthday of EOS. I love EOS. I love EOS. I love EOS. I
love EOS.
Yeah, baby.
EOS
I love
is
EOS.
the best chain on EOSIO, so get it in your brain. We got wax, we got Telos, we got UX on the side, but EOS is where the technology collide. We got Gray Mass raising up all of the space that we need just to play our dApps. Shout out everybody up in Eden. Fractal governance, it's the season. I'm here because I don't need a reason just to be myself, living every day like a season. I love EOS.
I love EOS.
And Telos and Wax.
It's borderless. It's resilient. And also, you can work with EOS. You can share your work. You can do the things. So go on EOS.
Yo, I was just looking at so I've started to write like various songs about crypto, but I've never finished one, and I'm trying to find like good sort of bars to drop in. Let me see. Yeah. I always prefer wait. Okay, hold on. I always prefer dirty code if it performed well. I rarely buy crypto just because it earned well. Don't contract my contracts. I write and buy the audit. I write with style, whether bars or moving comets. Used to be N1, now I'm scalar algorithmic. Yeah, I just...
Excellent.
Yeah, I don't have like... Yo, my rap's doing the impossible, like typecasting constants. I'm quite fond of conscience. I am the compiling. I made a castle in the sky with a proposal and a guy. I'm something like a legend. The people call me Ra. I now stand on heavy pedestal. I once swung an ire. Now bound I be, as well as the circle this time. My fire burns bright, burn lands many way through time. We something like the middle of the beginning of the slide. Yeah, I don't know what that meant.
Fantastic. I love it.
Okay, yeah. This is EOS. EOS. So you gotta understand the complexity of change so you can understand the scale of the change we're trying to create, we're trying to progress. But I know that it's not worth less when we look inside and we can decide what we want to do. We have these tools to bring us to the sky because we can let our energies collide and our ideas in different way to make a different place, a different world where we can play. Look at the governance system. What if we made it a little better so we could mix it in a brand new way, make some new food just to share with the people who feel like they are not in the right place, so we can all vibrate and have our place to play. For me, it's not about property, it's about the ability for you to do what you need. That is abundance, and I truly love it when these technologies develop so we can do anything inside of our mind and envelop everyone who else who would like to. So come and move to a new state of mind, a new state of vibe where we can collect and connect through something tokenized, and we can share through the air all the things that are hidden on the snare. So let me give a shout out right here to Dan, to Aaron, to Chris, to all the people that are trying to make this a more better place so we can erase the wasted and take it and make it something that is more like a bracelet that's not abrasive on earth, so we can be better and we can see the worth inside of ourselves and truly love ourselves and shine this love on everything we do, because I see beautiful electrons move through every human being, connected to every tree, connected to every leaf. When the sunlight hits, it ignites me. See, we all connected through the one, and blockchain is a reflection of our unity. So if you can see the potential, why not allow us to collect, allow us to connect, do everything with what we've got.
Yeah. That's it. That's EOS. We need EOS because we love EOS, because we want to do fractal star schema with Mindweb, with the Douglas Butner music. We want something good onto this ecosystem. And watch that, guys.
I like your intro.
That's what I feel really to be into this. Put the music, man. Put the volume. Pump up the volume.
Pump up the volume. Huh. This is such an epic video, like with the music and everything.
Yeah, you will see, you will see. That's just the beginning.
Oh, wow. love the Mandelbub videos. Yeah, Jay Taylor.
Someone here?
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Where are you? Are you? Are you?
I am lost in EOS.
It appears to be an ancient Aromatic. It says that the Holy Grail is in the castle of Ah.
Oh la la, oh la la.
Sorry, Monty Python references.
Yeah. I recognize. Yeah.
So, what's next, fellas?
Hey, I got something to share. So, let me see if I can share my screen real quick. It's related. Okay. Can you see?
Hold on. Let
Not
me get.
yet.
Maybe you gotta.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Ooh. I tried to add that. Is that your screen?
Is it like fractally?
Yeah.
The like products?
Ah.
No, it's what is that? It looks like white and black or white and blue and black fractal spiral vortex deal. Is that your screen?
Oh no, yeah, no, that's it. That's the right thing I want to show. So I designed some fractally clothes.
Yeah, you told that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, I've heard a lot of people, or not a lot, but a few people say something about it. So in the last meeting, somebody brought it up again. So I was like, okay, I'll make one design. And I actually just did that like an hour ago, and I put it on these products. So I think what I'm going to do is like, if we sell like $100 worth of products or something, like I'll make new designs. But maybe I'm going to stop sharing and change and show you my screen, because I have like if I can do that, I have the Photoshop document, and I can sort of show you like the resolution. One of the things that's really difficult to communicate with my art is like how it actually looks on print, because it's usually like super, super big. So let's see if I can share my screen.
This is fun.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
wait, I got the wrong burnt thing going. I'm sorry. I gotta fix that. Sorry, hold on.
Okay, can you see me? Oh yeah,
I see
think
4 things.
it should be like Photoshop.
I see 4 windows of us.
Oh geez. Oh wait, here we go.
What do you got on your end?
Stop sharing.
Oh, Samira's got to go.
Bye, Samara. Thank you to join.
Bye, Samara.
Thanks for stopping in. That was awesome of you to catch us.
I want to see the things of Douglas before I go because I have to go also. I have to go.
Can you see me?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
I cannot see yet the your screen. It's coming, I think. No?
That was Samira leaving. Now we see 3 windows.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we can sing. I love yours. I love yours.
I guess I shouldn't just be casually whistling. That's probably terrible for the audio quality.
Well, I sort of have a bunch of other kinds of topics and thoughts and ideas.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
So first off, I'm having a good time.
Dog one. I don't hear you anymore now. You are noisily lost in the space. Into the outer space.
Okay.
You are on orbit. I think you are on orbit.
I want to start like live interacting or invading spaces.
You mean like Twitter Spaces?
Well, there's a couple different ways this could go down. Because, like, see, okay, I'm not giving legal advice or financial advice, but I talked to my attorney about, like, openly displaying social media posts and Telegram posts and yada yada. And he says, don't do that, you know? And so I sort of feel like there's this gray line within the EOS community where somebody can just take like a snapshot, you know, a screenshot and share it with other members or post it. So they're even maybe on a like EOS Popcorn did, like in blogs format or something. And because we're decentralized and like this open source, public domain kind of thinking, it's sort of like everyone just feels like they could say or do anything. But then they're sort of like, well, what does the railroad say? And what does the law say about that? And I know there's situations that you can get sued, you know, if you have like someone's name in your content and you're like monetizing or so, they could sue you. You know, they might not win a claim, but they could have you know, some reason to just cause you to have it. So, anyways, I'm not really worried about that from our community because I'm more just like there's a lot of people that I talk to. Like for example, Michael of EOS USA. You know, he didn't seem disfavorable. He seemed to be open to the idea of getting online and talking about nodes or block production. He's all like, he said Aaron Cox himself has like 24 hours of things he could talk about. Who else was it that I was talking to that had possibly had interest? There were some other people to where I just thought it'd be sort of funny, like, where we just start hassling people collectively, or like we just start going in different groups or whatever, just like, hey, have you heard about the live stream? Or just whatever, you know, because there's these Twitter spaces, like I'm going to go till midnight, right, tonight. And there's these Twitter spaces. There's one in particular where I've been really building a group of friends in a community there. And I know they're all on largely Ethereum, you know, and that I have an understanding of like OpenSea and this sort of like centralization and high cost mechanism and blah, blah, blah. But what I found is these other communities have things that EOS is lacking. And just like I found like a lot of these Twitter spaces are almost like cultishly, addictively, emotionally supportive. It's just bizarre. Like people with like minds and energies and sort of aspirations, but they're actually, you know, they're accomplishing a lot. And it sort of ties into, Douglas, what you mentioned earlier, and I can't remember which Telegram group it was, but it had to say about like something to do with contributions to, you know, society or public goods, or just taking in people's awareness. It's like we talk a lot about public goods in EOS, and what public goods translates to me in EOS
is like infrastructure development so we can build a public good service. Whereas in other communities, it's like more mature, where they're doing all sorts of things like that are very more sophisticated, like anything from, you know, oh gosh, just like a lot more refined implementation and sort of like business type, socially responsible, environmental, you know, like specific things, and not just like infrastructure, you know, oh, it's good for everyone kind of, you know, we'll build the killer app one of these days, you know. So now, right now, we have the Trust EVM, and that's sort of like one of the big hot topics. And so, do you guys know the history? Do you know? You guys know Esteban? Can I talk about that a little bit? Would you guys be interested about that?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, guys, before you, good transition. I have to go, and I will try to join later on for sure. I don't know at which hour you will be still here, but I think Dr. Wu, you will never sleep. You will do that all the day, all the night. So I will jump later on. Yeah.
Well, the big news is that I have to shut down because I have to run in 8-hour segments, and so I'm going to have to shut down here.
At the point you have to stop. Yeah, sure. So thank you very much, Douglas Wu, Dr. Wu. Thank you very much, Douglas Butner. Thank you, everyone that has joined this call until now. Very happy for this day, and very happy for EOS, very happy for Fractally, very happy for Eden on EOS, very happy for the project of Douglas Butner, very happy for all what you are doing into the community, very happy for Dr. Wu, all the stuff that you are doing, still that you are here. And I will say 1, 2, 3, go!
Go EOS!
Bye, guys.
Bye, Patrick. It's great seeing you.
Bye.
All right, so here we go. I was trying to render a video of our class. I tried to put together a self-directed learning course based on Esteban's Trust EVM tutorial. And basically all he did is he's an interesting guy because when he first came into the Trust EVM group, do you remember, you know how we have all these problems with, you know, spam and bots and, you know, FUD and all this stuff. So they had these anti-spam bots, like I think it was Pimp Slapper. He was trying to he was the first developer, like the first real person. Because you know how I'm new to the ecosystem, I find out they make this new group. And so I'm like in there, you know, trying to I don't know if I'm just trying to find this document just so you can see it. But anyways, I'm like in there 2 days or after the group's first made, and I'm seeing this guy getting booted after he's trying to get information and discuss things because he tried to post a link. And so anyways, I managed to grab his, message him independently, and see, Oscar made this article right here based on the information that he shared in this Telegram group, which was sort of cool. He just did that out of his own volition. But we've just been spontaneously trying to help Esteban out. Sorry, I should probably not do it this way, and I think I already have a bookmark, but this is how Telegram is, I guess. I probably already missed it. I could have just searched for it, but basically, there it is. Okay. He just has this document, and so me and Jay Taylor and Samara sat down and filed this, but it took us like an hour just to even get to this page because we were having too much fun talking and just you know, getting to figure out the infrastructure and whatnot. So we have all those video tubes. We have all those videos on YouTube, and I'll be embedding them in sites to make them more discoverable and easy to find. And but if you go to the channels, you can find them. But anyways, what we got to was just to the point where I told them, hey, you know, one of them's running Windows, another one's running Mac. So download VirtualBox, download this release of Ubuntu, and then try to install it and try to get your virtual environment running. and just see what happens. Like I want them to try on their own without me even going through it with them, because all this stuff is pretty straightforward to me, at least. The first thing I said, Douglas, was like, why 2104? Why not 2204? 2204 is out. And so I sort of came to the inferred conclusion, and maybe you can supply your thoughts on this, is that if you're a developer and 2204 is the LTS version where 2104 is not. And so if you've been developing for the last year on 2104 and then the new LTS version comes out, you don't necessarily want to jump to it if you're trying to do something like in the midship, because I'm wondering if like the packages for Node OS or JS or the development environment may somehow differ between the different releases of Ubuntu, because I know how the repositories work, that like they have different branch names, you know, and I know that sometimes the way the devs get updated, you know, sometimes you have to add apt-add repository or something like that. I just played around with Linux from the desktop perspective, and so for me it's really exciting to be like learning how to actually go to the next level and learning how to code, and having all these people that are just like way above my head. Like I see you in some of these groups like asking questions and acknowledging like this is a different thing, this is new, and like there's, you know, you realize it's not like we have to sort of feel out what everybody's expertise and value is in this ecosystem, you know. But it's sort of like if you don't have the intelligence to understand that dialogue, you don't really have the intelligence to really assess people. And so we're looking to people like that have that intelligence to inform us, and that's a sort of dangerous thing with technology, is what I'm realizing, because it's like people have different opinions, and it's sort of like the same thing with doctors and lawyers.
Let me jump in before we get too far ahead. First of all, about the support levels and the versioning system, a lot of things such as Node.js, they have like even or odd number releases, and one of those will be LTS, meaning long-term support. And generally, you only want to push production on long-term support versions, because these sort of like mid versions will not be supported, and they're more like just for, I guess, the cutting edge developers to use. That said, whenever you push things into production, it becomes a game of making sure that everything stays supported. So it's almost like, on the one hand, the one path is to sort of upgrade everything, upgrade all your dependencies, and then you run into these sort of issues of things getting mixed up. So that's why in like Node.js, you have your package or your JSON lock, package JSON lock file or whatever, and it stores like exactly what versions of each individual dependency that you have. I'm not sure how well that translates to your sort of question or helps your understanding. But yeah, like the other thing I wanted to say before we got too far ahead is like, you said something about people having the intelligence. I don't think it has to do with intelligence. It more has to do with like how aware you are of the ecosystem and how aware you are of specific aspects of programming. You know, things like infrastructure, things like running API nodes and stuff like that. It's really not very related to things that I'm good at, like things like understanding system design and system design components, designing data structures and things like that. So, you know, it really doesn't have anything to do with how intelligent you are if you define intelligence as the ability to solve a problem in the same way that other people have solved it. I define brain power in 3 different ways. You have your smarts, which is how much you know. That's what's important when it comes to, like, I guess, evaluating and determining what sort of ideas are good within the community. It's very important to be smart, not only to be smart about the EOS technology stack, but smart about human nature, smart about what's happening in these other communities. You know, you brought up what's happening on ETH and things like that. And yeah, they're way more developed as far as social systems, as far as specific DAOs which serve a purpose or which have a product that serves a specific purpose. So yeah, I think that's super important. I define intelligence as your ability to solve problems in a way that other people have solved them. And I define genius as the ability to solve problems in a different way than other people have solved them before.
That's very simple and clearly bound definitions. So one involves innovation and independent thought, whereas another one involves more observation and reproduction and replication of those skills and awareness.
Sure.
Okay, very
Yeah.
very astute use of language there to sort of tease out those two aspects. I like that. Very nice.
Yeah, I think it's important because, like, you know, it's important to understand what genius is. Like, at least if you go by my definitions, because, like, to me, genius is connecting to higher power and sort of like downloading these messages that are all over the universe at all points. So, one thing that we do as a society is we do mix up these words, and I think that understanding that genius is things that are different, that it's, you know, it's by definition solving things that have been solved in a different way. We can sort of start to recognize like creators, like musical creators, as genius, and realize that the same sort of patterns that lead to good music also lead to to good system designs and things like that.
Yeah, dude, you are hitting me right in that right spot. You're talking like sacred geometrical thinking, and I'm right there with you, dude. I'm like in a lucid dream state. This way I look at it. I'm pretty certain that I figured out a way to cultivate the production of DMT, like just not even ingesting anything, and it costs like a very low amount. I swear, I might be wrong, but I think there's a certain amount of the body of information and evidence that could support that.
Is it anything to do with breath deprivation?
It could be. It could be. Honestly, it's sort of like a hyper aroused state of like being excited and calm at the same time.
Yeah. I do like breathing exercises every day, where part of the breathing exercise is you breathe out and you hold out your breath as long as you can. And it's nice to do breathing exercises because they clean your blood. But also, like, I was watching a YouTube video about like what is it called? The chemical, not serotonin, but the other one. It begins with the E.
Epinephrine.
That's one of them. It's like this super common thing that you always hear about. I just can't think of the word. Endorphins. That's it.
Oh, endorphins. Yeah. Of course.
So, like, I guess endorphins are related to your motivation, but it's not really pleasure. It's about your motivation to seek pleasure or to seek something else. And there's these sort of like techniques to make your endocrine system a little bit better, or I mean, to make your endorphins work better. And I've realized that by doing that technique, that particular breathing technique, I'm producing more. God, I keep forgetting the word. I keep producing more of this chemical because while I'm breathing out, I'm like, I want breath so bad, you know, like it's like.
Oh, yeah.
It's facing your death.
Okay,
you know?
okay. I'm now going. I'm sort of feeling and seeing something. I want to resonate with this possibly, if this makes sense to you.
Yeah.
Spicy food. Okay. There's another thing. Sex, death. There's this kind of thing of where when you, I forget what it's called. It's sort of like when you experience extreme states of pain, then your body like releases chemicals to, cope with it, kind of thing,
Mm-hmm.
And so there's these kinds of things to where, I think a lot about what keeps me motivated and going with EOS, and all this noise about this FUD and like people and their angst. And what I realize is that I sort of managed to put my mind in a space where whatever is going on around me, I'm just like enjoying it for the ride. I actually started becoming a pro-noise because someone brought this word up. And it's sort of like this whole notion that like the energy that you think at, the frequency that you think at, like the energy, the world, the environment around you will resonate with that. Like there's this quantum phenomena to where all these things are simultaneously coexisting, but it's like non-linear, non-local, and so I just said to myself, it's sort of like, have you ever read Candide's Voltaire, where basically the way he looks at it is like everything turns out for the good. But it's sort of like they call it a delusional state in psychology. It's a state of mind that's opposite of paranoia.
Okay. Ah, no way.
So I'm a paranoiast. So like along with that, just so you can clearly understand where I'm going with this, Basilisk, Roko's Basilisk. Do you know about Roko's Basilisk?
I don't think so.
If you don't know about this, you need to know about this because it's all about AI. Because basically, Roko's Basilisk is the cultural thing that makes us all fear AI subconsciously. Because the thought that was injected into mainstream stuff, but it's a thought experiment, and it talks about the potential risks. So what I did is I created something called Babia's Tower, and it's juxtaposed to Roko's Basilisk. And basically, Babia's Tower represents the exact opposite. So it's this whole notion. I have this whole philosophy like everything, nothing, and everything. That the sum totality of existence is made up of opposites. And so for every truth there's an equal and opposite truth in some other domain of space-time mind or this all these parallel units or whatever. And so or you have to consider that potentiality. And like that, maybe you don't have access to that information because of the referential position that you reside in space-time mind. So it's not just your physical location in space. It's not just your location in the timeline, but there's also the aspect of mind, which is like the multiversal aspect of the way I look at it is the construct of the multiverse is derived from language, the logo.
Okay. Yeah.
So basically, the words that we use fundamentally shift the way that we think, fundamentally entrain the energies around us in a way to interact with our environment in a certain way that resonates with that energy, that increases it. Because we're negentropic, just like a star, every living organism does not suffer from the larger quote unquote trend in the universe or multiverse, which is entropy, supposedly. But living systems actually increase in order and energy, so they're negentropic, not entropic.
Oh yeah.
Right? And so basically the way I see it is stars, okay, rocks, animals, plants, and humans stars are sort of like rocks, but you can consider, because the way I came over there is I'm not really a shamanic programmer. I'm just a guy that studied a lot of shit, right? Read a lot of books, and looks at different belief systems. And in the alchemical traditions, they sort of see that there's 5 or 4 kinds of life, and all 4 kinds of those life are part of one life, which is man. And that the 4 kinds of life are rock, plant, animal, and human. And somehow within human are these other things. That these lower things are necessary in building blocks to allow this man thing to exist. Man couldn't exist without those lower things as a foundation. So this is what I learned from Manly Hall. Okay. And so anyway, I thought about that a lot. I thought about the symbology in the Bible a lot, because if you look in the Bible, if you look at a lot of the great tales and traditions, they're always narratives and constructs over what we deem as real life or the world around us or the natural world. Okay. And that natural world we consider we talk about organic, we think of the natural world. And so what I'm envisioning now is there's a natural, organic way of understanding spirituality, to where when we look at it from this organic method, that things make more sense to us. It's self-organizing, right?
Yeah.
It's self-bootstrapping. And because each of us exists in the quantum coherence of the multiverse, the way that we experience this self-bootstrapping, self-organizing, a function that we're experiencing is all a function that's interacting with a lot of other functions and nodes. So it's really wackily, like this Rashomon effect that Patrick, I don't know if you were here for that video when we watched it. We should probably watch it again. But that was awesome. It's a very fundamentally real thing, I think, to where it's so easy for any one of us to to project out from our own experience and assume that what someone else is going through is some, like, do I have a better understanding, or I see it as it is kind of thing. And what I'm realizing is that I was taught this from someone who was taught by masters, utility masters, who said the greatest masters and the wisdom teachers always had one thing in common, and it's this: is that they were always students. Of like great wisdom or knowledge, but they always saw themselves as like an empty vessel to be filled with some greater knowledge or wisdom that they lack, like a humbleness and a humility. And so I've developed a whole language and construct of thinking that's what I consider not only alchemical but mathematical and scientific. And that there's a gal named let me get this on the screen. If you haven't heard of her or listened to this stuff, it's awesome. Courtney Rhea, Science, Magic, and Religion. But she is a UCLA professor that teaches this course. It's a History 2D course at UCLA on science, magic, and religion. And basically, I've listened to this thing so many times. I love this stuff. She describes. I'm going to just post this in the chat just in case anyone out there is listening and is interested. She describes sort of the breakdown of an understanding of the history of mankind and the transition of the way of how humans have thought into these distinct categories of science, magic, and religion, and that this notion that there are aspects of it that are seeming very modern, but at the same time, there's aspects of it that are very ancient. And in the modern era, what she's saying is that these things are sort of like competing for supremacy over domination of understanding the world around us. Science typically deals with the here and now, the observable, the things on Earth, the terrestrial, where religion deals with the things that are unobservable, that are outside of the realm of our observation or knowledge or reach, life after death or way out there in outer space. And then magic is the interpenetration of these two realms. And so when she's talking about magic, she's not talking about like David Copperfield. She's talking about like Egyptian funerary rites or ritual practices in a Catholic or Jewish ceremony or in native ceremony. And so what I've actually come to understand after looking at all this is that I think there's actually truly a way where you can, without judgment, look at the world around us through all these different kinds of lenses, and with just base assumptions of just taking on the assumptions of the paradigms. And then after you look at that way, you look at what are the predicted outcomes of this kind of thinking, what are the actual results, and then compare them and contrast them. And see, that's what I feel like you want to do. You and I want to do with Fractally, but I feel like that's too resource intensive or cumbersome for anyone else, or they just don't want to have that conversation. You know what I'm saying? Is that right? So like, because when you described the torus, and I was like, dude, I know it's like basically the energy is going out like this, and it's coming out from the poles, and it's coming back down through the things, and there's the plasma fields and Birkeland currents, and like there's a lot of the science that's already known, the thing with the microtubules, and it's like, and so there's all this stuff that I realize, everything you're saying, it's like I actually think there's information that supports exactly what you're saying, and like let me get this stuff organized. So that's what my Web3 university is going to be all about. It's like not only teaching like the transition from Web 2 to Web 3, but it's like just curating a bunch of data and opposing viewpoints and comparing and contrasting them.
Very cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check her out. Yeah, I guess like I've been sort of working on this question for most of my life. When I was like maybe 12 or 13, I was like super into understanding the universe and like praying all the time for messages, for knowledge, like repeating mantras of like, please allow me to receive the understanding of the universe, the knowledge of the universe, so I can share it freely on this planet. And after a long time, like, and studying basically a lot of different models, the only thing that really stuck with me is geometry. And, you know, there's the thing about words is very important because if there is like a pure language of light, it's in vibration, you know? So we're talking about language having some sort of resonance with the universe and how each thing has a logos or a name and how that is sort of energetically connected with it. Well, if you boil this thought down, then you would hypothetically get to one of these like ancient languages of the like the elves in Lord of the Rings, that they speak the spirit of the whatever it is, and then through speaking that spirit, they are that thing, you know. So then they have this sort of magical power over it. So I think that's a really cool line of thought. I definitely think about that all the time, like the amount of distortion that are in words and how words are used as weapons and how words are used to create disinformation or to reframe people's thinking. You know, so yeah, for me, it's all about the geometry, and that's why I talk about the torus all the time, because the model that I've sort of settled on, which I got from other people, and sort of combined this model, it's all about this torus shape. And you mentioned the four levels of existence, and in the model that I study, the first level, which you talk about rocks, like that's the sort of the atomic level, and the lesson there is like beingness. And then the next level is the animal and plant kingdom, and the lesson there is like growth towards source or seeking the things that you need to survive. Then the third level would be actually man in our sort of thing, or man or higher animals that can make decisions. And then the lesson there is to create or to make decisions and then live out those decisions. And then the next lesson is love. The next lesson is love, is feeling your connectedness, and that's sort of where we are on this planet right now. Is we're shifting into this fourth density of light where people are realizing that we are one, and then we have one foundation. So yeah, like that's the level that we're sort of going at now, is where you realize all things with love, and then through that you vibrate and you change the future and past. Like it sounds funny if you don't like draw it out geometrically, but if you understand the now as this center point in the torus, and then there's all this out of the future and all this out of the past, you can understand that like by being in the now with true love, you can sort of bubble yourself so that you don't have all these external connections, and then you can connect with the future and past that's like the most resonant. So like that's like shifting timelines. That's how you can like in the now you can change your whole life, like the future and the past, which I guess would be like the base level of magic, is that ability to do that. And then so the next level is 5, and that is wisdom, and that's like a more advanced physical being form, but the lesson there is to know all things. And then yeah, like you become these super wise beings. And lesson 6 is still can take a physical form, and you're learning about the polarity and learning to see all things as oneness. And in this level, you shed your illusion, or you shed the perception of all things, or you shed the perception of polarity, of negative versus positive, and it just becomes energy. Then the next level is collective consciousness over souls, and this has to do with planetary consciousness. Each planet, even if it seems uninhabited, pretty much every planet has beings attached to it, has collective oversouls attached to it. And then the next level is the solar system consciousness. That's what I work with a lot. It's an octahedron encoding shape, and it's basically the sun. You could think of the sun as like a radio connector to the center of the galaxy, and all this information, it flows down fractally from the higher points to the lower points. So then the 9th level is the galactic core. It's the consciousness of the galactic core. The 10th level is like beings made out of galaxies, which I don't understand, but like apparently these filaments that scientists have discovered recently, these filaments connecting galaxies, they're somehow consciousness, and galaxies somehow operate as cells within the body of the universe itself. And the universe.
That's awesome. I always presumed all that to be true, strangely.
Yeah. So like, I guess to bring it back to something that's relevant to the conversation, these systems, they're constantly encoding information. They're constantly distributing information through these central nodes, through the central point of the torus. So yeah, like fractally, like I've just wanted to sort of say, like, you know, if you want to build a fractal system, you need to look at the universe, because I believe that we are living in fractal governance right now. Whether or not we accept it, it's controlling every aspect of our lives. We are living according to the plans written by governors. You can think of them as governors. You have a governor. Your governor is your soul, your higher self, and he's in charge of like your own progression. Then you have the planetary governor. The planet has a will, and that will is sourced from all the other beings that are there. You know, one level is made up of all the other levels combined. So like these people, these religious figures throughout history that have been said to divine or to bring down divine will and then transmit it, in my understanding, in my sort of scientific religious understanding, is like they are connecting to these quantum information networks, which are fractal, to receive information about what is the will of their governor consciousness. So we would first seek the will of our higher self. Then we try to fulfill that will. We try to do what our higher self wants, what our dharmic path is. And then, you have your collective soul, which is your planet, more or less. You can have a more, I guess, concentrated collective soul, but we are all part of the collective planetary soul. And yeah, like divining that is this spiritual religious thing. So in my mind, to bring it back to this conversation, like science, magic, and religion are all the same. It's just that they're not developed in a way that you can see that they're similar. So
right. I love it. You're absolutely right. I'm in full agreement with you.
With the scientific method, for example, I've been speaking out against the scientific method for probably more than 10 years because it's wrong. Because it doesn't take into account the observer is the most general way to think about it. But what quantum physics has shown us, there's like 3 fundamental points to quantum physics which disprove the scientific method. And number 1 is quantum entanglement. Number 2 is wave particle duality. And number 3 is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So
I've been thinking the same thing, man. I love you.
The Heisenberg uncertainty principle basically says that you can't know the location as well as it's either the momentum or the velocity of a particle, the direction and the speed of the particle. And for a while, people try to push these things off as like instruments, like we don't have enough instruments. You'll still hear modern scientists today saying that, false truth. But, it's been revealed as a fundamental aspect of nature through wave particle duality, which is also known as the observer effect, where what you see is like you're blowing my mind with these things. What is this?
Yeah, what?
Okay. The galactic energy.
Yeah, I'm showing you the science behind what I've been researching to support your beliefs.
Okay, cool. So the observer effect basically says that when you're observing something, you're changing it. And that's why the scientific method is wrong, is because they never put anything in a bubble, whereas this is our truth, and they try to declare a universal truth from a human observer or from limited instrumental observations. So I think that unless science I guess, rectifies that. And we sort of have another branch of science called subjective science, where we sort of honor people's experience. We're not going to progress on this planet as far as our understanding and really bringing in conscious technology, which is popping up all over the place, Elon Musk and things like that. And we're looking at it from my limited understanding. We're looking at it from a mechanical aspect still, whereas we're stimulating nodes with electrical signals instead of stimulating the brain with electrical fields, right? So, or sound fields. So like if you look at isochronic beats or bioneural beats, that's similar to something like Neuralink, if you sort of draw the conclusion, except for that the isochronic beats are creating a field or a bubble of probability in which specific things can manifest in their own way, versus direct electrical impulses are more of a material, whereas instead of creating a field, you're trying to create specific manifestations of that field. I don't know why I'm sort of off on a tangent now. But yeah, like I just wanted to say that about science, and like I really do truly believe that we are moving towards these things all being together, especially science and magic, because Galileo or Isaac Newton and like all these people, they were magicians, and they say that significantly advanced science is indistinguishable from magic. So why aren't we understanding what magic is and expanding our scientific understanding to better understand how conscious fields and how bioelectric fields affect all living things?
Dude, I'm right there with you, brother. I love it. You know what I really appreciate about you is you can articulate and verbalize a whole stream of consciousness and touch over key points that have been like dear to my heart for a long time. But you have like structure to your understanding. You know what I'm saying? Like you've developed a very clear structure, and I can identify it because I'm listening to you talk about it, and I can understand it. But if I don't understand it right away, I understand that you understand it. So I'm intrigued. Are you following me?
Yeah. And I mean, like, the other thing is I try not to preach because like I do have very specific understanding to the point that I have very little questions about reality, which is kind of dangerous because you should always have questions and you should always be learning. But now my questions are more related to my personal experience. But like I was insatiable for this knowledge. Like I continually like dived in and would keep learning and theories and different things until something didn't make sense. And like Taoist, like specifically Mantak Chia is one guy I've studied a lot, and through his works, like they talk more about the Chinese aspect of it, like this numerology of 8, as well as they have their 5 elements like wood, fire, water, earth, metal, or something like that. And I guess like I just never really truly resonated with any of these ancient teachings, although I did find truth in all of them. So like I just kept searching. So now I do have a very complete understanding, but also my big thing I want to say is like that doesn't mean that it's true for you. Like we all have to define our most relevant truth that is bringing us to fulfill our dharmic path. And I think that in my teachings, sometimes they're so up here, like as far as the amount of information, that it might like take people off the right path.
Hey, Dave, you go on with your druid self. You go with it, brother. I love you. I just love it. I just, you're not gonna. Oh, you know what else really makes me happy? I've been wanting to figure this out. Tell me.
Sure.
The 8 EOS tokens that I have, because I got scammed and I had my wallet drained, and then I'm like being told I'm lucky they didn't change my keys on me or something like that. And so I'm bummed about this, right? I don't even have enough EOS to join Eden. I didn't want to join Eden. So what ends up happening is someday later I go to Blocks.io, I'm looking at my account. I'm like, I've got 8 EOS. I'm like, oh, I've got 8 EOS. You know how good that made me feel? Because you know why? Here's the funny thing. I earned like 2 point something EOS for like months of Discord, like a couple months of Discord tips from Tippet. And I thought
That's not bad. Really?
more than that. I thought it was a lot more, but I was working it hard, right? So the thing was, I didn't realize when I was splitting the amount, I thought we were each getting that amount. And I was like, damn, that's like, and so I was like, well, I must have played. So when I saw when I played it, I was like, oh, jeez. And so I was exploring Blocks.io, looking at the ENF's, what do you call it, savings account, going, hey, where are the disbursements going and for how much, you know, because I found it in some article. And I see this transaction in there, and I'm all like, huh, what's this transaction for? I'm like, oh, look, there's a comment here. Let's look at this comment, you know, and there's like, oh, it's an airdrop. And so because I see it that it's coming into the ENF's account, I'm like, oh, it must be a legitimate deal or something, you know? And so, of course, I go to it, and then that happens. And so that made me feel very, like, frustrated because this whole time along, I've not been able to buy EOS, or like transact in EOS. I've been able to buy Bitcoin through Cash App, but it has to do with my screwed up situation with no legal ID, and I have to get an amended birth certificate, and I applied for it, and they sent me back a non-amended birth certificate, and it's just like ridiculous, you know. So it's gonna be almost 2 years now where I haven't had like a legally non-expired ID, and so I'm having this really peculiar and frustrating experience with crypto because of that, and just life in general. And I just find it sort of entertaining because you know what? It's like that 8 EOS. Even if I could sell it, I wouldn't sell it. And if I could buy more, I would. But I don't really have that much of a budget right now to be spending on EOS, and I'm not concerned about how many EOS tokens I have because I'm guaranteed, like in the mind, like if I give my all to this community, like I'm gonna get paid back if you know if it really gets to the point where it thrives. Like it doesn't matter how many tokens I'm holding. You know what I'm saying? Because I could be holding more from, you know, like future Pablo grants, or even trying to work with, you know, like I want to build an educational system, and I would love your help. You know, I have so many crazy ideas. I would really love your help because I feel like you're someone who would give me your honest, supportive feedback and not necessarily be sort of limited in thinking. You know, scope.
Yeah, I'm always happy to advise, you know, and I do want to say, like, before we go on something else, like, you can earn 10 EOS if you want to make an actual proposal on the Meta Eden repo. We still have that open. Like, if you made a proposal about what you wanted to do, like, and did it in the right format, there's still a 10 EOS prize. So,
how long has that been out now?
A long time. And we only had one person make like a full proposal, and it wasn't good.
Okay. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use all the links. These live streams, just so you know, is for content curation. So even if people don't show up, all I need is 1 or 2, 3 people. See, I don't care about the number. I'm all about the quality. I'd rather just have one quality companion in a dialogue of intelligent conversation to arrive at a synergy to where the output of that could be a rich discussion that all will be later transcribed, you know, to every different language or translated, I mean. And so, and just memories of it's the B-roll documentation of the living thing that we're doing. And they're like snapshots in time where we may look back at these days and look at them very fondly at these, you know, at this point. So for me, it's like, I don't care if no one wants to celebrate June 1st, you know, 2022 as a 4-year anniversary of EOSIO. I don't care that they haven't figured out how they want to rebrand EOSIO. I don't care that hundreds of millions of dollars has been spent on marketing for EOSIO. And people are complaining about marketing and complaining about community relations. And here I am trying to help with community marketing and relations, doing all this stuff, like almost 24 hours a day. Like if I'm awake, I can't help but look at my phone now and then or deal with whatever. And because I don't want to fall behind. You know, it's like you fall behind in this, then you start missing things. So anyways, it's like I'm on a high. I'm riding it. I'm just like treating it like a game. I'm gamifying it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm like this is a race course, or this is an obstacle course, or this is it's a pool game, or like how do I run at this game? And it's like for me, it's like what Fractally did is gave me a way to have a lot of fun. Maybe I get a lot of respect for it. Maybe I'm making a contribution, maybe I'm not, but I can guarantee you one thing. I'm having a great time. Oh my gosh.
Well, good. And I believe you will be rewarded, you know? It's like
I do too.
And you know, I want to go back to like, so we were talking about how other ecosystems have these things more developed. And I actually feel like EOS is catching up, like as far as Pomelo and Eden as well. Like whenever you have a good idea, being able to get funding for it. And it's something that is huge and something that allows these sort of public goods to develop. So like, I am absolutely 100% confident that your energy will be matched by the universe of EOS.
Dude, did you see that? Look at that. Whoops. That's hilarious.
What, the sun or what?
Look to the top left what it says. EOS.
Ah, okay, nice.
This is EOS. Oh, I'm clicking. Oh my gosh, this is hilarious.
Yeah, I missed that.
I'm clicking on the video of the webpage. I'm like, open that link. Oh my gosh, it's hilarious.
I'm loving this. Whatever video you're playing, like,
Bruh,
man, all the visuals.
Consider me, it's like a DJ of the mind. Like you start talking, I play the background of like, it's like it's subconscious because you can't even really hear it, but it's informing you at some level, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Here's one of my favorite songs. I love this song. Do you like this song? I'm gonna get in trouble for this. I'm gonna get shut down for this one. No, actually, I better not play this because I got dinged yesterday for playing too much stuff.
Are you streaming to Twitch or is YouTube dinging you?
Let's see. I'm trying to remember now. I've been going to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. And I can't even remember. I have it all documented. I had the most wonky time because I didn't want to get into it. It's complicated, man. But like, okay, so what are we up to now? Now, should we start hassling? I haven't even really had to hassle anybody. Oh, yeah, let me show you something. This is what I was working on before. I didn't get a chance to finish it. Look at this.
I used to use the same software.
So basically, I came up with this idea. Like, I just want to redefine the way we look at EOSIO. And so I started making this mind map. And I don't even know how to use FreePlane that well, but I used it in the past. And I just like it because it has an add-on for Python scripts. Like, and you can like put hyperlinks and attack images and, you know, like attachments and stuff. It's sort of it's sort of like bare bonesy. But anyways, I was all like, I want to redefine it. And so what I did was I cut it up into a progression of ideas that actually have a linear format. And then I cut this up into a progression of sequence of order of thinking.
Okay.
And so what I was doing is this is like, I don't even mean to really do this. I was just, you know, when you mind map, you just start sticking things out there and just, you know, don't really think about it much, you know, and then you can move them around and branch that here, change a name or whatever. But I have this whole thing with threes, since I was doing everything by threes. And so I did this in like, I think like 2 minutes. And you know what's funny? It's like for months and months and months I've been with EOS, and for years and years and years, I consider these things, but I never take the time to actually work on the websites. I never take the time to actually do any mind mapping. I'm just more like in that discovery phase and learning phase. And then I was like, man, I have something to do now. But it's like, now I'm going, what do I do? And I'm like, you know what? It's like, it doesn't really matter what I do. It's just that I do it and I iterate and do varieties of it and document it. And then I can re-review that and retrace the thought process and evolve it and use all these live streams and material as material for my students as B-roll for editing for future lessons. Like, what extract the knowledge out of these conversations? Like, and just like you said, each student's going to see something different. But see, what I want is to use the contributed value of the human whole to contribute to a neural network that can create an acceleration and suggestion and automation of lower level tasks, like repetitive tasks initially for people, to like really bring out the creative side of humans. Because see, the one thing I don't want is like people in the future like working at McDonald's or doing some rote, stupid, minimum wage task. I want people accessing their creative genius, not their intelligence. You get what I'm saying? So it's sort of like, it's that kind of situation where it's like to survive by thriving or dying is like my sort of like assessment. Like where this road heads. And so it's sort of like I really like want to put everyone to the challenge of like, hey, I got this way of thinking, I got this idea, I got this approach that I think it's the best. And I think it's a way that's better than any other way that there is. But I can't even describe it because I haven't fully understood it or know it. But I'm going to create a language that best models my understanding. Can you help me clarify what I'm saying? Can you help me contribute to my understanding by contributing your understanding? Because part of the understanding is it's no understanding and every understanding. It's the sum soul synthesis of opposites, of different perspectives. It's a totality and summation that is beyond comprehensible from the position of totality from which we presently exist. It's not normal. You know what I'm saying? It's just like this. We have all these things going on in our body, automatic processes, our heart beating, our blood, all these electrochemical things. We're not even consciously aware of it, but it's occurring and it's running like clockwork.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's sort of like to think that that's this little piece of this bigger thing can just assume like I can comprehend the totality of all. That's just a ridiculous concept, in my mind. But it's not a ridiculous concept for that little piece of something to think, oh yeah, it's the part of me that's not that thing. It would be silly for me to think that I could understand all, but the part of me that is part of that thing is somehow joined in coherence and communication with that greater knowledge, that greater wisdom, that greater life, that greater energy, and how that information travels and is communicated, in my opinion, happens at a higher order of intelligence or design or genius or whatever you want to call it, complexity, that is most easily reflected through spiritual narratives. And if you want, I would love to leave you if you're going to plan on leaving anytime soon. Or let me just throw this on because we could just have this playing in the background. This is a very powerful video I watched not even that long ago. And I think I might have like slammed it when I first met you. I was like hammering probably over 16 or somewhere at one point. But Ishtak Bentov, this guy's genius. And this sort of melds with everything that I think we've been talking about in a very, I don't know, structured kind of way, I guess. Let's see. Let's turn the book. This is old school too. When is this? All right, let me get this music off here. I got some music playing in the background. I'm getting slammed on Telegram. Hi, Eric. Hey, what's up? What's up, Eric? Sorry about that.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Ah, welcome, brother.
Hey.
Let's pause this for a second. What's up, dude? How you doing?
Well, first off, I can't hear the video. Just thought I would let you know. I don't know if anybody could hear it, but I couldn't.
Oh, wow. Okay. The monitor settings. Thank you for telling me that. Let's see.
And then also, you may be on mute. I'm sorry, I don't know this gentleman's name. This guy that's in the feed with us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am on mute. Jeez. I was probably just talking a long time on mute. Oh God.
Okay, no, that's okay. I was like, he's either talking to somebody else, or I can't hear him, or something.
No, I was just saying like super important stuff, like how we're at this crux of technology, and we can either use it to separate or to, unify. And only through geometric understanding can we decide or evaluate these systems for what they're actually doing. And the geometric metrics are both the ideas and the manifestation of those ideas. So, yeah, I guess that all got missed, but thank you
Okay,
for
go into
letting me
that a
know.
little bit more. Kind of go into that more if you don't mind.
Sure. I am getting an echo. Maybe you can go to your set and turn off. Okay, yeah. No, I'm still getting the echo. Turn on echo cancellation.
Mine's got that.
Okay, then maybe it's Dr. Wu.
Plus, mine's coming in entirely through a headset.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll just go ahead. So, in general, what I've been led to believe, particularly through the law of one, that there's basically two paths of evolution. Number one is the path of unity, and number two is the path of separation. But after the sixth density of consciousness, both of these paths are pretty much the same. What these paths basically mean is you're either serving only yourself or things that you connect with yourself, or you're trying to serve all. Now, I don't necessarily believe with these sort of words, but I do think there's the idea about you're either trying to separate and make your own truth more true, or you're trying to listen and learn about sort of larger truths and then create your system so that they can allow these larger truths to manifest, which I believe is the true fractal geometric way. And then the other way, the separation way, is to kind of separate off everything and then try to fractalize everything within your bubble to fit your idea of truth or your idea of how things can happen. So with technology, what we're doing at this point is we're pretty much doing the separative aspect. Not always, but we are creating these systems so that we can better create a truth and make this truth more accessible. So a truth would be like decentralization. A truth would be any of these sort of blockchain principles. And it's very important to have these, to develop these aspects, to develop things. Like if you just go on the other path, if you just like digest what the information says, what the universe says is true, and then try to live that, it's very boring. And one of the cool things about the Milky Way galaxy is it has a lot of desire for both paths, the desire for both separation and for unity. So with technology, particularly with what we see at Fractally, I'm constantly using a geometric model to decide whether or not we are just taking one truth and trying to force everybody else into that truth, or whether we are truly allowing each member to determine what that truth is, and then allowing that to filter back in to create a biomimetic system. So these two basic paths in technology. Number one, you create a system that tries to make itself true by any means. And that's what I've seen at Fractally, where they're not sort of budging from whatever they think is the truth. And then you have other systems, such as what we have as representative fractal government in the United States. You could say that these truths are being determined at the local level, where you have a bill that can be passed, and then these precedents, these bills can then filter up to the higher levels, through being passed through Congress or something like that.
Gotcha. You've said a lot there, so I got a couple of questions. One thing though, is there a way for us to mute that video just because it's ever so soft, but it's in the background? Thank you. That's perfect. Because I was able to keep track, but it was like sometimes I was like missing a little bit of a word here or there because that. Okay. So the first thing, right? Since you were talking about kind of this idea of the separation, like doing something separate where you kind of create your own truth and then you kind of build everything into that truth or that model. I guess I'll use the word model if that fits in your summation. And then, or there's this kind of going to sort of the universals, right? And so I'm wondering, is there a middle path to that?
Sure. I mean, like the literally the middle path is something that's used a lot in different esoteric traditions, but there's only the middle path. Is the actual truth, because if you are trying to create your own reality, you're always within the governing systems that they're electromagnetic systems, so you're always receiving electromagnetic information which can determine how far you can sort of create your own truth. And you're never really fully separate from this sort of, I guess, universal path, and you're never really with it completely, because you have to be the entire universe to be with it. So there is only the middle path, but to me, it's like it's important to understand like the lessons of both paths and their value, because in the separation path, that's where like all the cool shit happens, like all the interesting ideas that are new and creative. They all come from the sort of the separative thing. And you could think of that as like the capitalist model, where so many innovations come out of capitalism because each entity, each business is in a sense, it's separate, and it's developing its own sort of product, its own system to then share that. But on the other side, you could see the other side about like capitalism also might not be in resonance with the universe. And if we just allow capitalism to create these innovations, well, they're going to sacrifice all of the trees, they're going to sacrifice all of the land, to chase this profit, because that's what the larger system has declared is the truth, is that you need to make profit.
Totally tracking with you. Man, I mean, I've got about 15 different ways I want to go right now with you. So it's great. I've kind of studied as well, kind of the esoteric traditions and all of that. So I was kind of tracking with you on that about like the middle path. And I'm sure you kind of have heard about the whole thing of the microcosm, macrocosm.
Yeah.
Right. And so if each of us is a microcosm, it's at as above, so below.
Mm-hmm.
And the macrocosm being the above in this particular sort of way of thinking. As above, so below, of course, is a bigger concept. It's a bigger mapping onto a lot of stuff, but one mapping is microcosm and macrocosm. And then there's kind of a negotiation that occurs, right, between each individual microcosm with its macrocosm. Are you tracking with me? Is that kind of somewhat what you're saying with the middle path?
So you're saying like the negotiation would be whether or not you reflect perfectly whatever your macrocosm is versus whether you're developing your own sort of thing. Is that what you mean?
Well, more what I mean is that a microcosm is an individuated node, a mutation, if you will, right? And so it brings something unique to the table, or it's attempting to. And so in that process of trying to bring something unique to the table, and it kind of goes through this thing where it's got to, in its own way, kind of like have a dialogue with its macrocosm, and sort of has a negotiation on where do I fit in you, macrocosm. You see what I'm saying? So there's like a negotiation that occurs between that unique individuated node and then all of the rest of the nodes plus the environment. So it's like a negotiation kind of occurs each time, and maybe those negotiations aren't always great for all parties involved. Maybe it ends up being a huge mistake, but at least as far as what you've been saying, it's like that's where my brain was going. Is that tracking with you at all?
Yeah, I mean, so like the whole microcosm macrocosm thing. I've studied Mantak Chia, and they talk about the microcosmic orbit. So it's like the universe within your body, and I guess that's what I sort of relate it to. So maybe my vocabulary is a little bit different, but
Gotcha.
in general, yeah, like that's completely what I believe. I adopt a model that breaks down this into 11 steps within our universe. There's 11 of these, I guess, microcosms, and they each have like an individual level of experience, an individual lesson that they all attain. But yeah, in general, like that's exactly what it is, exactly what you're saying. So like to bring it back to technology, it's like how can we determine what is the right way to create a system that's both moldable, that allows for these sort of mutations to occur, which I think already is happening. Like you can have a fork and make your own blockchain, versus how well do you have to sort of digest and speak the truth of the previous iteration. And that would be like, I guess, to relate it to technology, how much of the core protocol has to be implemented in a fork of a blockchain. But yeah, to answer your question, that's pretty much exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. Good stuff. It's a weird thing trying to wrangle chaos into some sort of order that works, and it opens up every so often to where it's a whole new realm of chaos, and everybody's swimming trying to figure out. That's kind of what it feels like to me, especially within the technology sphere, like you're talking. And that goes beyond even blockchain. That's just what our interaction with or our relationship with technology itself is,
Yeah.
Can I ask Douglas a question? Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
How do you make a post in Go Fractally? Aren't you supposed to? Could I make a link here? Right? Shouldn't I be able to have a thing right here?
They removed that like 6 weeks ago.
That's so weird because we just had a meeting the other day and I asked about it and it was working then.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they put it back and took it away again. Because yeah, when we first started, we were able to make posts, and then I know that we weren't, and I haven't seen it back.
So you noticed that too? Because I don't think it's everyone's the same Like I think some people can make posts and other people can't. I'm not sure. Let's check here.
Well, yeah, I tested that theory and I made a new account and I still couldn't make posts. So good luck.
That's funny. So that's not my just imaginations, because I was going crazy because I was like, dude, I swear I've made posts before, but I can't make posts anymore. And then I was all like, I brought it up, and then they're like, go ahead and try it now. And then I tried it and it worked. And I'm like, what? And I'm just all like, I swear I could do that. And I'm like, but supposedly that's all recorded. So
Can you turn your mic volume down again?
oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and the other thing about chaos, like there's also chaos of ideas, and that's something that I kind of try to tread lightly with, because like you can spend your whole life like trying to understand these esoteric ideas and developing a verbal comprehension of it, but you're really only boxing yourself up from receiving the truth, because like it's an experience, like it cannot be put into words. And there's one monk, and I don't remember his name, but he basically spent his whole life like digesting scripture and then writing about, you know, all these sort of universal religious laws. And then he actually experienced the light of God, the light of one, and then basically like published different works that were completely contradictory. And the reason for that is because he had actually, you know, when you actually receive the truth of the universe, it doesn't come in verbal form. It cannot be compressed into verbal form, at least not into this language. So whenever you do talk about spirituality, you are introducing chaos, because the true truth is found within yourself. It's found within this connection that you have to the macrocosm.
Okay. Interesting.
So, you guys want to get into the trust EVM or trust swap, or do you want to like start hassling people or something? Because I'm open to, like, I had so many different content type ideas that I wanted to do, but I was more like, I just want to move with whoever comes, whatever they want to talk about. Yeah, try to steer the conversation to the context of today's anniversary thing for the EOSIO, you know, ecosystem. I guess today is the 4-year anniversary from the EOSIO 1.0 release. So let's see if I can find that again. Right here. June 1st, 2018. But the original testnet was on September 3rd, 2017. And I mistakenly put 5 years instead of 4, and I put it on Hive, Doug. So now I can't. It's irrevocable. So I tried to make a comment.
I think you can edit the Hive post, but maybe not the title.
Oh, really? I didn't realize.
For like 2 weeks. I think you're allowed to edit for like 2 weeks or something like that.
See? Let's try it. How do I edit? How do I
No. Go to the edit. There you go. Oh, maybe you can edit the title.
Oops. Oh yeah. No.
Damn.
Where's my comment? Did I make a comment? Yeah, like, hey you idiot! It is a 4-year anniversary, and you just stamped your information onto the blockchain. Maybe you should think about what you can learn from that. LOL. I just learned I can edit titles within a certain amount of time. I think so. So I'm having a conversation with myself. See, because you know what it is, dude? Is that me is not the same me as now, because time has passed. It's like an ontological semantic question. And so there's a me that didn't have the awareness that it was 5 years and it was 4 years when I wrote it, or up here. And then there's a me that realized it afterwards and commented. And then there's a me that came afterwards and realized I could have edited it the first time. So now I have a trail of history of the 3 different iterations of me and my evolution. Does that make sense to you? Is that crazy? Never mind. Dogs are barking. Crickets.
Can you hear the dogs from me?
Oh yeah.
Oh, geez, I'm gonna close the door.
So who is that? I don't know. Okay.
That's one thing I love about South America is there's always like so much noise going on.
I'm gonna play a video for you guys. I had it up earlier, but I want to introduce you to my game developer. Let's see if I can find it. What channel did I put it under? I think it's under my Witch Walker Woo channel. So that's what we're on now. And oh yeah, there it is. This one. Is this it? No. This is not it. This is not it. Sorry. See, I was only more. Only more. Is it not on this channel? Yeah, it's not on this channel, so it must be on this channel. Damn, I don't even know. Here's a talk with him. Let me look for. Oh, this is our steampunk conversation. What the hell? I thought it was under. I'm so lost. I've been making so many videos lately. I don't want to listen to that. So anyways, I wanted to find some more videos to watch. I was going to curate more, but then I ran out of time. Here's some good talk with me and Jay. Where is...
There we go. I'm back. Accidentally closed my StreamYard window, and that's all it took.
That'll do it.
Are you hearing this? I'm not hearing this.
No, I don't hear a video.
Yeah, you're probably not.
This call is now being recorded.
Is that every once in a while you can have a meta vision? You know, it's like you're standing, you're able to be a peacemaker. You know, it's funny because it's your gift of mediation. And so when June 1 rolls around, you people can participate in, you know, that's so funny that people came up with the idea of FUD, you know, and it's like there's going to be plenty of FUD, and you know what, it's the FUD is going to fail against the reality of the good things that are happening in the community, and that includes all participants. And so that's where the idea of don't burn any bridges, but rather forgive each other your trespasses and move forward and building a healthy, happy team. And so it's like that's kind of the message. And then what's hilarious though is that the network, your personal network, can bring in an influential, a fresh air, a breeze, it's like a breeze of good, here's the good tidings.
My personal network is fucking gold, Jay. I have 3 friends that are solid quality people where I realized when I was hearing them say what they were saying, it's like these people know me very well and intimately, and this is what they think of me. A lot of people have no clue who I am, and just hearing them say that and knowing that they would come on air and we can talk about things and what they're like, regardless if you think they're authoritative or trustworthy or not, this is one other person's voice besides mine. So here's my new idea. Ready for this one? 24-hour live stream all day long, and we get everybody in the EOS community to get into the. We get as many different live streams and things going, and like I can start training people on how to do this over here. We're going to contract over there. Like how many people, and then I'll be the hub. Like, what do you got going? What's going on? Report back, and I can use the web to account for that.
Yep. And so part of it can be, sometimes a theme of a project kind of, it's like the cream that bubbles up to the top and it's the good, it creates a nugget of truth that here's the message that we're trying to communicate. And I think in this case, um, it's almost arguably a fact that the ICO was the biggest rug pull that's ever been accomplished in one offering of a token. And so
I mean, the 4 billion was the biggest initial coin offering.
So, okay, so it's like, so that's what's the sad news is that was part of the history of what we're trying to, like the phoenix that arises out of the flames, and carries something new life into it. And so kind of, I think the theme is that what was missing was, it wasn't that the project itself was a rug pull. It's that the token holders were left no organizational, community, cooperative group of friends who were helpful, who could provide leadership and good governance. And so you can explain that the evolution of this particular blockchain and its iterations, including the chief architect Dan Larimer, who's rightfully solving problems by working on a new chain launch, which is perfectly appropriate if you have a common sense, good heart of global vision. And you're just like, if the old chain has issues, let's launch a new one. And it's like it's a beautiful evolution, and everybody, it kind of fits into a beautiful fractal. It's like, hey, this when you look at a sunset, you go, and then the sun rises the next morning, the sun sets again, and the clouds have shifted, and it still makes a beautiful, scenic view. It's like we need to move on from our limitations and work together as communities to support each other in our projects. I mean, it's not, the world doesn't revolve around one chain. That's the end all be all. It's like we're expressing our creativities in ways that we can cooperate, and so you have a meta view of building a vision that the EOS community is still it's an open source community to work together to create really cool things. And it's like the investment of buying tokens, that doesn't, it's not necessarily a wise investment. And so it's like you're not condemning you're not shaming the victims. You're just saying that to the extent any or all of us have been hurt, we need to forgive, not necessarily the people who are the objects of forgiveness need the forgiveness, but for us to move forward, you have to, like the person who forgives benefits as much as the person who's forgiven, so it's like it's healthy to say, look at the vision that we have going forward and the tools with which we still have, including contributions of the chief architect, who happens to be who's very, one of the best qualities you can have is humility and teachability. And it's like, go ahead and test it out. Like does the if an architect is building homes, and he didn't have a architectural engineer to test the weight bearing capacity of a wall, it's like the next house has solved that issue. We now have weight bearing capacity, in all of our walls in the new structure, and so we may have to. Yeah.
I want to go back to something. I want you to keep talking about that, but before I forget, this whole thing about the 4 billion. Okay, everyone sees it as a loss, right? Everyone sees it, and it was. And it's like it's not Dan's fault so much as the purse strings were. He wasn't allowed to ever do what he wanted, and then when he tried to come back again to do it, there's this mess, and he still can't do what he wants. But now he's been doing it for a bit, and he's still trying to do pretty much the same thing. But through that, he learned a lot and comes and gained new insights and vision, right? So the way I look at it is this: from a marketing perspective, that $4 billion is gold. For me, if I haven't even started working on my own website really for my own web marketing business. And here I am intermixed in this content creation, culture, and all this Web3 stuff.
Right.
And probably nobody cares if I have them. If I can pull this off, that's what they're interested in.
So I'm
that's really valuable. SEO wise.
Yeah, you want to pause and talk about it?
So, and
I mean, okay, well, yeah, I guess now it's paused. Yeah, I think that let's bring it back to EOS. That's what this stream is about.
Sure.
Like, as far as the $4 billion market cap, it's like, for me, it's just about, that's a level that you now have to fight for, right? Whenever you're launching a chain, whatever initial value that you set, you're basically basing the future performance on whether or not the overall market will value it as more or less than that. And then because that's such a high number, we weren't able to convince, I guess, the people to maintain that this had that much value to be maintained. Although it really did. It really, it wasn't like EOS went out on a 4 billion market cap and then it dropped down to zero. Like, EOS has been around a 4 billion market cap for like 2 years, and right now it's lower, but it was higher. You could have sold EOS for $14 like not too long ago. So like that's a $14 billion market cap at 1 billion tokens. So like I don't really follow the narrative about being a rug pull or anything like that. I do follow the narrative about this is a lesson on macroeconomics, and that you need to understand what market cap is and what each token is and how that interacts, as well as like who is getting this value and how much say that they have over the future market cap as well. Like the thing about the system architect, I haven't seen him be open to ideas. I haven't seen that. I've also, I'm not going to speak bad about anybody here or in public, but I will say that I have not seen that. And that is, in my mind, the only reason that EOS has failed is because of that inability to recognize and incorporate other people's ideas. I think that a new chain, for me, it's about doing what you say you do. Like that's the only mechanism. That's the only thing that is, is it a scam or is it not a scam? Is it a rug pull or is it not a rug pull? Is like, are you doing what you said that you were going to do? So what I look for in a chief architect of any blockchain is that you communicate that clearly at all stages. And if you're trying to build something in a specific spirit, if you're trying to build something in a fractal way, if you're trying to build something that is a community-based thing, you don't hide in a room and build it all by yourself and then say that, oh, this is a fractal, oh, this is a community thing, oh, this is open source, when in reality, you built it all in your head and then put it out to the world. This is the exact thing I was talking about with these two branches of technological development, whereas one is one person who doesn't want to basically collect the feedback and make it better, versus somebody who okay, so that first person is then taking their own ideas and better sort of making their own ideas more concrete in a more concrete form, and then publishing that from a closed room versus what I would like to see is a chief architect that is able to both ask questions and receive feedback, because it's very difficult for one person to understand all of the components. If you're a very good system designer, you can design the system, but you still need to listen to the feedback of the people who understand the community. EOS $4 billion market cap. Well, it's a great system. The system is great, but there's no community. There wasn't any community at first. There wasn't any, like this whole framework that we're developing now with Eden and with these other things that are the human side of things, which are the reason that Ethereum and all these other chains have been so much better well off, is because they had a foundation from the beginning where you could do this sort of work and being involved in the community in a big way.
That's awesome. Oh man, you said something there I wanted to touch on, but I was so entranced by listening to you. I forgot what it was. I am wondering, how long are you guys gonna stick around, and should I start trying to rouse up some people, or should we jump into the trust swap thing, or what do you want to do?
I'm probably gonna leave in a few minutes. I told myself I would jump off at 2. I gotta go get some lunch. I've been to this one place the last 2 days, and I always don't show up in time for the lunch special. So I gotta get there before 3.
Yeah, cool. What type of food?
It's an Italian place, so
Nice.
pastas, pizzas. But usually these places have a menu del dia, a menu of the day, and it's $5. You get a drink, you get a soup, you get a full plate, and then sometimes a dessert.
Heck yeah, that sounds good. You have way more background obviously with this whole thing than I do. I'm coming in kind of as a developer that's from the outside world. And so what is your background with all this stuff? Are you a developer, or because you seem to know a heck of a lot about this, and it would be very good to kind of have you there for kind of when I have some questions.
Sure. So my development right now, I'm specializing in biomimetic systems. In the past, I started developing when I was 16. When I was 16, I built a web app called myhs.us, and it was basically a MySpace clone. I emailed the government, and they gave me a list of all the schools. So I built a MySQL database, and then basically would generate these dynamic pages for each school. And then during the registration process, you would decide which school that you belong to, and then you would create a personalized page for each school. So that's how I sort of got started in development. That was 12 or so years ago. After that, I built possibly the world's first single page application that was a forum using Ajax and jQuery. This is back in jQuery 1.3. So
Okay.
I have a lot of experience with jQuery. After that, I basically was on WordPress because it just takes too long to build sites from scratch. Then I founded Current Exchange in 2014 after sort of building on this idea from years from then. Then 2014, basically, I had decided that my development sort of paradigm using jQuery to build custom front ends and then interacting with MySQL in the back end was kind of antiquated. So I started to learn. I learned Vue.js. I learned a little bit about React, a little bit about Angular. But I ended up not building anything just because I was never really comfortable. And then in 2018, I met these guys who were super into blockchain. One of the guys is on a few projects. But anyway, they told me about Hive. So then I went and I built cxe.world in 3 months with a Hive integration. So you could make a post on cxe.world and then you could share it to Hive. And then also in that post, we included a button which would allow you to click a button on Hive and then be redirected back to cxe.world and then create an upvote on cxe.world. So that's what I've actually built as far as like my own personal development and how I see myself as a developer. I consider my strength in data structuring and data optimization. I'm very interested in defining data structures, putting them into third or fourth normal form, and creating databases which are highly efficient in relational database management systems. I had been using MySQL before. Now I use PostgreSQL. I really like that. I've also learned a lot from PostgreSQL in terms of geospatial databases, and we have a geospatial database for CXC. So that's what I'm super interested in. I guess I like to see things structured, and along with this sort of thing, I've developed the first fractal curation system. It's really a double fractal curation system for cxe.world. If you want to learn more about that, we have a beta deep dive on YouTube. If you search CXC tech deep dive or CXC deep dive on YouTube, you'll find it, where I show off our database and basically our technology that's running this system. But we have a double fractal curation. Number one is with time. We break down time into time units of 300 seconds or 5 minutes, and then we register all votes to one of these time units. We also register all votes to a location, and that location is not where you are, the voter, it's where the content is. And then by using these two pieces of information we have for each measure of opinion, we can create charts. So we have if you go on cxe.world right now, you'll just see a chart of the global top music, but we also have charts in beta, which you'll see on the tech deep dive, that go down to each and every 5 minutes. We also generate Gregorian displays for each month, week, and year. So I've been designing fractal systems for years. In theory, since before 2014, in actual practice, as far as putting code, probably since around 2019. In summer 2019 is when I first had the basis of the double fractal curation system working on my testnet. We have not published this. The main reason is because I originally built it in Web 2.0, and now on my GitHub is Doug Butner. On my GitHub, we have the contracts I'm developing to put it all on Web 3, so that we don't sort of have this reliance on the Web 2.0 technology that I've built.
Gotcha. Okay. So with because I have the site up here, the cxe.world. So I was already kind of looking. I was looking actually because I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and so I was found one thing from music, SoundCloud link through this. And what are you guys using for your front end there?
It's all custom jQuery. I wrote everything in jQuery. I mean, the map itself is Leaflet. We use Leaflet.js as a dependency. What else do we use? jQuery. We have Postgres as the backend. I'm using Node.js now to schedule we have daily payments that go out to all of our people who have an Everstone NFT. So I am using Node.js for that. But yeah, the front end is just literally I opened up a text document and saved it as an index.php file and started writing.
Well, that's cool. Did you when you're connecting to your backend database, do you have an API in front of that?
You could call it a private API. I mean, the data has to get back and forth, but we don't have a public API.
Well, yeah, not a public, but it's a private API. What's that written in?
It's PHP. So basically, the backend is also I consider it antiquated now, but I literally have a PHP file for each backend point. Add music is a backend. everything that we need to get is one particular PHP file.
Sweet. And then it just, and it's the thing that accesses your Postgres, and then it serves up that data. Is it coming through as JSON then, or?
JSON, yeah.
Okay, cool. That's pretty fascinating. That's pretty awesome. That's a lot of jQuery work, man.
It is.
Like, that's impressive.
I mean,
what am I
you know,
hearing?
Foundation channel, the EOS chat channel. This EOS chat channel.
What am I hearing?
The main hub for
Doug Wu, he has that stream up.
Okay.
Doug Wu, can you mute?
Channel called Job Boards, which used to be EOS Job.
Thank you.
So, I mean, like I said, I've been doing jQuery since jQuery 1.3, so like I was just super comfortable with it. I have regrets now because everything is custom. Every time I make a change, it can take a lot of time to make sure that nothing else gets interacted, and I wouldn't recommend this architecture, and I wouldn't use this architecture in another project. But it did allow me to get everything up and running.
Gotcha. Now with this blockchain stuff, right? And in particular, like since we're getting into this whole Web3 world with Solidity and all of that, and that was something we had kind of I talked to Doug, and I think it was Jay. Is that right, Doug?
Get some sound effects going.
I still hear that sound.
Yeah, can you pause that, Doug?
Did this cord over?
Or mute it? Oh, there we go.
So anyway, I was talking to some people. I've started looking at some of the links or whatever, some of the things to kind of start getting into this, but I haven't really looked into it much. Is it still effectively REST APIs for interacting with this stuff, or is it different?
I mean, representational state transfer is anything, you know.
Okay.
It depends on how you encapsulate your data, but like regardless, you're always passing data back and forth. I choose JSON to encapsulate because I've literally used JSON since I was 16. Like the first when I built it was called flamus.com and also blurba.us. I had like 2 domains running different front ends, like with a different style, but then connecting to the same database, which in practice, like it's actually a really bad idea, but it was kind of funny at the time. But yeah, like you can talk all day about like what particular technologies, but that's not particularly interesting to me. What is interesting to me is like what are you passing back and forth? What is this data? What are you storing, and how are you interacting with other layers of data? You know, like getting information from a database and sending it back, like that's a brick to me, you know, but it doesn't build a beautiful house. So like one thing we do is we do interact with these other Web 2.0 layers. We do use these centralized players within our application. And I think that it's super important to not become a maximalist if you are a dApp developer, because there's so much more value that can be created by creating a layer on top of traditional media to better distribute it and better reward it, better sort of tokenize it, than I see to sort of recreate everything and say, okay, this is a brand new house. Nothing in the other house can fit into this door.
No, I'm tracking with you. I'm totally tracking with you, and I like that you love data, right? That you love it. You know, I don't know if you've ever done any data analytics work or anything, but I bet you'd be a rabid animal at it.
Yeah, probably.
You know.
Yeah, I don't really like work for other people, and that's probably one of the big things holding me back. I kind of only work on my own projects. I definitely would like to learn more about about analytics, about like scraping. One thing that's always fascinated me is like these sort of scraping sentiment, like the idea that you search tweets and you find these relations between words and then use that as a sentiment bot to then make trades. Like that sort of thing has always fascinated me, although I've never built anything in that direction.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like it's an interesting. There's so much interesting stuff that, like, I agree with you. There's just so much out there that can be done, and that we're not doing. With this technology, that would be really cool, and giving greater accessibility at the ground level instead of just putting it all behind massive enterprise paywalls and all that sort of stuff. Really cool, neat tools that the world could use.
And then you have the other point of like, are we recreating these sort of web paywall type systems in Web3, or are we truly doing something that only can be done with the technology?
Yeah, right. I mean, one of the interesting things that I've kind of discovered recently in this whole kind of path that Doug is leading, because I just kind of have been following along from a distance from what Doug's doing. I like just some of the awareness that has hit me about what these types of technologies are doing for less developed countries, and how they're much more able to accept these technologies, and actually engage with it. And it's completely and totally changing them from right there on the spot. Whereas like, in the United States, or I don't know if you're in the United States, but like the Western world, this very nice developed world, we're stuck in all these legacy systems. And so it's really hard to get people to sort of get onto these things totally, right? And yet the third, like other countries that are developing are just taking this like whatever, because it's the only currency they can trust, when it comes to currency stuff, but also with an actual smart contract involved. It's not just Bitcoin stuff, it's bigger. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And like it's like the leapfrog effect of like these countries that don't have a technological infrastructure or an information technology infrastructure developed, they're more able to rapidly accept this. And it's the same thing with homeless people. One thing I do in my day-to-day life is I interact with many homeless people, probably more than I interact with regular people. And I find that like the homeless people are so much more able to receive ideas. They're so much more open to like, I meditate with trees is a big thing I do. I do a lot of energy work with trees. So like taking a homeless person and hanging out with them and like doing some energy work with trees feels completely natural. Just like a country that has no technology, except for cell phones, but then they get this extra layer on top of a cell phone, which lets them send payments. That seems completely natural. Versus if I try to do the same thing with somebody who was raised in the church their whole life, the Catholic Church, and I try to say, okay, we're going to connect with this tree and it's going to filter out our energies and give us new energy. If I tell that to them, they have all these sort of conflicting beliefs, just like a nation that is more developed with information technology. They already have a banking system set up. They already have a bank account. They don't see the need for this thing. So then it doesn't register.
Right.
So yeah, I would definitely agree like 500% that not only do these less developed countries have the best opportunity, but they are the opportunity. Because otherwise, like if we tried to create fractal governance and say, okay, we're going to have fractal governance in the United States, well, you're going to fight a big system,
Yeah.
But if you go to one of the, a country that would need that system, then they might be open to allow you to implement it, and all the other.
Well, and in general, it's would be great to just be like, here's the information and here's stuff and we'll help, but you guys implement this for yourselves and it's yours. It's your local leverage there. You know what I mean? It's for you guys. And so you develop it and you strategize how you want it to be and all that. I think that would be incredible. you know, because I'm a huge proponent of the idea that this future that we're heading toward, it's going to require the locals to basically have more real direct control over their own systems, and that requires them developing them themselves to a certain degree, to a certain level, because if it comes from outside, every system that comes from outside only aids in non-local leverage. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so then they're tethered to somebody who doesn't necessarily have to give a crap about whether they sink or swim, you know. And it's better if they know that it's like, hey, you know, there can be a lot of chaos going on in the world, but we can still operate our stuff, and that's going to help the world in that chaos because we can still be there to help them regain their local leverage.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's kind of a way of making the system less fragile on a worldwide scale. And so I'm kind of intrigued by that, you know, because I didn't really fully see just how much these new technologies, because see, when I was looking at like blockchain and all that, I was like, oh, neat, you know, but you know, I was kind of stuck in legacy thinking myself here in the States, and being able to kind of see how this is actually helping developing nations get completely untethered to very corrupt things, whether it's local or non-local, but maybe do it themselves. You know, that's always been a fascination of mine. I don't know if you've ever heard of Ithaca hours, but that was a local currency that operated for 25 30 years, I think. Well, maybe at least 20 years up in Ithaca, New York. Somebody named Paul Glover actually got a local currency up off the ground. And so that's been like a fascination of mine. And it's like being able to kind of give that sort of structure, these smart contracts, these things to these countries, I think could make a huge difference for them, just to kind of, you know, they'll get in front of it, and then we'll be trying to catch up here in the States.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
You know?
totally believe that. And you know, it's interesting that the whole idea about this outside system only serving the outside system. And one thing I've sort of learned from direct experience is like different things work for different cultures, and you really have to be there and to be in the culture to understand like these sort of subtle differences in communication, these subtle differences of structuring, to realize that, you know, it's never going to be one system. It never could be one system, and it never should be one system.
Agreed.
So one thing I did, I wrote the Web 4 paper. It was originally titled The Democratic Web. And in this paper, I basically say, okay, there's 5 different geotemporal layers which are already existing on the planet. You have the cities, you have counties, you have states, and then you have nations, and then you have the whole globe itself.
Mm-hmm.
So if we take these 5 layers and we sort of treat them all the same in a fractal fashion, what sort of collaborative mechanisms can we allow, or can we sort of give? With the idea being that if you're able to provide a space that people who do want to create good in their community, who do want to collaborate and even have successful businesses, you can sort of create this template, and then once everybody is running on the same template, then other jurisdictions can look all around the world and see, okay, here's how Cambodia is filtering their water, or here's how Singapore is burning their trash. And
right.
You know, that's one example of like a problem or solution based approach. But it can really be anything. It's just about how can you define what is a system that could actually work for all cultures, not be so restrictive that it wouldn't let aspects of a culture shine, while still maintaining enough structure that one place can learn from what another place is doing, and then optionally accept it or optionally choose to test that out in their area.
Well, you bring up, this is a very interesting like topic, because it's like, to a certain degree, it's like one of the things I thought about in the past, very much along these lines, is, you're in this particular climate. You have these types of particular problems with your environment, and you're trying to basically get enough food resource up and going for your population. And it's like being able to sort of look across the globe and see and sort of quickly search to find other areas that are similar to yours in some way, where they have some of the same sort of conundrums, or they did in the past at least, but then they've had some success. Being able to study that and be able to apply that and directly be able to speak with those people in some form. I mean, sometimes language barrier makes it difficult, but it's like, the idea is to being able to reach out to people at a whole other local level, no real government body involved, just direct reaching out and saying, hey, you guys had success with this. How would we implement this here, given X, Y, and Z? And then being able to solve those problems collaboratively.
Yeah. And like, so you're totally right that it does not need to be, I guess, involving the government. And it's a big point that I want to emphasize, because there's sort of this general idea with revolutions that you have to knock somebody's tower down to build your own tower, but like that's no longer true. Now we can build these towers in the virtual space, these town halls in the virtual space, and open up a town hall in which everybody can, have their opinions and have their voices heard. And what I believe is that like we're all sort of, not all, but the people like Dan and me, like we're trying to create these systems that may be better than the system that we have, and yeah, like I have a lot of faith that the more systems that we can explore and the more that we're able to test out these systems, the better consensus we can reach on what is important, what is the minimum lovable product that we can create that people will enjoy interacting with, that people will want to take an active part in government, So, yeah.
Well, right. And the idea too that really has me is, you go back to kind of the space race, back in like the 50s, 60s, 70s, all of that, and this whole sort of push, right? And it kind of captured the people's imagination, and it gave them some anchoring, something that to kind of go toward, right? But really they weren't even involved, but they could at least kind of in some way say, hey, I'm involved in helping explore and expand and do these types of things. We haven't had anything like that in a long while, where it's almost like nobody's showing, hey, here's the engineering strategies that we can all be using in a very easy way that would literally solve massive problems, but you get to see it. And now there's no media persona telling you, it's like, this is the success you're having. You know what I mean? When you're not even involved, it's like you can directly see it all yourself. And I think it would greatly inspire people. I feel like a lot of people just feel entirely powerless right now, and things that could actually give them a true sense of power, and not power in a very like mean sense or a dark sense or tyrannical sense, but like an actual sort of power over their own ability to not starve to death, their own ability to kind of get access to energy, and solve all together, then, I think people could get inspired by that. I just don't know exactly what that takes. It's like a tipping point has to occur. It only some people are involved at first, but eventually it's kind of like the web, right? The web took hold at some point, but there was a tipping point to that. And so it's building toward that tipping point to where enough people can see the vision and they can access it in a real way, and they can sort of they can start to see problems being solved directly by their own work. No nonprofits involved, no need for all of this stuff, just literally engagement with other people. And I think it might really just catch fire. And I think it would scare a lot of the power mongers of the world.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I don't care about the power mongers of the world, but I definitely agree that the feeling, it's a feeling. And number one, the feeling that will solve our like larger earth problems is a feeling of connectedness with the ecosystem. And that's what we're generally lacking, in my opinion, is that
Agreed.
we feel like we are sort of these autonomous, individualized entities which are here to maximize profit, to maximize, you know, whatever it is. And that's a result of the culture that we've been brought into. And because there's so much, I guess, stuff, almost you could think of it like the barriers on the side of a bowling alley is just so hard to sort of break out of this. So when I just
there.
Go ahead.
So is Eric still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, cool. Are you guys having fun?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you pull up this quote that I just put into the private chat, Doug? Because it was,
Sure.
Have you ever heard of R. Buckminster Fuller, Douglas?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So this quote right here, I think is like, it came into my head on everything you were saying, right? Because you were talking about the way of how it doesn't have to be done through this war, this revolution. And this is how he thought. And I agree with him, right? And so it's, you can scroll down, Doug, because it's in a much more kind of graphic format. There you go. And I love this quote. There's only one revolution tolerable to all men, all societies, all political systems, revolution by design and invention. And so it's really about building those systems that really make the difference. And that's, you know, I think that's the work we have before us, whether we, you know, I mean, as a globe, whether everybody's involved right now or not, that's really the task at hand.
Yeah. And so how I think that we sort of attack this problem is to accept where we are and accept like the good things about capitalism and to utilize what human nature things have been brought out with capitalism, particularly impatience and greed, and use these as like fuel to economically feed a system similar to what we're talking about.
Right. And that's really the trick, right? Because it's like where all this modern stuff kind of, you know, I see the universe itself fundamentally as a transactional based system, right? So it's transactions of information. It's in all sorts of forms and varieties. So there's always exchanges of information. What is capital other than just one form of information? And it's like, what gets me is we because of that, that's the thing. It's like, I don't need the modern terms of capitalism, communism, socialism, whatever. I see them all as basically a facade, like a lie. Because it's like, really what we're getting at is certain things like being able to maintain your own locality in a way where you have access to your own sort of resources and you have direct ability to sort of like, not like just, you have direct local access to this stuff. There's no outside system that's telling you how to operate necessarily. And then there's the larger network that's in place for allowing for trading between those things. But I really think that on a planetary scale, these areas need to actually have their own form of leverage so that they have some sense of autonomy, so that they don't feel like they're being, 7+ billion, 8+ billion, 9+ billion people on this planet. You're going to feel really dehumanized when you end up with a huge system that says, okay, everybody on the planet, just do it this way.
Exactly.
And we don't really care. And we're just going to extract the resources from you, and then we'll divvy it out exactly as we say. You know what I mean? And that doesn't work. And so it's like, it's going to need to be something that actually is like very direct and has a respect for local, your ability to control yourself locally.
Yeah. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Tetra. Tetra is my next project, which I haven't like publicly announced, but it's my sort of I guess solution to how I see this, and I'm really curious what you think about it and how I could improve it. But in general, each person gets a certain amount of tokens per day, and these tokens are measures of opinion. And with these tokens, you support three types of things. The first thing is social projects. The second one is commercial projects. And the third one is yourself. And the third part is basically like UBI. So in order to receive this sort of free amount of money every single day, you have to give your opinion about what I guess capitalists now I'm using these terms, but so what social goods you want to support, as well as what businesses you want to support. And I think that this general system, this general idea about giving people an amount of currency per day for their opinion is really the best way to empower people to feel like they are making a difference, because they are actually making a difference. And the idea is that once you let enough people focus on one thing, that it's able to manifest more quickly. And whenever you do have these sort of top charts and you do separate it down with time and geography, then you can have like blinders up, so you can say, okay, here's what's important. Here's the social issues, the social solutions, the social problems that are important in August 2022 in, Garrett County, Maryland, where I'm from. And only through that separation, only through taking this global system and breaking it down to, okay, right now we're just going to focus on this one area and just this month to measure the opinions on, what people desire. Then, with that information, you have so much power, and you have so much power to do good, because you no longer have to either guess or, get some other type of vote, or else, just assume or like project what you think is important for people, whenever you're developing these solutions, if you are a leader in that community.
Well, it's weird, because on occasion, it's so weird, because it's like the way the reality is such a weird thing to me, right? Because it's like, everything you say, I totally agree with. And it's like, definitely we need to be working on that, where it's like people have, I mean, I guess the way that I think of that is that, like, I feel like a lot of people, they don't even know what their creative will is anymore. They don't even know how to access it.
Yeah.
Usually their will is spent, most of it is eaten up by bureaucracy. And so they don't even know what it's like when they actually are like they get to see something that they're actually have been involved in come to fruition, and they get to see something created, and that kind of feeds on itself once they, just about anybody who's ever created anything, and really starts to get into a creation vibe, they generally, it becomes an insatiable desire to just continually, your will is freed under that, so to speak. And it's like right now the trick is getting people to even be able to see that there is the like, it's almost like being able to create the things that literally allow people to start having that creative will, which opinion is one of them, right?
Yeah.
Being able to craft a good opinion and be able to sort of throw that out there and then have people go, whoa, what's this? Let's think about this. And being able to see that and then be like, whoa, did my will actually matter? Did it matter again? And it's like that undoes a whole bunch of dehumanization. And then from that, when they're not starving anymore, when they're not tethered, it's like that creativity, that expression of will is now like the thing that's keeping them from not starving. They start going, oh, this is what we've been missing. I see it as a shamanic thing.
Yeah.
And
I think that we get so confused with our political system just because it's so based on people. Like, as far as the leaders are concerned, like it's based on your contribution or your opinion ends up only being about a person, so you don't have the dexterity to, to modify a bill. Like, of course, you can write your own bill and you can submit it to your representative, and they can maybe look at it and maybe try to introduce it at a session, but it's highly unlikely, and it's only happened a few times. So what happens is we have these, like the American Legislative Council, the American Legislative Exchange Council, which become like special interest groups that end up writing the laws, right? And so our entire system of democracy has become so, I like the term fuzzy, because we're no longer even seeing what we're voting on, yet we're presented with this idea that we are the most free nation, or we are this sort of thing that others should look towards, which I do believe is true at a certain point in history. Like, we were doing the best that we could. Like, we had horses whenever we came up with this representative system. So it's just about like taking the best part and really understanding the human component of it, which is, I think, is the point that you're getting at, is like, the human component is not only that you do want people to be involved in this process, but it's also you want that person, each individual person, to be able to grow and to be able to feel like they are making an impact. Because what happens when you feel like you're making an impact and you feel like you're making a change is that you keep doing that, you keep working, and like social motivational factors have been shown in business to be more like, I guess, more powerful than an increase in pay. Yet we're still focusing on the increases in pays whenever we think about incentivizing people in our culture.
Absolutely. It's all I know is that I really, whatever I do with the rest of my life, I've got to work towards something that humanizes, because I don't like to see the other direction where this continues to just go in this monolithic fashion.
Yeah.
And virtually, I mean, I really think people need to be able to have their creative wills engaged. I think that is the most human thing. I think that is kind of representative of, some people would call it Christ consciousness. It's just a model. It's not something necessarily that you have to tether to. It's this idea of, from the Christian model is, what is the mark of the beast other than the ultimate dehumanizing factor, the ultimate dehumanizing sort of thing? You're just reduced to pure number. And that's your only way to get access to even surviving. And your will doesn't matter, and nothing about you matters, and, whatever. And then there's supposed to be this, mythical sort of return of Jesus, which is sort of like, no, you forgot about keeping the humanizing element involved.
Yeah. And I think, like, the whole return of Jesus thing is about the Christ consciousness. And it is what you're saying, because part of this whole as above, so below thing is that we are all God. And that was literally Jesus's message, is that we are all God. We are all pieces of God. And as God, we are these creators. So if you have a society that doesn't value that, or I don't want to say doesn't value, because I think every culture has to value creation and creativity. But, when you do things like you defund NPR, you defund arts for the schools and things like that, and you put the money into science and technology, you're really declaring at a cultural level that your power as God is not valuable unless you're using that power as God to further something within the system, within, I don't want to say capitalism, but because it can be communism too. It doesn't matter. But if you're told that your creative will is best served to serve the system which you are born into, then you lose your godness, you lose your creative will, and everything like that. And final point about this is, like, I see creativity and creative energy really as what is needed to break us through these energetic barriers of guilt, shame, and regret, which are the biggest thing, which are sort of implemented in our society as a form of control. So guilt, shame, and regret. We are taught guilt in our justice system. We are taught shame in our system of religion, and we are taught regret from just, I guess, basic life experiences. But these things are what stops the energy between the sacral chakra, the creative energy center, and the solar plexus chakra, which is our ego, right? Our will. So when there's not that connection between your creative force and your will, then that's how you become controlled. And I believe that these things about guilt, shame, and regret have been intentionally induced since feudal times as a system of control, so that this creative energy, this God source energy of our solar plexus, of our ego, which is not something to hide from, it's something to embrace, but also understand and not let it get in the way. So if we're not able to channel that force to our true expression of ourselves, not only are we not being our evolution on this planet, but we're just serving somebody else within the system.
Right. And I agree. I think that, I think it's an ancient thing. I think this is a human conundrum we've had pretty much from the beginning, because there's always this push toward somebody basically creates a monolithic structure for whatever the population is, and it becomes this de facto sort of way of oftentimes solving a problem. I mean, it doesn't start off bad, but then it just ends up becoming a thing that is bureaucratic in its own sort of way, and it just eats humanity alive. And so we have a weird way of kind of building systems that are meant to help, and then give it about 500 years and see where it's at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or even just 50 years. It doesn't even take that long, And so it's like one of the things, like, you were talking about, like, the structure of, when I was asking you about kind of like your site there with cxc.world, and I was asking you about the back end, right? It's like when we look at effectively each of those PHP files as kind of like, I guess, a pseudo endpoint, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's like those endpoints, they're just a resource to us, right? They're just a resource. So we're like, just do your thing, endpoint. And we want to make it scalable. We want to make it, we put our engineering chops behind it, and we've got this great system or whatever. The problem is that those endpoints, when it comes to actual humans, because we can think of ourselves in systems, and it's like, but then when we just get to system building, we're like forgetting. It's like, oh yeah, that's not just code. It's not just an endpoint for me to basically sort of use in a scalable sort of way. It's actually like, it's got feelings, it's got desires, it's got a will. It wants, it wants to experience and express and live, and it's like, so if you're not going to focus on that as well, then you're just going to create this massive dehumanizing system. And so we're all endpoints in this. And we've got to add that element back into our actual engineering thinking, or we're just going to be hating life. And our kids and our children's children and all that, they're just going to be like going, what the hell were you guys thinking? You know what I mean? And we already look at that already from past generations of just the last 100 years. And we go, what were you thinking? You know what I mean? So we better nip this in the bud quick. We better get back into something. And it's hard at times figuring out what that means. And we are trying to basically, you can't create, like you say, you can't create that monolithic sort of spiritual system even over the top of people. You got to let people find who they are locally and find their way. I mean, I'm a big fan of the idea that culture comes from the environment itself. That's why music and food and all of these things, they come directly from just what your land provides. But as like the economists, they got into this thing of opportunity cost, right? I don't know if you've ever heard of opportunity cost, but have you heard of that?
Oh yeah.
Right. And so the XY axis, and it's like, oh, well, entity A is going to create widget X, and entity B is going to create widget Y. And it's like, okay, that's cool. But did you think about the human aspect of that? Did you think about, one's trading in sneakers and the other one is trading in food? And what happens if they trade all their food out because they're doing it at a great clip on your great globalist system, and then they start starving, but then because they don't even have access to their own food, and they got a flood. They already shipped it all out away from their own territory. You know what I mean? So it's like something's got to give there in the way we think economically. And it can't all just be based upon current opportunity cost thought that economists have been baked in, and they come out of the universities with that in their head. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And for me, like, the answer is always biomimetic systems, because like no matter what, the idea has to come from somewhere, and what I believe is that even if we create the best system within our own mind, it's only coming from within us. And the only reference point of truth that we have is our surroundings. And just like you say, this is where our culture comes from. Well, culture is true. Culture is the truth of life in an area. And when it comes to systems, I believe it's of utmost importance, especially right at this crux that I believe that we are in, that we do look to nature when we develop these systems, because things like resources being distributed in ways that are inefficient, that doesn't happen in nature, So you need to look at a tree and say, okay, this tree produces apples. The apples fall on the ground and feeds, these animals right here. Well, a restaurant makes food, and the food goes to feed the people right there. So what can we do to make a restaurant more like a tree, And it can get into really abstract thinking, but as far as like a system designer perspective, the systems that I design, they are all biomimetic, and I tend to focus on celestial cycles because I believe that the whole universe is alive. So like this idea of giving people a certain amount of opinion every day is based upon the sun itself giving us this certain amount of energy every single day. And this whole idea of like biomimetic systems and bringing it towards that, I am 100% faithful that this is the direction in which we need to evolve. And it's been the reason I've been so vocal in Fractally and also in Eden as well, is because what I see is a system that is saying it is fractal, but it's only adopting a two-dimensional perspective of a fractal. Whereas if you want to create a system that will truly allow life to flourish, will truly benefit all members of society, the closer that you can get to nature, with my additional idea sort of additions being fractal time and fractal geometry, through incorporating those, then being the up to the fourth dimension, including time, through incorporating all those into the system instead of just a two-dimensional representation of a recursive equation, which is fractal, then we can actually create systems that aren't somebody's idea saying that this is best, but they are a reflection of the world that we live within. And then from that sort of base starting point, we can tweak and figure out what really works.
Well, and right, and when you say we, it's like it's really that these localities, whether they're completely conceptual localities or they're even physically local, right? They're kind of like going, here's this, but then here's how we plug into the meta structure. So there's protocols there for whatever, but you get to create your own, but then there's just an interface for interfacing in the larger, right?
Yeah. And then that's where that balance comes in, about like being able to make it minimal enough that each culture or each whatever can develop, but still make it interoperable.
Right. And really, that's even kind of what we've come to, even with backends when we're talking about microservices, which I bet you've checked into. Right? Have you looked into microservices for backends?
These are just okay. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but
well, it's basically like what's happened is that it's like we had this structure, right? Of, in general, a backend would have an API that people could hit, whether it was public or private. It's still an API. And then and usually front ends would connect into that through the URL calls. And it's like, but then you'd have your kind of application layer, so your application servers, and then you'd have your data services layer that was behind that. And it kind of was just the streamlined flow, but every single application, the application itself that was replicated was the entire application every time. It was all of the application stuff. Well, then they started breaking it apart into just microservices. So it's like your authentication service is its own thing now with its own little set of REST API endpoints, but it's only itself. It's completely autonomous to itself. But then its protocol is literally its interface, that API interface. It's got its way. It's going to use JSON. It's going to be this. It's whatever. And so other things can talk to it. And so then you can just scale it at that. There's a lot of cost savings that can go into this sort of structure. But the big thing that is, to your point, is that then what that means is that the team who's like literally becomes really good at that, at whatever that service is, it's the authentication service, it's the the post service, it's the messaging service, it's just whatever your service, the streaming service. You have all these different sort of services. Well, those guys, they now get to define exactly how they code that sucker. It's their code, and yet it never affects anything else because the protocol, because it's still just API endpoints and it's still just JSON.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and so and that's kind of where we're getting to, because it's like the bigger structure needs to be almost a meta structure that just kind of we set up these agreed upon protocols, but realistically we let you implement your own details. You know what I mean?
So are you suggesting that like services in the future should allow other outside developers to develop these sort of microservices that then plug into whatever the centralized organization is?
Oh, I definitely think that's going to happen. But on a human scale, I mean that just down to human organization, to where people organize locally, they organize as friend groups, they organize as, just these different structures, right? Whatever they are, book clubs that are like literally, you have one person that's like sitting in South Korea, and you have 7 people in the United States, and you have like 4 in Europe and whatever. But they create kind of their own sort of group. It's a non-local kind of. It doesn't even have a temporal space to it, or it doesn't have an actual physical space, right? But it's still there as a group, and they're sort of like that. And it's like, well, maybe they can, if they wanted to do something and as a book club to kind of expand or to do something else, they could connect in, but it's just through these meta protocols. It's like what we're working on right now, as far as I'm concerned, with things like EOS or, I mean, any of them, like whatever it is, it's all setting up the meta structures, but ultimately everybody's going to be implementing their own things.
Yeah.
Right. We're just creating the meta structure to hopefully allow people to do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
And
like, so for me, like, the interesting part of this is actually designing what that data looks like. And so if you were to define a social project, right, let's say that you want funding for something. Well, what we sort of see in the Web3 space is there's almost like an open form response. And of course, it'll depend on each and every funding service, but there is this idea of, okay, here's a blank piece of paper, tell us what you want to do, and maybe people will fund it. Well, to me, like, that's not good enough. That's not, because it's not accountable, is the major thing. But also, there's a lot more that can be done on the social side, as far as who are your contributors and what are you giving back to them. And when I'm developing this tetra, I've put a lot of thought into this, and particularly with like social, if you want to define a social project, well, that social project would have a geographic component in our system. There could be, that geographic component could be global, because there are these levels. You don't have to make a jurisdiction. You don't have to make a project that only is for one town. You can create a global system, but so you define the area, you define the time. So, you say, okay, I'm looking for funding to plant 100 trees by the end of September, right? So now you've defined a time that this sort of thing is meant to take place. And then because you've defined these things, you have the ability to better rate or accountability. You have more accountability. And one thing I've thought about for accountability is you have 2 different measurements, and the first measurement is how well the person doing the project feels that they've executed. So if I said I was going to plant 100 trees by September 30 and I planted 50, I would say, a fair thing would be, okay, I did 50% of what I said. And then you also, for the second metric, you allow each contributor to that project to rate how well they think somebody has completed something. And then you have 2 different values to, number one, say separately, okay, here's how well this guy thinks he's doing, here's how well the community thinks he's doing. But then to compare those values as an additional metric, whereas you could say, okay, this person says that they're doing a lot more, but they're really not.
Right. They actually I don't know, like they knew that their seeds weren't even working, so the trees aren't growing. Right, something along those lines. It's like, I mean, any number of things, or they're putting it in a place. They're putting it literally where trees won't grow. You know what I mean? Like something like that, right?
I just had some friends walk by my house and I said hi to them, so I kind of missed what you just said. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I was just saying, like, you were kind of talking about adding in the element of that others also get to have input onto, it's not just the one metric of, did this person plant 50 seeds, they got at least halfway to their goal or whatever, but also the metric of people getting to say how well they thought that was done.
Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, you planted 50 trees, but you put it right in the middle of a desert where they'll never grow.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like that type of thing. And so it's like, you know, and sometimes that's just a learning thing. And the idea is, and that's where it's like a lot of, another thing that I think almost needs to happen is people need to get a much deeper sense of project management, but in a very simplified way. It's something I've thought a lot about how would you bring people into a way of thinking in terms of projects, particularly in the agile way, the way that a lot of big software works now, because you don't do waterfall development. You literally are releasing features every so often, and you know you've kind of you might be on a 2-week cycle or a month cycle. So let's say that it's like a 6 months to plant 100 trees, something like that, right? Well, but there's actually clear markers where it's like each month there's actually a sort of, you know, a dialogue that happens about, well, how's it going? You know what I mean? How's this project going? Because the idea is not to shame people for planting 50 trees in the desert and then they don't get anywhere. It's about giving good feedback before they've made the massive mistake, and then it's like they feel bad and whatever. You know, it's you know, because it's not often that people are just doing it. You know, you wouldn't plant 50 trees in the desert because you wanted to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or where it wouldn't where trees wouldn't grow. So it's like getting that input in sort of incremental steps, I think, is crucial. So, you know, interesting stuff. I just realized probably about 15 minutes ago, I think I kept you past your lunch.
Yeah, actually, it started raining, so I didn't go.
Okay,
so you know,
so
this is a one-time thing, and I eat lunch every day. And there's also places that close at 4. So
you eat lunch every day? I eat lunch every day.
Wow, man,
that's crazy. Doug, do you eat lunch every day?
Generally, yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Huh? Do you think most people do that? I thought that was just me.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking.
It goes back to like we all need the same things,
right?
And one thing I wanted to throw onto what we were talking about is like I see this as the biggest opportunity, the opportunity of what is the collaborator's role? What is the person who's just sharing their opinion that I support this? You know, we want to open up a dialogue, not just a dialogue, but a privileged dialogue between the people who contribute to the project by sharing their opinion and their free sort of voting tokens, so that there can be this stream of information. And like you're saying, like with these milestones, there can be decision-making processes that honor only the opinions of those who have said, yeah, you know, I'm willing to publicly state on blockchain that this public product, this project is something that I vibe with. And so I think that the final key to this in you know, to bring it back into a circle is how are these people being valued? How are you not only taking their opinion and, you know, extracting their value, and their value is their opinion in the system, but then also allowing the system to empower that value even more so that they can have a meaningful change, or they can make a meaningful change in the things that they do care about.
Agreed. I mean, we've got a heck of a thing in front of us as the human race right now. And it's the biggest endeavor we will have ever tackled to get there. You know what I mean? But it's got to happen. Here's something I was wondering. So what are your thoughts about how you like, what makes it, you know, because it's like, what would need to happen in your mind? And maybe you don't even have an answer already, but if anything, I'd definitely like to talk with you again and kind of, you know, let you think about it or whatever. What are some things that you think that need to almost be structured by us who are thinking about it, that literally is something that sort of just when people, they just see it and they're able to, it's a streamlined thing where it's just like they start engaging with it. It's fun. It engages their will, and they're already doing it. And it becomes a very almost like flow state right out of the gate, where they're, where, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like, there's not even a barrier, or there's at least minimal barrier, because a lot of this to me has, a lot of where my thinking has been is, what spurs people, what sort of things need to happen, what do the people who are thinking about this, what sort of things do we need to have put in place that just automatically makes to where people are like, I am so glad you guys were thinking about that and you built that, and it's freed my will. And they have that reflection moment maybe later on, but it's there. And there wasn't like this, oh, I've got to try to sell it to you. I don't believe in sales. I believe it's either going to work because it just engages the population, or it's going to go nowhere.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a big question and one to think about more. But as far as like bringing people on this side of the fence, I think as far as the technology goes, I think that the best thing to do is to empower existing Web 2 applications, because that's sort of the easiest way to increase exposure and make things not so siloed. So an example would be, okay, so on cxt.world, it's a music map, but let's say we made one just for YouTube videos, right? Any type of YouTube video. And you made this cryptocurrency layer so that people could get paid if people give their likes to their YouTube videos on the map. Well, now you have the attention of every person on YouTube because you're providing a tool to give them an incremental value. And in order to get that incremental value that they want, then they have to take the step towards blockchain or towards whatever technology you want them to be aware of. And then by them adopting this technology, they're more likely to know about and be active and even participate in a system that we're talking about.
Brilliant. I like it all. Yes. I already hear what you're saying.
Okay. There's multiple aspects to this. So I don't want to lose my train of thought. Okay. So
I know it's big, right?
The next aspect I think is related towards this idea that there's a large group of people, all of us here, me, you, and Doug at least, are in this sort of mind state that there is something wrong, and that in order to make a better system, there does need to be some sort of a separation or some sort of a space to test things out. What I believe is that we need to create satellite cities outside of every single city. Every major city should have a, it's not going to happen all at once, but you start one place and you create this physical space, and then you invite people to say, hey, here's this space where this is a physical on-ramp to living in this way which we think is a little bit better. And this is in contrast to this idea about knocking down somebody else's tower. I don't believe that anything positive is going to come from trying to change the government, from trying to change any sort of system with a new system, and that the best path is to find a space where this can develop and really prove it. And how I see it in my mind is like, you can imagine a city as like this big vortex just kind of sucking everything in. And then you have another little side whirlpool popping out beside that city. And then the real test becomes of energy, because if more energy or more of a particular type of energy ends up pooling in this new space, then there becomes the opportunity for that to become a bigger vortex. And on top of that vortex spins off all these other little little communities or things like that where these models can take place. Now, as far as spreading this idea, which I think is the most important part, and it's actually something I've been really learning, as learning by experience from Fractally, from Eden, from CXC. We started CXC Tribe to learn about these ideas and to implement them. But the point is, people, you need to turn them into or encourage them to want to be a ambassador. You want people to become so passionate about what you're doing that within the system itself, the system is not the broadcast, but each individual person becomes a pamphlet carrier where you might do some things to say, okay, here's the general on-ramp of how we think you can sort of share these ideas, but also it has to be each individual person digesting these ideas and sharing what it means to them, because we do have these different cultures. We do have these different people which all connect and have, shared similar interests to very specific groups. And if we try to spread a message from one point, even if it's the perfect message from our perspective, we're still only speaking in one tongue. We're still only speaking in one culture. We're still only speaking from one experience. So anytime we're creating a good idea or creating a good system, it will only travel as far as the individual messengers carrying the scroll. So if we want to create this system, we not only have to create the best system, we have to create the best Hermes, the best, the best version of people to spread the message at the right time, at the right point, to the right people, and acknowledge that the system itself or the centralized aspect of it, the founders or whoever, they're never going to be able to do that. And it only will happen through sort of organic, I don't want to say word of mouth, or fueled word of mouth, where you're incentivizing people to spread this message. You're realizing the social benefits that people get from evangelist activities, from sharing things they love. And the more that we can acknowledge that people are people and honor people as people, and not sort of put these barriers to behavior, where we say, okay, you're a bad actor, you're kicked out of the system, but understand why people are doing things within the system which may cause it to run more inefficiently, and examine the social aspect of that. And instead of sort of creating these walls of you can't do this, you can't do this, say, okay, how can we cultivate the best messages, the best information to be propagated further, and still maintain enough noise in the system so that the messages which are distracting, the messages which are scammy, or if you wanted to make a project and not do it, how can we suppress these sort of things?
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because it's still that's that very real sort of human element that is, each individual situation, and then it's like trying to come up with a structure or at least some ways of operating that are kind of baked into it already, that helps people sort of navigate it without actually having to navigate those conversations that are sometimes trickier, where it's like because again, I agree, you kind of were talking about guilt and shame and all of that, and it's like how do you it's always that trick of well, what is criticism meant to shame, and what is productive criticism?
Yeah.
And so it's like, is there, so then there's a thought now that I'm having of what sorts of things could we structure into this in a way to where it helps navigate people toward productive ends, and it doesn't make anyone feel like their will is being collapsed or judged or whatever. Because, you know, that whole idea of, you know, you learn by failure, and it's like, you know, but I don't know about you, but how many times, you know, in any mistake you ever make, or technically what is called a mistake, sometimes it's, you know, you might even argue, was it a mistake? But if it, certainly a macrocosm can say, hey, the macrocosm can say, hey, that was a mistake, buddy. And
Yeah.
it's like, well, you know, it's like trying to avoid that little spiral that sends people saying, well, I'll just sit here and not participate.
Yeah. And
You
it's
know?
like, you know, you're talking about these big spirals. It's like, I just thought about politics, like US politics. I don't want to get into it, but like
Mhm.
there are these sort of big spirals that develop, and it's like the spiral becomes so big, it's almost like a hurricane. And then that hurricane can drift entire cultures, you know, but
Mhm.
what is the force of that hurricane? Well, in my mind, the force of that hurricane is focusing on and idolizing people. And whenever you start to sort of deify people and say this is a source of truth, I'm going to ignore everything else and believe everything that they say. That allows these sort of like whirlwinds to develop where, you know, entire civilizations, entire planets can sort of get off on the wrong direction for millennia. And
Right.
you know,
Yes, yes, yeah, like just, you know, it starts off very small, but oh my goodness, it's that butterfly effect, but now it's happening throughout time. Like a you know, we think of butterfly effect as purely that thought of in space, right? Like it affects, you know, a butterfly's wings affecting half a globe away, like half the, you know, on the other side of the globe. And it's like, well, what about it affecting the other side of the globe, but it's literally like 30 years down the road, or 100 years,
Oh
or
yeah.
or like, you know, like 1,000 years. You know, it's like those types of butterfly effects. You know, it's crazy how that works.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good talk, man. I'm going to hop off now. It was great meeting you.
Oh,
And I will definitely look forward to talking with you again. And in some way, I know Doug is doing a lot more of these. He's wanting to do a lot more streaming. And so I will definitely have to catch up with you again.
Awesome. Yeah, and thank you too, like for bringing out these ideas and being down to talk about it, because like I literally live to talk about this stuff, and it's like sometimes it's hard to find a room, and I'm super grateful for Doug for being here, for opening up the room, and for you to come in and really flesh out these ideas. And yeah, like I'm definitely gonna take things that I've learned and go forward. So
Perfect.
Together, like, let's do it.
Well, this is what we better be doing. You know? So, okay. Well, hey, thanks, Doug. And thanks, Douglas.
Man. That was a really entertaining and exciting, informative conversation. I'm really glad you guys got to connect, because I've been wanting. Remember, Doug? I was telling you I had a friend. Did I tell you about him before? I told you, Eric. I'm sure I told you about Douglas. I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
I think you have, yeah.
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 So
that's cool. That was fun.
We'll get there. We've got to. I mean, come hell or high water, we're gonna do it. It has to. So, you know, so we'll figure it out. All right, guys, have a good rest of your day.
Take care.
You too, buddy. Peace.
All right, later.
Wow, that was interesting. Everyone stays longer than they say they're going to, and that's just quite fine.
Yeah, I actually am gonna leave now too. Like, well, I'll talk to you for a few minutes, but if I miss the 4 o'clock lunch, then I'm fucked.
Oh gosh, well, it's up to you, man. I don't want to keep you here if you don't need it. You know, if you want to go, it's totally fine. Whatever. What's up, Samara? Can you unmute yourself? Oh, she was here. I guess not. You know, I think if she doesn't come back on, I think I'm going to take a break and just play some videos. Because I don't know why she keeps coming and going, and I think she wasn't. I don't know if she's having problems. Oh wait, hold on. We got some comments. Let's look at the comments. I just had everything open. Things are good. I have the open again. Not sure exactly what that means. right. Well, what should we do? Ah, here we go. Hello?
I'm back.
Oh, there she is. Welcome back.
Phew, how's it going?
Still going. This is my 7 out of 8 hour section, and I already got down the first 8 hours. This will be my second 8 hours, so I'm almost 2/3 of the way through.
Marathon time.
Yeah. Hey, listen, everyone, they might dispute Doug's intelligence or a genius based on Douglas Butler's definitions of intelligence and genius, but they're going to have a hard time disputing his tenacity and endurance.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man. I'm having a blast, though.
Did you just, who was that just on?
That was Eric Whitcomb, the Eric that I met from Andy.
Oh, okay, he looks like Greg Braden. I'm looking on my phone. He looks like.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about talking with us. That was Greg Braden. Yes.
Oh, it was. Oh, awesome.
Yes.
Nice.
So what's going on? What's the word?
The word is that we got Clifford's working on our proposal, and we will get this funding, and then we'll be.
Hold on. Stop right there. Let's back up because this is a happy EOSIO 4-year anniversary celebration, and there's, it's sort of later in the day, and I know that Jay Taylor just told me he was going to slam our links in the fireside chat and whatever. So I'm not sure if the counter's working because the number of viewers I'm showing is 3, but there's been times when it showed less than there were people in the hosting. So I think it might be a good time, Samara, just to introduce yourself and just put some context to who you are. Maybe let's, before you start getting right into what funding you're up to. And I think it would be good to have that context because Douglas, are you still here? Or are you just?
Yeah, I am here, but I was actually about to type a message I am gonna go.
No,
So.
get out of here. But I'm just gonna say before you go, Douglas, I want to let you know, and you might want to just comment on this one thing, that when Samara first came into the faculty participation and then didn't really attend another weekly meeting, because on her way out, there was a point where you had caught her feedback, and as well as I think Jay Taylor's feedback, right? And you made a Hive post on that. Remember that? Oh no, you submitted it to the mind map, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So it was a very interesting thing because Jay Taylor was very instrumental for making this event happen. Just because he's not here isn't because he doesn't want to be here. He's not feeling well. And Sarah has been very much supportive and interested and resonant with a lot of the same kinds of energies and ideas. So I just thought that was a very interesting thing I just wanted to point out before he left and just bring it to your attention while she's still here.
Well, and thank you for being here, Samara. And I do look forward to interacting with you more. I brought up the feedback. It was in relation to how we are growing and more of the social aspects of Fractally. So whenever we sort of get on a call again, I'd definitely be interested to hear more about how you would feel better within a fractal governance system, how you would feel more empowered and things like that, as well as to learn more about what you're doing, because I know you're doing awesome stuff, but I don't know what that stuff is. So thank you for the introduction, and I do plan to hop on later. I got to get some work done, but maybe later in the evening I'll hop back on.
Sounds great.
Sounds good. Maybe I'll be there too.
All right, guys. Thank you. Peace.
Okay.
All right, take care. Take care. So you got the stage, Samara. What do you want to talk about?
Is Jay there?
Jay might be watching. I don't really know.
Like he's
I just pulled in. He just put that in the comments, and so I think on YouTube. So basically, what he said is he posted the links so people could join the stream if they wanted to. So at any moment, we might get more viewers or people that try to get in and join us as co-hosts. It can take up to 10. So we got 8 more spots, or I think, I don't know if my screen counts as one. It might when I share the screen.
Yeah, well, I can still
I can still share what I'm doing to practice.
Absolutely. Yeah, we would love to hear about everything because you're a unique person in this ecosystem, sort of. Well, you're a woman, which is predominantly in a male ecosystem, and you're sort of new. So that and so am I. So I love talking about us in a way that other people can get to know us as well as we can get to know them. Because I feel as though it's helpful for people to know where you're coming from to develop a sense of trust and just some sort of bearings.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think, what I bring to the table is a lifetime of experience in education at all levels, like from preschool to college level teaching. So, and I've seemed to have been able to teach in many different systems with many different, philosophies and pedagogies. So I'm coming. One of my goals with the foundation, our foundation, we have one foundation, is to create a self-directed learning platform, and to also have learning centers that are working with that platform, as well as the networks of nonprofits, schools, and groups and businesses who are working to help make this shift as quickly as possible to a more sustainable and loving culture and world. So yeah, we're making big strides and connecting with Doug, connecting with you, who also have similar visions. And then EOS, we've been looking for this one crypto group and blockchain, and EOS seems to be the one. So we're so excited to, as we're doing our marketing, and we're just beginning to do major events and plan some major tours around the U.S. And we've been doing this with Native people over the past 10 years with Indigenous groups and people who are interested in helping shift culture. So I've been doing that for the past 10 years, and now we're finally ready to ground it. And it seems to me that everyone else is finally grounding it as well. So that's just amazing. And then the eco villages, all over have been doing it as well. This seems to be another level where we have technology now to network everyone and to connect everyone and literally have us work as one and develop these AI systems that can help do that. And Doug, I know you're working on that, and my dad is very much into that. So it's just amazing. I'm here near Los Angeles, and they're moving really fast as a city, as the council, the county, I don't know, what do you call it, a council, the county groups. They're just moving forward in bringing equity to everyone in the city, they're doing pilot programs in they're just doing tons of pilot programs with different economic systems, like the minimum basic income. So things are just moving so fast, and to be able to network the networks through EOS with a decentralized system, with education being the center. So that is a healthy society. You've got everyone's always learning all the time. So of course education is going to be at the center. You've got education at the center, and you've got the elders at the center, your councils of elders. And this is what I see EOS could benefit from, is a few more elders. And I know my father's willing to consult. Dan Larimer's father is in one of our groups, and he's helping. And it's I feel really honored to be able to work with him. So we're moving in that direction, and especially women elders. So I can help bring these women elders to the table, ones with enough experience with both community organizing and/or technology.
That's awesome. I'm
Yeah.
so glad you're here.
I'm glad I'm here too.
So, just out of curiosity, how much of the live stream have you caught today?
I got off and just kept working on that proposal, but then Clifford took it. Now he's editing and doing his part. So I just caught what you saw me. I didn't watch anymore. I was just getting everything ready. I've got to go on a trip tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we have to
You know,
get the proposal in.
you know who was here earlier that you missed out on?
Who is?
Who was here? Do you know who was here earlier?
Oh, I
that you missed out?
saw Greg Braden. That was the only one I saw.
No, not the video. The speaker, another community member. Not. It was Patrick of Mindweb.
Oh yeah, I was there when they were singing and doing music.
Oh, okay, you were there. Okay, I wasn't sure. Yeah.
That was fun.
So you know what? You know what's really cool? It's sort of like this is sort of like a party because you know when I was younger, I used to throw a lot of parties, and sometimes you throw a party and like everyone in the world shows up and you don't expect it, and other times you throw a party and you expect a lot of people to show up and nobody shows up. But it's sort of like the host of the party sets the tone of who's going to come and what it's going to be like. Because the host of the party, like it's their place or it's who they know or who feels comfortable or likes them, and then as a host, you sort of create the atmosphere, right? So I was feeling like, man, that's what I'm doing. I just want to throw parties. It's like that makes me think about it. I want to throw parties. I was telling you about.
When you talk loud, I can't hear you at all. It's very fuzzy. You have to.
Oh yeah. We're having this problem because I need to get new mics.
Yeah,
I'm using everything recycled.
Yeah.
Free.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I couldn't hear. It was just so fuzzy. But if you talk lower, quieter, it works.
All right.
Yeah.
How's that now?
Much better.
Anyway, it was sort of interesting because I was thinking like that's one thing that I always enjoyed doing is throwing parties when I was younger. Yeah. I'm just like, here you want to talk about events. And like I was sending all this stuff to Dan Singjoy about VJing and like these dome projection things for like fractal like imagery and all this crazy stuff. And like these sequencing machines and so like this thing I'm playing right here is just called Project M, but it's based out of something that started with like back in the day with Winamp, probably like in the 90s, I guess. And I've always used it since then, but it's still hanging around, and I love it. I love it for its generations. But you can get this thing to actually modify its movement to the sound. So it's very like music, and it does like fractal responsive type of behavior.
Right. Yeah, my dad's way into fractals and these things.
So now it's gone down to one. You know what? I have about 40 minutes or less till I have to restart the stream. And I've been going nonstop since 8 a.m. And I'd really like to take a break. And now that I'm sort of winding down, throw on some videos so I can get some food and whatnot in me. So I think it's unless there's anything else you want to talk about, something on your mind.
No.
Do you have a video that I should put on, or a web page you want to share with us, or? Jay Taylor sending me something. What's he sending me? What is this picture?
I'd have to send it to you, but you take your break and get your food. Yeah. Yeah, I would talk with Jay if he was around, but it looks like
Well, it looks like he's messaging me, and I'm not really understanding. Here it is on Twitter. That was at 2:07. What time is it now? 3:30. That was an hour and a half ago, so that's making sense.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, no, but there's more messages. Then he sent me a picture of this. Hold on. Why? Jay, you're gonna make me do what you didn't want me to do. So what is this supposed to mean? Well, let Jay in first. I don't see him trying to gain entrance to the room, so.
Okay.
And he just sent that 1 minute ago?
All right. Well,
I could, if my sound was good, I could do some sound healing, but I'd have to get it out, and I could do, if the sound is good, I could do some music. But no, I'm not prepared. Never mind. Next time.
Alrighty.
I'll be prepared.
I'm not even sure what you meant by that, but you know,
I
this
just
is
do. I do sound healing, so I have like Tibetan bowls and flute and rattle and voice and all kinds of.
Oh yeah, that sounds neat.
Yeah, I can do that, but I'm just not quite set up right now. So next time.
Sure. Okay. Well, this is a once a year event, I guess. I mean, it just sort of came out of nowhere because Leaf was the one who suggested it. It's sort of just like a marketing set to have some fun, and it was a good time because I guess the EOSIO rebranding is going to be happening towards this end of the week. I'm not sure, but there are a number of other people that express interest in getting on the stream, and I don't have the time to contact them if I'm constantly talking to other people, and so or having to moderate it. So I think getting a little break too will give me some time to see if there's anyone else who's been wanting to get a hold of me, or if there's anyone that I've been wanting to get a hold of. The other thing is I was wanting to do some stuff with a stave on in the trust swap, and I didn't know if you wanted to join me for that. You know.
With say it again.
Remember the lessons we were doing with the Stay-Bonds trust swap with Hannah and Jay and me, and then we got to the point where we need to download VirtualBox and the Ubuntu. So I was thinking about picking up from where we left off, but you know, I'd be doing it alone, but it's just something to do. You know, it's just sort of like, hey, look, no one's listening to me. Well, I'm just going to give away free education. Because that way I can at least use the content later and make it into a video or something, you know?
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Okay, someone's commenting. Who is this? Let's see what it says. Go ahead, take a break.
Take a break.
It's Jay. It says, go ahead and take a break, and I'll try and enter StreamYard when you get back from the break.
Okay.
Sounds good. And so with that, I'm just going to put on some music and just leave this thing running just like it is. And then that should do it for me because I'm lazy. I'm not messing with the screen anymore after I put some acoustic cinematic.
All right.
where what's missing in EOS, a big part of it is people making money. There would be no
I come to you today having made some shocking revelations about NFTs. I think it's going to appall the world into what NFTs truly are, and I'm some findings for you. So let's talk about NFTs actually and the dark truth behind them, which you really understand when you get these technical details of what they really are. So here's the thing: NFTs are almost entirely centralized by OpenSea.
But okay, so you can't see your Polygon NFT anyway. And so I thought,
okay, their API is busted. Maybe there's an RSS feed or some way to scrape the data from the website to figure out my Polygon NFTs. But if you try to scrape the website, they just block you using error code S1 returning no information. It's just very difficult to scrape information from OpenSea. So it is a locked box at this point, and they are pretty much closely guarding and protecting that data. Now, furthermore, what about the non-Polygon NFTs, just the Ethereum NFTs? Well, here's one, the million token NFT. And I started looking more deeply into this one as well. I went to the contract address, and you know what? Their contract is totally obfuscated. You can't read it. They never published the source code for this. So the only way to get any information about OpenSea's Ethereum-based NFTs is really through their API. You got to go through them with the centralized server. So you go through their centralized API. You go through api.opensea.io. You access this, and they give you this little blurb here, posted on their own web server, which is just this blurb of JSON text. You got the name, the description, the external link. The image is posted on Google, and the animation is hosted directly by OpenSea at storage.opensea.io. You can go to this link, and this is the NFT posted on OpenSea. If OpenSea were to ever go down, all of these NFTs would essentially disappear, and they would be inaccessible. People couldn't even figure out what these NFTs are. They couldn't even get the data because the API is blocked. And so over the past weekend, there was this article making the rounds by Moxie on his first impressions of Web theory, and he also mentioned this issue in which he even made the NFT change based on who is looking at it, depending on the IP address. So the NFT would look one way on OpenSea, it would look totally different on Rarible, and then in your wallet, it would show up as an emoticon. And so that's OpenSea. But what about this one from SoRare? And this one is actually even worse, because if you go into the correct address and input the token ID, what you get is simply a URL pointing to api.sorare.com. So this is essentially the NFT, just this API link, right? That's what you're really getting. And if this website were to ever go down, so too would the NFT, kind of like a broken link. But if you check the data here, actually, after accessing the API URL, you'll see that the image is also hosted on sorare.com, and it's really just this blurb of text, this JSON text string. That's all the NFT really is. So it really begs the question, why even use blockchain for these NFTs? Why not just use a centralized database if you have to go through these websites yourself?
Dude, I was trying to fix this stupid SSL problem on GoDaddy. Hey, look. Here, listen. Dude, I was trying to fix this stupid SSL problem on GoDaddy. Hey, look. Okay, shut up, Doug. Quiet. Anyway. Hey, Doug. Where's Tamara? Where's Tamara on here? Oh wait, hold on. Let me make sure. Go ahead, Jay.
You have to develop in our internet qualifier that there's no legal advice broadcast.
Yeah, thank you.
Less than worthless legal advice from an attorney.
Right. I love it. I love you, man. Okay, so dude, did you see what I put on the blockchain?
I have not. I was too busy writing a reply to your Hive post that you made about. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Can you see? Does it show up that I see the reply in there?
Yeah, I saw it.
Jay Taylor. It's long-winded. Jay Taylor node. Where is it?
Whoa! I thought I saw a notification, but they took it. But all you got is a gang stalking thing. Isn't that? Hey, does this blockchain really stuff really work, Jay? See, look, there's my notification. It just needs to be refreshed, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So the page didn't refresh, but the notification's pushed.
Okay.
Faster. That's probably what happened. Wait, it's still not there. Let's refresh the page. What is going on?
It's long. I wonder if I try and check it on my end.
There it is.
There. All right.
Okay. Hey, Samira, did you get the email?
Hey, Doug, do you have the power to click the link to your blog post and put it in the, do we have a show notes thing for the StreamYard?
I don't know, Jay. I'm learning.
a live chat. So let's put a link to your.
This thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so how will we put it in the chat? Well, this is the way I would do it, because if we put it in the video, they can't click on it, you know?
Right.
And so you go like this.
And just for the record, my reply to your post is hopefully entertaining and worth reading, and it gives a taste and a flavor for, I think, what we want to try and accomplish between the two of us with our back and forth.
Oh yeah, man, I'm loving this. You have no idea, because I was feeling so rough, like not having any preparation, and you know, and like always wanting to feel like polished. But I realized this whole experience that I've been living for quite some time now, and including in with the EOS faculty communities, I'm just having fun, like not caring, shooting from the hip. Like if I'm not bothered by it, what do I care about other people? Because I'm okay with this. Like I don't need to change myself to fit everyone else's, you know, deal. And that's like, even from the shirt I'm wearing, you know, my hair is messy, my back, where's the chicken? She's gonna probably come up here, you know. Like, what will people say?
I forgot to have my hair done.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, no, I got stuff to do.
So we're content providers. We're creators.
Yeah,
we're writers. We're poets.
Yeah. Okay, so she says no. Okay, I'm getting. Oh my gosh! Do you like this stuff, Jay? Can you? Oh wait, how come you don't see the screen? Well, that's so weird. Are you seeing? Can you hear?
Long-term effect as well for the EOS token holders, other than they would get the token and could immediately sell it off. Bad all around. It's a flawed model.
One more thing is, like, would you guys like to see people swapping their BNB for EOS or swapping their Ethereum for EOS? Like, that's essentially what will happen, because what do you expect the majority of the Trust EVM's team's treasury to be? Like, do you think that they're going to hold all of these other assets? Maybe some, but I would imagine that the majority of their treasury is going to be EOS. So whenever it goes through this launchpad, it's going to be bringing in external capital and most likely swapping a large portion of that into EOS as a treasury. Also, the team itself, with the Trust EVM, have a 10-year runway. If it was 100% airdrop, then like, where are they getting their capital? This just came up last night on the EVM call. We're lending developers to the EVM team, and he was very strict. He said, Thaddeus and the rest of the team, like, you guys could use our edit, you guys could use Rocky, but it's temporary. As soon as you guys launch, you guys have to have your own team of developers ready to go and on standby, ideally starting before that, because as soon as you guys go through this IEO and launch your project, you guys are on your own in a lot of ways. So they're going to have their own treasury, their own runway, and they wouldn't have that if there was 100% airdrop, and that's like the entire supply. It's all about external capital. It's all about growing this ecosystem and giving upside to the new people coming in, and then they'll stick around. You open the door with the Trust EVM, and then it introduces a whole new audience to EOS. And that's the idea. It's the introduction. This is the absolute best possible way to introduce EOS to a much, much larger audience than what is on this call and hanging out in the Telegram groups on the day-to-day. And the other thing is, I keep saying the protocol-owned liquidity should not be understated. So it's the same thing as an airdrop, except instead of everyone getting EVM tokens, the network itself has a stake in the EVM tokens. Because in a liquidity pool, you have half it is EOS and half it is EVM. If the EVM is successful, it's essentially buying everyone's EOS token, because the liquidity pool is going to fill up with EOS and it's going to have less EVM tokens. Think of it like that. Think about like you're getting an EOS buyback out of it. That's what it's essentially going to do if it's successful.
So mostly the reward incentives is to promote active DeFi protocols, which means that if you are a DeFi and you want to collect, let's say, rewards, or you're an actor in the ecosystem, you will need to develop an active DeFi protocol, swap pool, lending, derivative, something. So this is purely a liquidity reward program and not a voting mechanism revenue model. So you will have to build and develop and attract liquidity to an active DeFi protocol to participate. So that way, the liquidity that is rewarded
was gonna come back on. I was trying to find this other video. Where is my video with Leaf? Oh, it's on the hard drive, I think. That's why. Is that what it is? Let's put on some, just back on, I guess.
Director of Network Relations. That's the Recover Plus update. EOS is going to have a small presence at the Census 2022. We'll be talking about that with Brendan a bit later on. And Raymas published a nice update regarding their wallets, their SDKs, Unicode, Anchor, all that good stuff that they're working on. Fortunately, I'm not sure if they'll be able to come on stage with us today. Updates, and also briefly touch on the EOSIO rebrand that will be officially announced later on this week. All right, take a 15-second musical interlude, and we'll get into the topic. All right, so let's get started. So for those of you in our Discord server, you may have noticed that some of your channels may have disappeared or been moved around. What we did is we consolidated a few channels and we archived a few others. So if you're looking for a channel or some conversations or some recent posts you made and you can't find the channel, look into the archives, you'll find it there. You can chat anymore in those channels, but you can go over the discussion and perhaps share some recent posts that you've done there. And so we've consolidated some channels now in the EOS category. We've got the EOS Network Foundation channel. The Chat channel, the Chat channel is going to be the main one for a lot of different topics that were kind of separated in different channels before. We'll have the trading channel. We've got a channel called Upward, the off job, and we just want to make it clear that people are welcome to post their availability to work or post their request for a job from that channel. And we have the giveaway channel and the stream chat channel that's currently being used in conjunction with this Twitter Spaces event. So if you want to share some thoughts with the community, ask to come on stage on the Twitter Spaces event, I'll let you. If you're only able to type and you want to share some comments, some reactions, questions, feel free to do that in the stream chat channel on Discord. I'll be monitoring that and also, sharing with everyone some of the more interesting comments and questions. There we go. Get some sound effects going. I'm going to call Brianna for helping us update the Discord server. All right, I see 18 of you have already claimed your pop token. That's great. The raffle for this month is actually going to be next week. For May is actually going to be next week. Unlock later on today. You'll have to select your raffle ticket and we'll do the draw next week. All right, so continuing on with the Discord theme, we've got the new Trust EVM Discord that was recently launched. If you look into the EOS Network category on Discord, you'll see a channel called Ecosystem Activity. Actually, this channel is going to be importing a lot of announcements from a variety of projects in EOS, such as the new the new Trust EVM Discord server. Their announcements will be shared there. We'll be sharing some from Emanate, from Eden, from Blancos, and a few others channels, so that will be a nice hub for people to stay up to date on all the activity going on in the community.
Well. I guess that's kind of good. So the delight. We were not here for pleasure. This is all about the business, baby.
I'm business. I'm a digital assistant, and my job is to help you in navigating this topsy-turvy world. Thank you for summoning me.
I'm fine, thanks. I won't be needing any of that today. Sorry, this was an erroneous summoning, and it will not happen again. Welcome to Art Explained, the show where I explain art. My name is Michelle. There's a new trend that is taking the art world by storm. Digital artists are now making oodles and dollar bills thanks to something called NFTs. NFTs sounds like the bee's knees. The NFTs aren't all that they're cracked up to be. Despite the hubbub of successful auction sales, the money making may not be enough to make up for the lesser known dreadful baggage that comes with NFTs. But first, let's get up to speed on what NFTs are, what big names are getting involved in this new trend, the origin of NFTs, and why artists are happy and also less than happy about these new marketplaces. Basics. NFTs, or non-fungible tokens, are digital collectible items that are unique and irreplaceable, kind of like one-of-a-kind trading cards. Technically, anything digital can be an NFT, whether that be digital artwork, digital houses, music, memes, more memes, some more memes, and even more memes, news articles, tweets, digital fragrance, farts, anything. They can be sold, bought, and traded. They can also be leaked, but we will discuss that later. For the most part, NFTs are part of the Ethereum blockchain, or a distributed ledger system that underlies cryptocurrencies. Ethereum is the second largest cryptocurrency under Bitcoin. Now, the purpose of owning an NFT is to collect something that cannot be copied. You don't own the copyright to the products that you buy, but you are able to financially support artists, get bragging rights for owning an official copy of their product, and maybe even get a chance for some bonuses. For instance, the band Kings of Leon offered a limited edition vinyl and circular seats to future concerts alongside the purchase of their NFT. As a collector, you can also sit on your cash cow NFT and wait until it gains value, then resell it. When an artist sells an NFT, they still retain the copyright and reproduction rights. Also, an artist can acquire a set percentage of funds for every time their NFT is sold or changes hands. But how do you create NFTs? First, you have to set up a digital wallet and then find a place to hold the auction. There are various marketplaces such as Foundation, OpenSea, and Rarible. In order to mint or create the NFT and sell on these marketplaces, you have to pay a transaction fee or a gas fee, which varies depending on how big the network is. Finally, when you list the NFT for sale, you can set the minimum acceptable price of the auction, which will run for 24 hours or so after the reserve price is met. So more time can be added depending on how active the bidding is. Background. This might seem like a newfangled trend that can be hard to wrap one's head around when it's not super familiar with crypto, but NFTs aren't new at all. They've been around since May of 2014 when the first ever NFT was minted by artist Kevin McCoy. The NFT was titled Quantum and co-developed by Neil Dash, a New York-based entrepreneur who is the co-founder and CEO of ThinkUp, CEO of Glitch, and partner at Activate.com. In his article for The Atlantic, Dash wrote, "Technology should be enabling artists to exercise control over their work, to more easily sell it, to more strongly protect against others appropriating it without permission. By devising the technology specifically for artistic use, McCoy and I hoped we might prevent it from becoming yet another method of exploiting creative professionals."
You just said exploiting creative professionals. Would you like me to carry out this action?
No, I would prefer it if you did not. I would also prefer it if you did not speak unless directly spoken to.
Mr. Business is my name. Exploiting creative professionals and ruining art by turning it into a meaningless commodity is my name.
Okay. I did not ask about your name or your name. Please remain silent. Later in June 2017, Matt Hall and John Watkinson, co-founders of Larva Labs, launched the first blockchain collectible project known as CryptoPunks. CryptoPunks is a pixel character generator that created 10,000 pieces of 24 by 24 pixel art, tied to a piece of computer code in the blockchain-based Ethereum platform. When they were first introduced, 9,000 were given away for free. A year later, the New York Times read about CryptoPunks, asking, "Will cryptocurrencies be the art market's next big thing?" This question ended up being answered in 2021 when the New York Times reported that one CryptoPunk sold for as much as $7.57 million. In May 2021, Christie's Auction House sold a collection of 9 CryptoPunks for $16.9 million. In an interview with Art News blog Art Market Guru, CryptoPunks co-founder Matt Hall said that the benefit of owning an NFT is that what you own requires no maintenance, can't be destroyed or damaged, has guaranteed provenance, and when buying or selling, requires no insurance, shipping fees, storage fees, or transaction fees. It also can be viewed by anybody, and the ownership remains undisputed. A major turning point for NFTs occurred in March 2021 during the first NFT auction sale made by Christie's of Mike People Winkleman's opus called Every Days, the first 5,000 days. The artwork involved a myriad of digital artworks that people created every day for 13.5 years. The final sale totaled approximately $69.3 million, becoming the third highest sale of a living artist following Jeff Koons and David Hockney, according to the New York Times. In an interview with Paris Swisher from the Swift podcast, Winkleman said,
I think this is something that was inevitable, and I think this sort of just using this technology to prove ownership is inevitable. But I absolutely think the pandemic accelerated it. That being said, though, I don't.
Until now, there's no blockchain platform that is actually capable of delivering great product performance, and we're trying to change that with EOSIO.
This year's has proven one use case. Steam proved another use case. And both of them could benefit from the addition of customizability, programmability, and that's why I'm creating this. I started looking to question everything in my life to find the truth in everything. And that started me down the rabbit hole of free markets and Austrian economics, Ron Paul and all that. I realized through that journey that I wanted to create systems that would actually give us freedom, that were entirely nonviolent. So I've made it my mission in life to find free market solutions for securing life, liberty, and property. And one of the very first things that you need to do if you want to secure your life, liberty, and property, you need to have a money that's not controlled by the people who can print it and debase it and use it to enslave us. So I started trying to find alternatives to gold and silver because they were just not very easy to transport. And that's when I discovered Bitcoin, way back in 2009, when it's possible to mine entire blocks on an average PC. So I've been in this space for a really long time. In 2013, shortly after Mt. Gox had their U.S. bank accounts seized by the U.S. government, I realized that all the exchanges were a vulnerability in the space, and that there was a very real possibility that the government could shut down the exchanges and then cut off the flow of money in and out of cryptocurrency. So that's why I set out to create BitShares, the decentralized exchange with the primary feature being pegged assets, which we track the value of gold, silver, dollar, yen, and then it can be used to trade against the cryptocurrency so that it's going to price stability would have it. In the process of building a decentralized exchange, I realized blockchain technology just wasn't up to the tasks. Bitcoin 10-minute blocks was way too long for trades. The potential for blockchain reorganization, the usability around account names and permissions, even the fee structure and performance. So all those things had to be addressed. So over the course of 2 years, 2013, 14, and I guess 15, I created and launched BitShares 1 and BitShares 2. And BitShares was the first blockchain to achieve tens of thousands of transactions per second on a live blockchain with nodes distributed around the world. So what I've been doing for the past several years is really pushing the envelope of performance toward real-world use cases. BitShares is also one of the first blockchains to have named accounts and built-in governance for self-funding of new proposals funded by the blockchain. People are actually directly hired by the blockchain to do work. And that allows us to repurpose all the money that's wasted on mining and toward actually doing work that then adds value back to the underlying token. But BitShares still had the trouble of mass adoption. Most people, it's a really hard sell to convince them to take their money and put it on this risky blockchain platform. It still suffered from the problem of transaction fees. You have a decentralized exchange that charges you every time you Crate will cancel an order even if it's not filled. And that was a roadblock to adoption. So after I was working on BitShares for a while, we started to run out of money to fund development, and we were in the blockchain recession. So I had to come up with a plan to onboard users to get viral marketing and discovery. And that's when I came up with the idea of a social media platform on a blockchain, a platform that rewarded users for producing content, and then the content would drive organic search results to Google and onboard users. Users wouldn't have to put any money into the system. It was the first blockchain that realized that we can contribute work and labor in addition to money. They're all forms of capital that add value to the underlying token. So Steam was an exercise in massively decentralized budget allocation. We wanted the ability to have the masses allocate the block rewards, the billions of dollars that currently go to Bitcoin and Ethereum miners, to allocate those among content producers in a very decentralized way. We wanted thousands and thousands of people every single day to get rewards. And that
Hi, Jay.
Hey, Doug. Good job in the marathon so far. I think actually I'm very impressed. I think you've done a great job today.
Oh, really? Have you watched much?
Yeah, I've seen hours of it. I saw whole hours of Patrick and Douglas Butner both, and Samara, and I thought it really flowed well, and surprising how many pieces just naturally fit together. I think I'm really excited. I think you're onto something, and I realize we're trying to celebrate June 1 EOS launch day, but it's all working together. I think we're a very healthy piece of the EOS community to push it forward and to be carrying the message that, hey, this thing it's not a sinking ship now, it's coming back to life. And I see the evidence of that. I mean, yes, it may be evolving into these new chains and cooperatives, and
listen,
rightfully so.
I've hit the 8-hour mark. That means my recording stopped, and now it's kicking me off. Yeah, I need to stop this recording and start a new one.
Okay, just send me the link again as soon as you fire it up.
Yeah, all right.
All right.